Ah. Oh, there we are! Yeehaw! Yay! Okay. Oh, jeez! Oh god, okay. I have completely forgotten how to stream in the time frame of here and the last one. Hello, hello! Oh, jeez. It's interesting being immediately up here at the front, but I'm pretty sure that's how it happened last stream as well. I don't really remember too much of last stream, though. So I don't really know what we did, but either way, the time has come, the PowerPoint stream. I am very excited about it, but I don't really know how to get into it, so I'm probably going to ramble for at least an hour before we actually get that far. Oh, jeez. Oh.
All aboard!
Oh, Briswan, welcome in! Thank you for the follow! Welcome aboard! Hello, hello. I think people are still making their way in here. So I don't want to get into the PowerPoint too soon, but that is the goal. I'm excited about it. I remember it came up like so long ago as an idea, and it just never occurred to me, like, that we could just do whatever on a stream, you know? We gotta hydrate. I'm gonna need to, like, grab my other water bottle. The one I've got from last stream has kind of, like... What is it? It's depleted. It has depleted. I don't know if the sunlight got to it or what. Okay. Grabbed my second water bottle. I keep bringing these things home from work. They're everywhere, but they're free. So that's why I keep taking them home. You guys will probably be pleased to know that it's not Dasani this time. Whatever nature's promise is, it's written in cursive font. It's very green, I think. Okay. Yeehaw! I am excited. Very hype. Very hype. Also, thank you for the lurk, Generic. We will see you off at your destination. Probably. Oh, well, we at least know where the destination for today's stream is. That's... I'm gonna keep repeating that's excited, because... Oh, jeez. I am excited. I am excited. I worked hard on this PowerPoint. I can't wait to show it to you guys. The last Dasani you had wasn't even that bad. Honestly, I don't know why people don't like it so much. Like, I think it's fine. Honestly, there might be better water brands out there. I just don't really... I don't really expand my palette too much. The only water brand I can say for sure I do not like is something called Deer Park. I do not like Deer Park. None of us like Deer Park. It's not great. I do not... I still remember the time that they were trying to run advertisements in the parking lot of the local food store. So they had these little plastic flag things up with Deer Park written on it in like big letters, and then they had the little water bottle logo on it. And literally 3 days later, we had a really bad storm come in and wreck everything. So all of them got yeeted across the parking lot. And we were like finding bits of the Dasani, not the Dasani, the Deer Park signs everywhere. It was like a sign. Even the heavens they don't fuck with Deer Park. Store brand water is not too bad. I can't really remember which one is the store brand water, honestly. Just because, like, I'm looking at it now. I don't think Nature's Promise is like the local store brand. I think that would probably have the store's name on it, if anything, but I don't know if I would trust their water. One time I bought donuts from them and they kinda had maggots in them, so I don't really know if I trust their water. If I can't trust their baked goods, I don't know if I can trust their water. As everyone keeps telling us, there might be something in our water. In the local Yolden water. I don't know what I'm trying to say right there. Yolden waterways around here. I think there's coal ash in them. That's where they put it. They had these signs up forever. All these signs up everywhere saying don't let them put the coal ash in the ponds. Because they were trying to just dump it in the ponds to get rid of it, I guess. And that... Oh boy. I don't think they ever did it because nothing ever happened to the ponds, but I mean, I guess I kind of assumed that the ponds would go away if a lot of stuff got dumped into them. But I guess there's nothing saying that that's what would happen. It might just be in there and I don't know. I would hope we're not drinking pond water, but you never know. With the way things are run around here, anything could be possible. Anything is, like, on the table. I don't know what's wrong with this town. I tell you guys something new about it every time. And it's, like, normal around here, but you guys react like it's really weird, so... Oh! I probably shouldn't sound so excited about that, but, something... You know how I'm always telling you guys that our town is very flammable and a lot of things keep burning down? We had another building burn down recently. It was a, what was it? I think it was another one of those, like, covert gambling dens. The quote-unquote, like, Wi-Fi cafes and the whatever else they pretend to be. They keep burning down under mysterious circumstances, and everyone knows why they're actually burning down, but, like, it just keeps happening. They're all over the place. They're spread out, too. The last one that burned down was actually along the street that we live off of. Or not. It's like our street leads into, like, a highway stretch, and shortly down that highway stretch, if you were to turn left, is, like, what used to be a vape shop that said that they were going to open up again. They were a quote-unquote vape shop. They did gambling under the table. We know this because they would order pizza from us sometimes, and we would deliver pizza out to them, and they'd be very sketchy about not opening the door fully, so you'd have to slide the pizza sideways through the gap in the door. It was an interesting place, but they went under. I think they got found out. They claimed they were gonna open up again at some point, but then they just kinda didn't, because they burned down, and it took like the entire fire department to respond, just because the building was right next to a tree line, and that tree line was next to a lot of things, so they kind of had to act fast, or else a lot more of our town was probably going to go up in flames than just the building. So luckily they did manage to prevent it. They corralled it pretty quickly. That might be on account of the fact that there was like 6 different fire engines responding to it, but they acted fast, I think, because there's not really anything else to do around here except for stop burning buildings, because that's all that really seems to happen again, so... Oops. Well, yeah, that was another supposed internet cafe type deal. They burned. I don't know where it was. I ended up hearing about it from my coworkers. I'm starting to realize we all tend to talk about buildings burning down around here with kind of the same attitude of like, oh, did you hear about the weather? Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Also, the weather has been kind of crazy. We've been walking to work recently, so we've bought a sun parasol to protect from the UV rays. It's been going pretty alright, I think. I haven't actually been using it. We have it with us, like we're holding it, but we're not like, we don't have it open, because it turns out the way that we walk to work would need us to hold the umbrella kind of towards the road in order for it to actually block anything, which would also block our vision of cars. So we've decided, you know, maybe it's just for the really hot days where we have to, like, risk it, I guess. It's kind of cumbersome, but it's bright pink. Zinc thought it would be cute. It reminds us of the Parasol ladies from, specifically the Diamond and Pearl era games. You know, like the Parasol trainer class with the pink parasols. I don't know if that's actually a parasol, because usually they show up in the marsh area where it's raining all the time. So I don't know if that's really a parasol, more so just an umbrella lady, but you know what? Same difference. Apparently our sun parasol also can be used for, according to the package, rain and heavy wind, which I feel like is maybe not a good idea, but you know what? I'm not gonna question it. The first time we used it, it was pretty windy. We had the little strap around our wrist, so it was fine. But I don't remember where I was going with that. I think that's... Oh yeah, the weather. It's just been really warm, really hot recently, so... does bring to mind, I remember thinking, man, I kind of wish we did have like a coat that functioned like a refrigerator, like a certain character we're about to talk about. Yeah, I've like been thinking about how to write the PowerPoint for a while on and off. It first got brought up as an idea back in April, I think, around our birthday, I think. Or maybe it was our birthday, where we were not sure what direction we wanted our content to go in. So we were like, man, what do we even do? And I think Ray suggested just making a PowerPoint or something. Someone suggested making a PowerPoint of like whatever we're fixated on. There's a Stunky in the chat. I think I already have one of these, but I'm gonna try to catch it anyway. So it's been an on and off idea that we could just make a PowerPoint about the fixation characters, as we pick up quite a few of those. And this one has lasted longer than the one-off characters normally do, so I figured, you know what, let's just make a PowerPoint presentation about how, I don't even know, like, I've given up, like, a chunk of my brain capacity to this character to just live in the corner of my brain at all times. Luckily not as another alter, to my knowledge. Hopefully not. But as just a little thing that we all think about sometimes, just this character that we can throw at the wall and see what it do. Very interesting. It's been... I don't know how long it's been, but... I guess since April? Then... It's been a while, actually. Maybe like half a year since we've been fixated on this character. Needed to get the brain worms out, because they're starting to, like, go into a mild infestation, so we just gotta get all the word vomit out. It's really hard to type, so I figured just speaking into the ether would be a better fit. I can just present the PowerPoint to you guys, and that way I'll be able to just ramble like I do at my roommates. Oh, I didn't catch it. Oh, dang it. I'll be able to just ramble like I do with my roommates. And I can ramble for quite a while. Spoopy tried to help me format the PowerPoint at first, because I didn't actually know how to make a PowerPoint. I still don't know how to make a PowerPoint. Let me tell you, I'm never making another one ever again, because oh my god, Google Slides is so difficult to work with. Oh, thank you for the follow! Unethical experimentations. Welcome in, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. We're getting into the preamble leading into the PowerPoint. I don't know how many people are gonna show up for the PowerPoint. I did end up posting about the PowerPoint on my Tumblr, so a few people from Tumblr might be, I think a few of them have already made their way here, but I don't know how many might be making their way here. So I want to give it a little bit. I don't want to take too long. But knowing me, it could go either way. I do tend to ramble. All of us tend to ramble for like an hour before actually getting into whatever we're supposed to be doing. But that just means that the PowerPoint is probably not going to have any points where we're just completely silent, at least. There are other PowerPoint applications. I hope so. Because, oh my god, let me tell you, while trying to make this PowerPoint, I was making it mostly on my phone, and to my knowledge, you can't add transitions on your phone. So I had to do that on the computer just now, and I figured, yeah, that's gonna take maybe an hour at most. Because I got the hang of it on the phone after a while. It took a bit, because sometimes you would tap something, you need to tap it to move it. But you can't just tap and move, because then it won't register. It thinks you're trying to, like, select something. Or, like, use the line tool. Sometimes it doesn't even register what you're doing, so the screen just slides. But sometimes, so you gotta, like, tap and hold, but you can't tap and hold too long or else it thinks that you're trying to, like, I don't even know what it thinks you're trying to do. It'll pick up the image entirely, but if you try to drag it somewhere, it doesn't put it there. It just gives you like a double of it to hold for a little bit. And if you try to put it anywhere, it doesn't go there. So it's like, you gotta be so finicky with it. And then I found out the hard way that if you format the way that I did, everything gets screwed up. So the images that I ended up adding later, they show up randomly, and they're, yeah, I tried to make it as cohesive as possible, but they half the times do not show up in the correct spot, so I'll just point out whenever they show up in the wrong spot. I added the fading in effect because that just made it look a bit more natural. I'm gonna have to remind myself not to click through it rapidly. Everything should hopefully show up one at a time. Hopefully. But I may have missed a slide or two. There's only about 18 slides. There's only a slight bit. Yay! I was wondering how many people on Tumblr that I know from Tumblr actually have a Twitch account, so I was like, this might be a little bit inaccessible. But the good news is that the VOD will probably end up on YouTube at some point. So it'll be accessible on YouTube at some point. But I think the appeal of live streaming is that, you know, it's a live stream. So watching the VOD kind of hits a little bit different. I used to do that exclusively though, where I would just end up watching VODs of channels instead of watching them live. Because I don't know why. I used to have this weird paranoia that streamers could like be aware of me specifically. And I don't know why. I think that doesn't apply on YouTube, which is where I was mainly like worried about it. It can apply to Twitch, but that's only if you're like specifically checking it. And not a lot of people actually do that. It's like, when I first entered the streaming sphere, it was like kind of frowned upon to like keep tabs on specific people, I think, especially if you're like intending to call them out for something. But I don't know. I don't know if that whole train of thought makes sense. I kind of forgot where I was going, but the the Colress hype is appreciated. Because I've been thinking about this character for like half a year now, so I figured the Tumblr fandom's gonna want to see the Colress PowerPoint too. So this is my ultimate offering to the Colress fandom. The niche Colress the Colress clique, I don't even know, the gathering, the conglomeration that formed around this one character in particular. Because there's like actually a surprising number of us. I didn't think there'd be that many, but I also I can't go into it too much. It's part of the PowerPoint. I will go over how I got fixated on this character in the first place. What that is like at the very end of the PowerPoint. Oh geez. There are probably some things I forgot to put on the PowerPoint too that I might bring up on their own. There are a few things that I wanted to write as like a Tumblr post, as like an observation, but I have the attention span of a dead eel. So as you can probably imagine, typing anything is kind of difficult. So the PowerPoint took so long just because I have the focus of an ant free falling off of the Empire State Building. So yeah, that's why it took so long, but I got there eventually. I had to brute force it. I just ended up giving myself a time limit, which is how they say you're supposed to like combat ADHD anyway when you enter waiting mode or executive dysfunction starts trying to kneecap you. So yeah, I figured it out. I just had to give myself a deadline of today. Today is we doing it. We doing the thing. So I actually finished the PowerPoint entirely at like, well, I stayed up till 7 a.m. working on it and I got most of the way through. I woke up again after taking a small nap at like 3. That may not have been a small nap. I'm really not sure how many hours actually passed in that time frame, but I slept for a bit. I ordered tacos. They're on the floor right now. They're in a box, don't worry. They are floor tacos, but they're not touching the floor. They're just, I don't have a table. So I ate like 2 tacos. I'm gonna have to eat the rest later, I guess. I ate ice cream too. I have the worst diet ever, but I am prepared. I started working on the PowerPoint again around 4 or 5, finished it around 6. Then I decided, yeah, I have an hour to kill before like 8, which is when I was hoping to start the stream, but then I decided I should probably make transitions for the slides, which you can't do on mobile. So I opened up Google Slides on my computer and started working on it. And then I was having a whole new slew of issues. I think I derailed myself earlier from finishing that train of thought, but this is where it was ending up. So mobile was difficult, but at least it wasn't super glitchy. The computer version straight up was just not working sometimes. I would try to make a transition, and the way that you do it is kind of confusing. You have to, like, make sure you're not selecting anything and then hit transition. You can also hit animate, but that screws everything up if you do that. I have no idea. I had a table, but I didn't really have any room on that table, so then we moved that table into the hallway, and then we moved the table into the living room and we put a TV on it, so now there's a TV on that table. So I kind of can't take it back, but I needed the table gone so I'd have more room in my room to do more roomy things, which was just put another beanbag in here. Smaller beanbag, but yeah, I also needed room for the new quote-unquote gaming chair, which is actually just a recliner. But yeah, I have no idea when I might obtain an actual table to use as an actual table. I do have my desk, but it's also covered in a bunch of stuff, mostly unrelated to anything. There's a Torterra plush over here. We got a Torterra, it's a sitting cutie, I think. Sitting cutie Torterra over there. The ball shaped like a bee, or a bee shaped like a ball. I got a Beanie Baby, a dinosaur Beanie Baby. Oh, and the worm on the string! Oh, it fell. Oh god. Oh jeez, the worm on the string is dead! Oh god! There's also a Mareep in front of me, and the Kelly and Maria. I don't know why I'm naming off that stuff. Anyway, the transitions, they kept glitching, that's where I was trying to go. The transitions kept glitching. So whenever I try to, like, add a fade-in effect or, like, set it to show up after a certain point, the thing just wouldn't open. I wouldn't have access to it. I could see the tab sometimes, but clicking it wouldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything with the tab. Even selecting the object it's attached to wouldn't do anything. So I just have to, like, start either clicking other tabs, activating the slideshow part, just doing a bunch of shit to hope that it activates again. And sometimes it just wouldn't, so I'd have to hit the animate button and create a whole new thing for it. And just delete the other one, assuming I was able to. So you might see traces of where things went horribly wrong. There was one that I wasn't sure if I'd be able to fix by the time stream needed to start, but I do think I figured it out. I was just fighting it for like an hour. It didn't need to be that complicated, but I had to fight it for an hour. So it was very much so. I did this all for the love of Colress though, so... It's gonna be a mostly objective PowerPoint. Kind of like a... I don't know how to describe it, just a thing going over the basics of a character. With hopefully no actual bias attached to it. Hopefully. I tried to make the PowerPoint like as unbiased as possible, but a lot of the points will probably go over things that fall into a bias, so... Because I do know I have a slide that talks about morality and how the fandom views Colress in particular in regards to morality, so that'll probably definitely be a biased take on that, but... Yeah, where would we be without some opinion, you know?
All aboard.
Oh, thank you for the follow, dear chose. Hopefully. I've never known how to say that. In my head, I've always just said dear choose. I hope I got at least a little bit close. Welcome aboard, welcome in. We haven't quite gotten to the PowerPoint yet. Still waiting for people to roll in. I think I'm gonna give it about 5 more minutes. I'm gonna give it like 5 more minutes. We've opened the floodgates to the Tumblr to the Twitch. So now we've got new viewers. Exciting. Everyone's here. Everyone's here for the Colress PowerPoint. This is exciting. I'm very excited. Yeah. I was struggling to post it like right before stream. I had like a minute before I needed to actually like switch over to the chatting screen, because I try not to take too much longer than 5 or 6 minutes, just so the pre-roll ads can go. But I was struggling to get the link to work. Tumblr didn't want to like post the link. It was like, oh yeah, just Twitch in general, and I'm like, no, you have to go to the account specifically. It took me a bit. I'm very tech illiterate. You guys are probably... You're gonna see that with the PowerPoint. I guarantee I'm gonna fuck something up with the PowerPoint. Another thing I will warn about, I tried to make the, I changed the music that plays. There's gonna be music during the PowerPoint. You can probably guess what song in particular is going to play, but I tried. It's probably going to sound weirdly layered, like it's playing twice. I don't know how to fix that. I tried my best to get it to stop doing that. I thought maybe if I just don't point it out, but I think anyone familiar with the theme song is going to notice. So, oops. The only reason it's double audioed is because I need to be able to hear it too, because I'm gonna point out a specific motif in the song, and I need to be able to hear it when it plays. If I can't hear it, I won't be able to point it out. So unfortunately, the audio might be doubled during the PowerPoint. Also, let me know if the volume is too loud or too quiet, because I tried to do a bit of troubleshooting on that right before stream. I've got like 7 videos of me talking to myself trying to get it to like sound coherent. I put simultaneously a lot of work and not a lot of work into this whole concept, but I just want it to be fun, you know? Like, fun for you guys, fun for me. I'm having fun already, but I can only hope that you guys will also be having fun when going over the Colress PowerPoint, because holy shit. I have a lot of thoughts about this character. I just want to talk about this character. Just in general. In general. Hopefully my mod shows up at some point. I'm not gonna be able to see a lot of the stream at some point. But also, my mod helped me with the PowerPoint, so I want her to also see the PowerPoint. Maybe I could just message her actually. Hold on. Where's my phone? I'm just gonna like shoot her a message and see if she's able to look at the PowerPoint. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll send her a message. If she shows up, she shows up. If she doesn't, that's fine. Luckily, our chat is typically small enough that we don't really need an active moderator. I can usually get by just fine on my own, but I wanted to see the PowerPoint. She helped with it. It's metamorphosized a lot, I will say. I didn't know how to structure a PowerPoint at first, so until like last night, I didn't actually know what I was doing. I also didn't Google anything because I am so smart that I just didn't feel like Googling it. I figured, you know, scuffed quality is what you tend to expect around here anyway. It's it's just the vibe. Oh right! You did offer to do that. Offer still stands? I need to figure out how to do that. Do you know how to make someone a mob? I do remember that coming up. How do I oh wait. Like that? I don't know. That maybe worked. That or actually ban someone. Yay! We have another mod! That's exciting. I feel like we should celebrate that somehow, but... Yay, Swoopy! The PowerPoint! It is almost PowerPoint time! Actually, I think 5 minutes have passed, so it is actually PowerPoint time! It is time to get into the PowerPoint! We just dropped a lot of power onto Sockman all at once, and then we're gonna go right into a PowerPoint. Okay. Alright. So, let me know if anything, like, if the audio is weird. Let me know, because it's definitely gonna sound a bit weird. It's probably also going to immediately open up on a black screen. That's because I don't have the thing open. I didn't actually know how to stream a PowerPoint. I had to just figure that shit out on the fly. But I did at least troubleshoot a little bit of it. So in theory, Not in practice, but in theory it should work a little bit. At least a little bit. Okay. Buckle in, y'all. We're heading into the PowerPoint. Let's go! I heard it for 5 seconds. Okay, hold on. Oh god, hold on. I gotta like... Okay, monitor off. Monitor back on. Cool. Yippee! We gotta hydrate, and then a posture check, and then I gotta hopefully set everything up. Hold on, wait. Just in case, Windows capture. Okay, like that. Okay, so... Is it... Oh, fuck, okay. Okay, hold on, wait. I messed something up. Hold on. We gotta go back. Gotta go back. I messed something up. Oh, jeez. Small praxis, yes. I'm trying to hydrate. Then I got a posture check. We got Cat Jam going, because of course, this song is a bop. One of the best themes to ever come out of Pokemon. I will die on that hill. I have always had this opinion, even way back when. Okay, hold on. Okay. Then... Presentation. Do not open in full screen. Heck you. There we go! Yay! Okay, we figured it out. There we go. We got the... Can you guys see that? I know whenever this thing is like active, I am like fading into it. That's just something we're gonna have to deal with. Totally not biased. None of us are biased. It's just objective fact. It's just one of the best themes. You can't you can't deny it. One of the best themes. I will die on that hill. Oh, but you guys can hear it, right? I'm assuming you can, or else we're just listening to silence and we're just pretending we can hear it. Does it sound too loud, too quiet? Let me know, because I tend to have my own audio very low, so I don't entirely know how loud it is for you guys. Even when I listen to a recording of it, of myself talking over it, it's kind of... I can only assume how high you guys have your headphones. Little quiet. What's the verdict on everyone else? Too quiet? I can raise it slightly. I've got phlegm in my throat. This is not the time for that! Ah! Sounds good. Okay. Okay. Alright. I was fighting it so hard. It's currently sitting at, like, in between... What even is that? Negative 45? I'm not sure. Negative 45 and negative 40, I think. That or it's just 45 and 40. But that's where I've got it sitting, just because it's really loud when it's not, like... If you've got it any higher than that, it's, like, blasting into the red. It's trying to kill you! Which, I mean, that's fair. I stepped on the switch too, no! Oh god, okay. Alright, so here we are, we have arrived, the moment of truth. I am very tiny down in the corner, but don't worry about that. It's literally because hindsight's 2020, and I kind of forgot that if I were any bigger, I'd be covering up some of the pictures that are gonna show up later. So I tried to shrink myself preemptively while still being mostly visible. I do tend to blend into the background, but we're just gonna have to roll with that part. So here we go, guys. Alright. So this is my fixation character. The character that has taken over my brain for like half a year now. I don't know what to do about it, but he seems to be here for a bit. So here we go. It's this guy. It's my fixation character, and the explanation of why it's this guy. Though I don't think I actually really go into why it is this guy. It's more of just a general breakdown of this guy's character. Okay. Yeah, that guy! I wonder. So, who even is that? This is a Colress. He is a scientist. He comes from Black and White 2, and he plays an antagonist role. Though, I'd argue it's kind of like... would you call it like a twist villain? I feel like if you look at him, he kind of looks like a walking Team Plasma logo, but when I first played the game, I didn't pick up on any of that, so I was completely blindsided when he did finally reveal himself to be part of Team Plasma. I wasn't expecting that. Even though... Oops. Oh, I didn't know you could do that! Whoa! Okay. Oops. You can go backwards with the scroll wheel! Okay, so I don't even have to click anything. That's great, because my mic picks up the sound of everything. He's... As mentioned already, he is part of Team Plasma, but specifically, he is the leader of Neo Team Plasma. Though, to be fair, they don't really go into that too much. I did not remember this. When I first remembered this character a couple months back, I did not remember he was even... It kind of caught me off guard that he was part of Team Plasma, but I didn't expect him to be the leader of Team Plasma. I wasn't expecting that. I did not get that vibe. Also, it is a singular throwaway line from Gepsis that he is leader of Team Plasma. It is completely missable, and I think a lot of people do miss it. Because it gets mentioned one whole time by one whole character in a scene immediately after you fight Colress, in which there was no indication that he was the leader, just that he was part of Team Plasma. And then I think he never actually uses the Plasma logo again when you fight him, so... That's cool. He's a Steel-type specialist. By the way, I don't remember the order I put any of this in, so it's gonna be a surprise to me too, whenever the next point pops up. He is a Steel-type specialist, though his team, as you can see... I don't really know... A lot of characters seem to have the Steel-type specialist like logo on them, but then if you look at their team, they've got like a few Pokemon on their team that are not Steel type, so is Steel type specialist just meant to be a, I don't know, like a trainer class itself? Just because Behem and Washrotom are not Steel types, but I'd say they play a pretty important role on his team, at least in the at least in the balancing department. He kind of needs that little bit of coverage just to help diversify his team, because otherwise you could probably sweep him with like a fire type or a ground type. So I will talk more about his Pokemon later on. I was gonna just start like I was just gonna start like ranting about them, but I have a whole slide dedicated to his Pokemon. I just gotta get that far. I love his Pokemon. I want to talk about them way more. I love his Pokemon. I meant to like make a whole post on Tumblr about just like his Pokemon, but I never got around to it because I type so slow and my brain don't work half the time. Okay. Moving on to the next slide. We will come back to his Pokemon at some point. What's wrong with him? I forgot I titled that way. I have a 5-second memory, so a lot of this is gonna be news to me too. We don't know. We don't know what's wrong with him specifically, but from the previous things on the other slide, you probably wouldn't assume anything is wrong with him. He seems like a pretty morally dubious guy if he's the leader of Neo Team Plasma, but whatever. Yeah, I also think I only have the aces fully written down. I think I've got Kling Klang, Behem, and for some reason Rotom are written down. But I need to write the rest. Probably science. As mentioned, this guy is a scientist. You will know he's a scientist because he will, in every game that he shows up in, he will just walk up to you, introduce himself, list his profession, and the thing that is part of his thesis. You will know it. By the end of that interaction, you will know his name is Colress. He is a scientist, and he studies the potential of Pokemon. What does that mean? I don't know, actually. I don't really know if the series itself knows what that means, because if you see him doing anything in any game, it is never what he's talking about. He's out there making fucking invisibility devices and, like... I don't know. I don't know how that relates to potential in Pokemon. It depends on the iteration, though. As you guys will see later on, I am going to delve into the other... like, pretty much every iteration of him. You guys might know him from the games, that's where he first appeared, but... there is also the manga and the anime. You might know him from the anime, because I feel like that was the most accessible version of the Gen 5 games. From what I understand, the Gen 5 games actually didn't really sell that well. So a lot of people actually didn't even play the second game, but... his side hobbies are dubious at best. He is just doing whatever. We don't know what he's doing half the time. That's kind of the appeal. He's intended to be morally gray to mixed results. As I just mentioned, the manga. This one attempts murder every time he's on page. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Every time Colress is on screen in the manga, he looks like this. But he's also trying to kill people. Like, flat out stating his intent is to kill people. Like, you can't really argue moral ambiguity there. That's just, he's just a villain in the manga. But his original intent was to be the gray area, because, you know, the whole gimmick of the game, black and white. He's the gray area. I don't know if I have a point anywhere later on that's going to mention this, but his name, Colress, is almost a pun. It's like a mild butchering of the word colorless. He's meant to be the gray area. But somewhere along the way that got lost in translation. Because he goes from the games where I'd say it is pretty solid that you could argue maybe maybe he's like morally ambiguous. Ambiguity. I don't think that's how that sentence worked, but you could argue that he is not a good guy or a bad guy. Debatably. I mean, some of his actions, I'm gonna argue this later on, some of his actions I feel like outweigh anything good that he does, but that's in the game. The manga and the anime's iterations are quite a doozy. Quite a doozy. It is so interesting how they are all the same character, but moving on. We will now be talking about the game version of Colress. The first iteration, and arguably the canon one. People will debate over which continuity of the Pokemon series is the canon one. I would argue it's the games, but some people will say it's like a mixture of all of them, though a lot of characters do not overlap with their other iterations. It's not just Colress. There are a lot of characters that do not line up with either iteration. Yes, we will cover the city freezing later. But yes, the game continuity was the first time that Colress appeared. I don't actually know if there's an instance of the inverse happening with any character. I guess maybe Jesse and James. I think they were anime exclusive. And then they showed up in, I think, Yellow? They showed up in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, I think. I didn't actually get that far in those games. He is considered a villain in the series, which is also debated upon by fans. I don't know why there's debate over this in the fandom, but... Okay, at least I got that part right. There is a little bit of debate between people if you'd consider Colress a villain, because I think if you were to go by the series itself, I'm pretty sure Game Freak lists Colress as a villain. Anytime he shows up, I can't remember what it was. It was like a music video promotional thing that I think it was the one that was like made by Bump of Chicken, that band. And there was like a whole animation to go along with it. It was pretty cool way back when. There's a scene where it flashes the silhouettes of all of the past villains in like the sky, I think. And Colress does show up among them. So I think that by Game Freak standards, they do lump Colress in with the villains. So even if you want to argue that he's like redeemed later or something, he is still considered to be a villain. So yes, he is also listed as a villain in Pokemon Masters. He has the villain tag. I am kind of confused on everything about Pokemon Masters, but that's just kind of because they are a continuity soup when it comes to what they want to consider for their weird multiverse canon that they've got going on. So, yeah, I kind of was under the impression that Pokemon Masters Colress was, like, not the leader of Team Plasma, or Neo Team Plasma, just because he's in that weird area of he's not really considered one of the leaders. Like, from what I understand, every Pokemon villain in that game gets to have a legendary to accompany them to, like, denote they're a villain for some reason. But Colress notably does not have a legendary. They didn't even let him have Genesect, which is not a legendary, but for the longest time I thought it was. It's a mythical, but still, they could have given him Genesect and they did not. I'm still kind of mad about that, but copium that they might give him shiny Genesect one day, I don't know, but so that's a weird discrepancy. He doesn't seem to be considered a leader of a villain team in that game, but his bio entry does list him as the former leader of Neo Team Plasma, so I don't know about that. Also, here's some concept art. I probably could have just tabbed this over and we could have been talking about that for a little bit, but I pulled both of his, you have to deal with him existing. Very true. I pulled his concept art for this. Fun fact, there is actually a third piece of concept art that was dropped in that mega leak from like 2024. I didn't end up putting it in here because I got too lazy to go hunt it down, but I think the only thing on there that was worth noting was that they, for some reason, drew him looking really pissed off as one of the headshots, but that was about it. But yes, this is... I think you guys can see my cursor. This is his concept art for the games, specifically. I don't know if anyone has ever translated what a lot of this stuff says, because I'm really curious about what the hell this thing is, the thing that he's always holding in the Black and White 2 era. I just call it a tablet, but I don't actually know what it is, other than it has 3 screens and they fold out, and apparently can do that, where you hold it sideways, I guess, and it makes a 3-screen DS, I guess? I'm not really sure. It kind of looks like a brochure from the back, like a travel pamphlet almost, which I don't think is the goal, but that's just kind of what it brings to mind for me. An interesting thing with Colress's concept art is that they actually went out of their way to take his coat off, so you can see what he looks like without the coat on. I'm not sure if they did that with every character, or like some characters sporadically here and there, but Colress for some reason gets to take his coat off at some point, which you will see that happen a lot in the manga. That's the only iteration where it occurs for this design specifically. This one over here is from the Alola games. They put a lot of effort into showing how his expressions kind of don't change. They will always vaguely look mildly happy, which is interesting. His lack of expression, I've always thought, was interesting. Like, he seems like a character that would be portrayed as very quiet or reserved, But then you get to the Alola games, and especially in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, you find out he's actually kind of loud. He likes to scream whenever he thinks no one is around. He's actually not as composed as you think he is, but it's interesting that he still kind of has that general vibe of a character that's like soft-spoken and reserved. A lot of people who I talk to about, a lot of people who I'll like ramble at with random Colress details do tend to think, oh, he's like a reserved scientist type, but no. Actually, he's kind of unhinged, and a lot of the iterations do touch on that in small ways. But, this one... This is something. We get to see 4 whole expressions from him, and the top-down view, which I think is kind of funny. I don't think we ever get to see this angle in any continuity, so the fact they wanted to show us it is kind of funny. As you can see, I really hope that my mouse cursor shows up, because I am pointing to a lot of things. Yes, I agree with that. He does seem... He's probably trying to portray himself as calm and composed, but he's, like, very much not. Whenever you catch him on his own, he's just kind of, like... He's not impolite, but he's, like... He takes up a lot more presence in the room, I guess. He's very noticeable, which you could argue he's already very noticeable just with his hairstyle alone, but yeah, it's just his general vibe is interesting. I really like when characters seem to be composed, but then like once you get to know more about them, you find out, oh, actually they are actually pretty excitable, which is interesting. They get hyped about things really easy. The thing I was gonna point out is this part, which is the only thing in English on his concept sheets, is the achromatic wearable console, which is this giant coat thing he's wearing. It's, from what I understand, it's a reference to something else. I don't remember off the top of my head what it is, but it is meant to be a reference to another type of... I think it was a Nintendo product? It was similar to this whole coat thing. The sleeves. Yeah, of course it has a name. It might be the Power Glove. Honestly, it kind of looks like it. I don't know. But since Colress made it, of course it has a name. He likes to... Well, he tends to just name everything a Colress machine and then a number. He might have, like, an alternative name for it as well. Like, you do get a reference to it in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. He'll walk up to you at some point near the post-game, and he'll be like, cool, you caught Necrozma. Here's this thing that can forcefully fuse it to Solgaleo or Lunala. It's the End Solarizer or the other one. I'm drawing a blank on it. It's not that difficult, but I'm drawing a blank on it. They are also Colress machines, though. Like, he'll give you the number attached to them as well, and then give you the alternative name as well. I'm pretty sure it's a reference to something, but I'm pretty sure it's a reference, but I could entirely be wrong. But, I've got phlegm in my throat. I wish that weren't happening right now. It's making it a little bit hard to talk, but I will persevere. This is more important. But yes, something I do think is kind of funny is it has an English name, which could stem from the fact that in universe he is Pokemon American, basically. He comes from Unova, which is based on, I'm pretty sure, New York and different places in the US, so he's basically a Pokemon American. So having an English name is kind of interesting. I don't know if it's for that reason, but I wouldn't be surprised. Gotta hydrate real quick. How do you remove phlegm from the throat? But But yeah, also, another thing that's kind of interesting with the coat's name in particular is... I was gonna cover this a bit later on a different slide, but I'll just cover it now since it's relevant. Achromatic. His name in English is Colress, but his name in Japan is Achroma, or Achroma. And as you can probably imagine, that is just short for achromatic. So his whole thing about naming all of his inventions Colress machines, this technically, his coat is also named with the same naming scheme, because his name in Japan is Achroma, and he named this thing the Achromatic Wearable Console. So this coat is basically a Colress machine, just with the other name in mind. So that's why I always wondered if it were to be brought over, like if this thing got named in-game, it never actually gets named in-game, but if it did, would they change its name to Colorless Wearable Machine in English? So like, what would they have done? Would they have left it as achromatic, or would they have changed it to colorless? Because the name is already in English. Yeah, I know about that one. The Colress machine card. I see it sometimes when looking up the TCG cards related to Colress specifically. I have a whole slide dedicated to a couple of the funnier cards, I think, that revolve around him. I have no idea what the card does. I have noticed, I do have a slide for it that touches more on his name, but I have noticed that for some reason the English name and the French name deviate from what the other names tended to be falling into. Cheats of free energy out. Well, that makes sense. The thing in-game, the Colress machine, at least version 4 of it from Black and White 2, the whole purpose of it is to basically tase energy out of Pokemon. The way he describes it is it, like, revitalizes or energizes Pokemon to, like, you know, get up if they're laying in the way. Because the first time you see it, I do have a... I think it might be on the next slide. The first time you encounter him, it will be... Or not the first time you encounter him, but on Route 4, when you next encounter him, after the first time you encounter him, there will be a blockade of Crustal in the way that are all just kind of laying there, not going anywhere. He uses the Colress machine number 4 to get them to basically fuck off. He says that it energizes them, quote unquote. I've always just interpreted it as a taser, honestly, because it's kind of funny. Oh, jeez. They need to name drop the Achromatic Wearable Console in-game so we get to know if they would change the name between regions. I just want to know. I want to know if it would change to Colorless Wearable Console, or if it would just stay as achromatic. Because it's already in English, but like, still, I think I'm onto something there. I think I'm onto something. Well, yes, moving on to the next slide. This one's just kind of going over basic rundowns. We're still on Game Chorus. I have like 2 slides dedicated to most of the iterations, except for the anime one, which only gets 1 slide dedicated. But that's just because I managed to fit pretty much everything I needed to on the 1 slide, but... Lazaga Barricade. I'm pretty sure, I don't think it was ever confirmed, but I'm pretty sure Team Plasma's the one that put those things there, so him moving it, this is gonna come up later. You're gonna hear me say that a lot. This is gonna come up later in the PowerPoint, but I'm pretty sure I have some thoughts on that. But yes, he appears in Black and White 2, Sun and Moon, Ultra Sun and Moon, and Pokemon Masters EX. This is his Pokemon Masters model. It's sometimes shortened colloquially to Pokemass. So that's why I put it there. It's a pretty okay model, I think, compared to what he previously looked like in 3D, which is very blocky. It's actually interesting to see his Black and White 2 design in 3D, because apparently we're never gonna get to see it, since apparently we're not getting those Unova remakes, according to some leaks, but whatever. Yeah, there's a PowerPoint presentation! Welcome to my TED Talk! You guys are all along for the ride now. The brain rot has kicked in and it has consumed a large chunk of my cerebellum. Whatever. I'm sure I didn't need that anyway. But yes, this is the Pokemon Masters design. I could have included the other designs, but you kind of saw them on the other slide, the concept art for the games. This, to my knowledge, Pokemon Masters does not have concept art. At least not that I know of. I don't think it does, because it's basically just the Black and White 2 design. So I don't think so. Something interesting that I couldn't showcase is when he is turned around, which is another interesting thing you can see in this game, because it's a 3D model, sometimes he'll turn around and his coat belt thing dangles pretty far down in the back. Like, what the heck? I don't even know how, at that point, how many times would he need to wrap it around himself to actually get it to close? Like, because if it hangs down so far in the back and it hangs down really far in the front, what is the point of it at that point? Because it... From what I understand, the way that those coats are supposed to work when they have a belt like that is they're supposed to make the shape of the coat change. So if you have a boxy coat, you use the belt to make it more of an hourglass shape. But his coat is already hourglass shaped, so what the heck is this? What would it do if he were to actually use it? What would it do? Yeah, I really hope Colress randomly shows up in another future game. I also hope Looker comes back. I want Looker to also come back. If they don't bring back Colress, bring back Looker at least. Because, like, what? Why did he just stop showing up? Like, I don't know. Have them show up together. I don't know. You can do that. Just have all the traveling characters show up together. Why not? Just bring them back. I like how Colress technically only traveled twice, but I'd still consider him to be a traveling NPC. Because he did travel twice, and he gets mentioned. That's gonna be on PowerPoint. Damn it, I keep jumping out of order, but... He gets mentioned in Gen 6, he shows up in Gen 7, he's from Gen 5, like... I would consider him to be a traveling NPC. Sure, what is the random thing for Looker? Oh god. I don't even, like... Oh, jeez. He should have been in Pokemon ZA. That would have been so cool. I'm kind of worried that the only way he is going to show up is through, like, a descendant type thing. But I don't think they could do that unless they jump forward by a lot in the timeline. So I don't think he'd randomly have offspring, but that is something I'm mildly worried about. But it would be funny because it would confirm whether or not the hair swoop, that blue thing, is natural or not. Is that naturally occurring or not? Does it pass down in genetics or not? But, whatchamacallit? I feel like he's more likely to clone himself than reproduce, personally, but... A clone of Colress running around would be really funny. Is it even the real Colress at that point? Who knows? Maybe he fell into a wormhole. Who knows? He could be just randomly traveling the universe at this point. He gets up to so much shit. Oh, jeez. Okay, we get Looker content in the form of a board game at least. Oh, I did also see the thing about Jet. I also was kind of on that copium for a little bit too. When I saw people talking about that, I was like, hell yes. If that gives him an excuse to show up, I'll take a random family member confirmation here too. I'll take it. I don't know too much about how Gigantamax works, but yeah, from what I understand, it only can happen in Galar. Or Galar, however the fuck you say it. I can't say any of the regions after a while. I think Alola was the last one I knew how to pronounce, and then I just kinda stopped. Oh yeah! The Terra Leak! I wanted to include the beta sprites, I forgot to include them. I forgot about those, but... yes, his beta design. He was entirely blonde. His hair swoop still existed, it was just entirely blonde. You couldn't really, like, see... you couldn't see it. Like, it just blended in, but it was still there. And he had blue eyes, and it was such a weird design. I think I can probably go over it later, but his beta design was so strange. Well, yes, sidetracked myself quite a bit. Moving on to the role he plays in the games. This one's kind of vague, so I can fill it in as I go. So, he kind of plays whatever role he needs to play whenever he does show up in a game. It's kind of a... Let's see. He's more of a... I guess that's where you could say the neutrality part comes into play. Because in Black and White 2, specifically, he is an antagonist. He is very much meant to be an antagonist. Though he may seem helpful at times, it's kind of to play into getting what he wants ultimately. He needs someone to test his theory on how to bring out the potential in Pokemon. What he thinks in the games, it's different depending on the iteration. In the games specifically, he thinks that humans and Pokemon are vital to bringing out the potential in Pokemon. So humans have to play a role in Pokemon's true potential coming out. You can't separate them, or else you can't bring out their potential. That is what he thinks. So he's actually very much opposed to the ideology of Team Plasma, where they think that humans and Pokemon should not be together. They should be separated. But one of the first things you will hear from Colress is that he does not agree. It is actually a meme in the trailer, but he does not agree with the Team Plasma ideology. Which is then interesting to find out that he is actually working for Team Plasma. Not just he's working for them, he is just straight up the leader of them. He is leading Neo Team Plasma. But he does not agree. He very much thinks that humans are the key to bringing out the potential of Pokemon, and he needs the player character to prove one way or the other how best to go about it. Because while he does think that humans and Pokemon are necessary for the potential, he doesn't actually have a concrete idea of how it should be done. How exactly do humans bring out the potential? Is it through kindness and friendship, or is it through cruelty? Which is kind of where he ends up in the middle ground. Because Team Plasma is very much all about cruelty. That's just kind of their whole thing. They're not great people, but they do provide great resources for figuring out his whole thesis, I guess. It helps with his hypothesis. Does cruelty bring out the potential of Pokemon? Does, like, pissing your Pokemon off make them stronger because they hate you? Like, is a full-powered frustration on a Hydreigon the full potential of that Hydreigon? Or is it actually friendship and treating your Pokemon like a partner and a true equal? Is that how you bring out their full potential? That's what he wants to know. So he pits the player against Team Plasma on purpose. Every time he shows up in Black and White 2, he's trying to kind of goad you in that direction of challenging the ideology of Team Plasma. He also just kind of dunks on Team Plasma every time he talks about them. It's kind of funny, but he wants to kind of steer the player character who he also sees potential in to basically go up against Getsus so he can figure out definitively which way is the best way to bring out a Pokemon's potential. which sounds really convoluted, and if this were an actual science experiment, it would not work because he would need to he'd have to have like controlled environment for this to happen in. He would also need to run the test several more times to actually figure out which way definitively is the better way for it to go. Because who's to say the player character winning is not like... Who's to say the player character didn't just like get lucky, you know? Like, you have to account for that variable, but the game does not account for that variable, so... when the player character defeats Getsus and takes down Team Plasma, Colress is just kind of like, nice, I got my answer, okay. I don't know what to do now. So... once you find him in the post-game, you have to fight your way to him in the post-game. He's all the way at the end of it, but I did it. I did it, and oh my god, it was difficult. Because I did not level up my party, like, aptly enough for this situation. But I did it anyway. He kind of, like, he has his answer now. He's pretty assured that friendship, the power of friendship is the way to go. But he kind of still doesn't really know what that means. Like, if you pay attention to some of his dialogue in the actual battle, like, he'll interject like 2 times whenever you're fighting him. The first time he interjects, it's about midway through the battle. He'll say something along the lines of, if it's what it takes to bring out their potential, I'll believe in my Pokemon. Which kind of implies he wasn't doing that beforehand, but... that's roughly what he says when talking about what he's learned, basically, during that fight. Once you get him on the back foot, like, you get him down to his last Pokemon, he'll interject again. He kind of stutters, too. He basically just says, if I had believed more, could we have won? Is basically along the lines of what he says. But he stutters on that first word, so he says if, and there's just a weird dash in between it. if. It kind of seems like he's shaken during that fight, but then he kind of bounces back. So he just wants to basically continue on with this idea. But then he'll kind of tell you he doesn't know what to do now, because he got his answer, now what? He doesn't know. So he's not sure what to do from then on. But if you want to keep fighting him, he's okay with that. So from that point on, every day you'll be able to fight him once per day, from what I understand. There's also something funny that happens if you say no to fighting him, because he doesn't give you an option the first time. The first time you go to rematch him, he will just, like, fight you. You don't get, like, a yes or no option. Every subsequent time, you will have the option to say no. If you do say no to him, he will call you an unkind person and to stop wasting his time. He kind of breaks the polite facade that he's had for most of the game. It's a little bit of a slip in the mask, where he goes from being this polite character to kind of showing what happens if you don't just go along with what he's trying to goad you into. Because he does kind of railroad you. He kind of railroads you, and if you stop playing along with him, then he kind of gets upset. Like, that's kind of where you see his temper show up, because he does have a bit of a temper, which is interesting, because, oh my god, you know he has a temper in the manga. Not so much in the anime, but in the games there are like hints of it, which is interesting. But yeah, that's the role he plays in Black and White too. In Sun and Moon, he just kind of shows up on Route 7. He gives you Flame Charge. I don't really know what he talks about. I'm pretty sure he just talks about how he likes it in Alola. Something about Pokebeans, and then he leaves. And he despawns from the game. Until the post-game, where you again find him on Route 7. He asks if you know what a Genesect is, and then gives you the Genesect drives. And I think then he might disappear from the game entirely again. That's his role in Sun and Moon. He doesn't really do shit, except for show up in the battle tree. You can fight him in the battle tree, that's something. they changed his role in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon to something kind of interesting, just because he plays way more of a role than any other of the returning characters do. For some reason, I don't... it's just kind of interesting that they went that route. He shows up on Route 7 again, or maybe it's Route 8. It might be Route 8. Might be Route 8. I might be off by one, but that's not actually the first time you can encounter him. You will find him on... Forgot what the island's called, oops. But he's hanging out at the Tide Song Hotel. You can enter his hotel room and he'll just kind of be looking off the balcony. So that's something. Yeah, the second island hotel. He'll just kind of be looking off of the balcony, and if you interact with him, he doesn't acknowledge the player characters, but he will just kind of start shouting random shit off of the balcony. I can't hear the music anymore. I think it doesn't like to keep playing on my end. Okay, there it is again. There is something in particular about his theme. This is a good enough point to bring this up, I guess. Let's see if I can... Am I anywhere close to where it is? I noticed this at some point. His coat, whenever he's typing, it makes a noise. And it comes from this fucking theme. It pulled the the most... I'd consider it kind of grating. There, that noise. I hope you guys can hear it. This fucking beeping noise. They pulled that from his theme to make the coat noise whenever he's typing on it, and it is one of the most grating things ever. But yes, it is part of his theme. They sampled it from his theme, that's where it comes from. I don't know if you guys could hear it. Yeah! Whatchamacallit. If you want to listen to it more in depth, you can go to, I think, 48 seconds in of his theme. If you start it from the beginning, it's like 48 seconds in. That or it's 43 seconds, it's one or the other. But it's that beeping noise, and his coat makes that beeping noise, and I go, like, mildly... I cannot understand anything he's saying whenever I hear that noise. I have to, like, mute my DS whenever I'm talking to him, because I can't focus on what he's saying with that noise going. And it doesn't play unless you're talking to him. He doesn't type unless you're talking to him. Which is like, God, Cord, are you doing this on purpose? God damn it. God, fuck. So, yeah, that part drove me a little bit crazy. That's the only reason I needed to be able to hear the audio, is because I needed to point out the beeping. Yeah, the fucking beeping. He might be stimming, honestly. His console coat is just a giant, like, fidget toy. I'd believe it. For anyone who's wondering why he's wearing a gigantic coat in Alola of all places, which is a tropical environment, he decked that thing out to have refrigerator capabilities. It is water-cooled, according to a random NPC in a Pokemon Center. You go up to this NPC and she just randomly tells you, this weird guy named Colress built a water-cooled coat, and he told me about it in detail. I don't know why. And you're just, you hear that and you're like, yep, that sounds like Colress. So it turns out his coat is water-cooled. It has temperature-controlling abilities, so he can presumably also make it warm, I'm not sure. He does walk up a frozen mountain while wearing it, which does make me think either he is more immune to cold than heat, or maybe it has warming capabilities too. I'm not entirely sure. He doesn't clarify that. You can walk up that, like, mountain wearing a crop top, to be fair, so people are just built different. I'd believe it. I saw a post on, I don't remember if it was Tumblr or Twitter, but someone was talking about how he has the vibes of a homeschooled kid, so... I'd believe it if he just naturally was cold and had more cold tolerance than warm tolerance, but... I don't know. That's the explanation behind the coat. That's the explanation behind the coat. This coat, his lab coat, doesn't seem to have any type of modifications to it. It does have diamonds all over it, which I think is an interesting choice. Just because I can't figure out what they mean. I don't know what the diamonds mean. They probably don't mean anything. They're just a cool shape, but like, why diamonds? Why are they all over his coat? They're on his sleeves or his buttons? Like, why does he have so many? What are they for? They're also on the Alolan coat too. They're also the buttons on the Alolan coat. What do they mean? Whatever, I don't know. But yeah, I don't remember where I was going with that. Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, his role in that one. You can first encounter him in the Tidesong Hotel, where he will proceed to shout random thesis shit off of his balcony about the potential of friendship and how he learned this from a trainer, an unnamed trainer, but presumably the protagonist from Black and White 2. He learned whatever, and now he's here in Alola to study some shit about potential research. He does none of that, by the way. He's doing actively none of that. Every time you encounter him, none of that is occurring, but... so... yeah, he won't actually turn around. He doesn't acknowledge you, which kind of implies he didn't even know you were in the room with him, which is kind of funny. You could probably have pushed him off that balcony, and he would not have known. But, that is technically the first time you can encounter him. The next time is a mandatory encounter. It is on Route 8. It kind of plays out the same way. That it does in Sun and Moon, where except this time he's talking to the Ultra Recon Squad. Those characters were not present in the first game. They show up in the second game, or the remakes, I guess. The whatever you consider Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon to be, because their plot is different than the first game, so I don't know. He does seem like he's already gone crazy. But, yeah, so he's talking to the Ultra Recon Squad. They want him to build something for them. And he agrees because it sounds interesting. Not for any other reason, it just sounds interesting. So that's why he's helping them with whatever. When you talk to him, he's just like, something, here's Flame Charge, you're doing the trials, that's cool. Pokemon Beans. Bye! And then he leaves. And you can still encounter him at the hotel, so he didn't just despawn randomly, but... you'll kind of hear about him sporadically throughout the game, which is kind of weird, because that doesn't really happen with any of the other visiting characters. You don't really hear about Cynthia or Wally. You do hear about Colress, specifically from NPCs. There are 2 NPCs who will mention him. The aforementioned one in the Pokemon Center who brings up his coat, and another NPC on the island that you can find his hotel on. She talks about an eccentric man who gave her a device that tracks the amount of times Pokemon call for help. Which sounds weird, because it is weird, but also you can assume from the description of eccentric man that she's talking about Colress, because that is typically how Colress is described by other characters throughout the franchise. You can assume that is him, though technically he is not named, but you can just assume that it is him. Yes, it is the cowgirl. So that's something. 2 NPCs will mention him. And he will get mentioned sporadically throughout the actual mainline story, usually by the Recon Squad, who will... From what I understand, the Recon Squad, because they're from another universe, that's just a thing, they kind of take things literally a lot. So I think whenever they hear Colress Machine, they interpret it literally, so a machine made by Colress, because that's what they tend to call it, is a machine made by the scientist Colress, I think is what they say. So he gets name dropped a handful more times throughout the main plot, and you don't really get to find out what the device that he made was until Lucamine steals it and decides to use it herself. It doesn't go too well, and you end up having to step in later when it all goes wrong. And Necrozma ends up ends up fusing with either Lunala or Solgaleo. And that's a problem, because now it means that it's fully powered up and you gotta go to a different universe riding on the extra legendary that they just had lying around for some reason. So you go and you get you get like, I forgot what it's called. You get skill checked at this boss. It is like a difficulty curve. If you're not prepared for it, it will steamroll you. And that's kind of cool. I wish they did that more often in games, or Pokemon games specifically. They do that a lot in normal games, but you gotta fight this thing. Yeah, it is an actual boss fight. There's an Eevee in chat, by the way, if anyone wants that. So once you do all that, Necrozma ends up defusing with the box legendary Nebby and kind of crash lands on the mountain that they built the Elite Four on. So that becomes relevant. So the next time you encounter Colress, it'll be on the mountain, I'm pretty sure. You encounter the crater that Necrozma left when it crashed into the damn mountain. And you can catch Necrozma. I don't know what happens if you don't catch Necrozma, but Colress will show up, say, "That's cool, you caught the thingy. Here's a Colress machine. Here are 2 Colress machines. But they have other names too." And he gives you the Ensolarizer I can't. I don't. You guys know what I'm talking about. He gives the player character those thingies, which he states can fuse Necrozma to one of the box legendaries, depending on which one you use. And he says that he invented these to help the Ultra Recon Squad because it sounded interesting, but he added the feature to fuse them together without actually telling them. Like, he just randomly tells you that he didn't ask permission to add that feature. So for all we know, the reason Necrozma fused with Nebby is because of that. We don't really know. We don't really know. We can only really assume that either it was connected or maybe he added that after the fact once he heard about it, that it was just a thing they could do. Hydrate. And a posture check. So, yeah! He will also comment that he has a past history with fusing things together. Like, but he says he won't talk about it because it's a story for another time. Or a story for, like, something. He just doesn't want to talk about it. Potential, yeah. Who knows? Maybe that's how you bring out their potential. You fuse them together. Like a melted ice cream cone. Yep, that's how it works. So, I think that's the last time you'll see him, like, in the mainline game. Or the main story, anyway. He will show up in the end credits. He's at the Aether Foundation. And it's just like, the credits are rolling, he's at the Aether Foundation, he's talking to some Aether people. And then Faba, he's one of the people that work at Aether Foundation. He's green and shady. He's also named after a bean. So who knows? Maybe that's what Colress is looking for. He did keep mentioning Pokebeans for a while. Maybe he was looking for Faba, who knows? But Faba uses the only elevator in the entire building, and for some reason Colress finds that, like, somewhat suspicious, I guess? Like, he looks at it, and he just kind of, like, puts his hand up to his face in like the thinking pose. He's still smiling. He's kind of got that perpetual smile that the protagonist has going on, where they just do not change emotion, like, ever. It's always just a perpetual smile. He's kind of got that going on too, so who knows. But, we're supposed to find that, like, a bit suspicious, I think, but honestly, there is one whole elevator in the building. What else was Baba supposed to do? They were on the top floor! Whatever, man. So that starts the Rainbow Rocket. The Rainbow Rocket plotline. I have a thing for that later. We're still, oh my god, we're still just stuck on like the third slide. God. It's what I mean by yap a lot. But yeah, that's kind of what he does in the main game for Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. I'll go over Rainbow Rocket episode later. Pokemon Masters EX, the most you gotta know about that is the game is not canon, it's a mobile game. He sure does show up in there. He shows up in the Unova villain arc. I think that was the first time he appeared. I might be wrong. The game doesn't really categorize its old events, so if he showed up in a previous one, I wouldn't know. Oops. He showed up with the partner Pokemon Klinklang. The whole gimmick of this game is that the Pokemon trainers are kind of the main focus. It's a gacha game and you pull for the characters, not the Pokemon. You can pull for the Pokemon if you want, but they're gonna be attached to a trainer, so you gotta hope you can tolerate that trainer. There are duplicates too. Like, there are some Pokemon that are attached to multiple trainers, or like, the best example I can think of is that someone, I'm pretty sure Silver, I think that's his name, the redhead rival character from Gen 2, I think his name is Silver, he has a Ho-Oh. And for some reason, Morty, the ghost gym leader from Gen 2, has a shiny Ho-Oh. I guess. So you can double up on Pokemon, one of them might just be shiny. So, I don't know why I felt the need to explain that. No one else has a Klinklang. Colress is the only one with a Klinklang so far. Well, I mean, N has one as well. He uses it in battle sometimes, but not as his partner Pokemon. N kind of gets to hoard a lot of the Pokemon now that I think about it. Colress only has one unit in the game so far, and it is his Klinklang. He doesn't even get to have a legendary, because the other characters have taken pretty much all of them. There are no legendaries left, I don't think, unless they give him shiny Genesect. They should do it, unless they're cowards. They should just do it. Even... Actually, now that I don't think Getsus has another unit either. I think both of them just only have the one unit. They don't seem to like using Getsus, so that there might be a reason for that. Colress shows up sporadically. In Pokemon Masters EX specifically, his whole thing is that he shows up and all the characters are kind of like, oh my fucking god, it's this guy. Oh god. Everyone is so exasperated by him, it's great. No one can stand this guy, and it is like one of the funniest running jokes that they have, in my opinion. It's just kind of like... Man, okay, so... He'll show up, he'll start saying some shit, everyone's kind of reacting like, what the fuck is he talking about? Because sometimes he'll just start saying shit, even if it's not appropriate for what's currently going on. Like, I don't know how to begin to even summarize the plotline of Masters EX, because there kind of isn't a coherent one. Like, they do have one, but it would take forever for me to explain it, and I don't think you guys want to listen to me explain that whole thing, especially because I have to, like, try to pick out only the chunks that Colress shows up in, so it would not make any sense, but, suffice it to say, sometimes he will be, like, in a battle where the fate of the entire island they are all staying on is at stake, and Colress will decide to prioritize something completely unrelated. Like, one time... The whole game is basically fan service, so they'll pair up characters that the fans want to see interact together, so for like 5 seconds we got to see Colress interact with Ed, and it was in this battle to save Pasio, which is however the fuck you say that, the island that the game is set on, they're trying to, like, prevent a hostile takeover from Team Rocket. Because of course. And, N mentions offhandedly that he can hear the Pokemon are, like, agitated. And Chorus just completely ignores the battle from then on out. He's like, you just confirmed you can understand Pokemon. That's fascinating. And then he just kind of, he completely turns away from the fight. He's just facing N entirely. And he's just asking questions. And it's like, dude, lock the fuck in. What are you doing? The fucking island is at stake. Why are you trying to talk about Pokemon? What are you doing? I'm pretty sure one of the Rocket Grunts even tells him to stop yapping. Because he's just, like... Oh god, he's just not locked in on anything. He is never on the same page as anyone. He is doing his own thing. Yeah! He's, like, so locked in on science that nothing else matters. I will say, though, Pokemon Masters EX is known for having very bare-bones portrayals of characters. I do think they got Chorus pretty... not spot-on, but, like, pretty good. I think he's funny. They kind of butchered a lot of other character portrayals in that series, though, so... Chorus just kind of happened to get kind of lucky, I guess, with how he's portrayed. It could have been worse. It could have been so much worse. He could have just been evil in this game, but he's still kind of comedic relief. I just kind of think it's funny, he doesn't really react when characters are exasperated with him. Like, he doesn't get offended or anything. He's just like... He's just kind of ignoring the reactions and continuing on. But there is one time where it's like one of the main story events. I think one of the... I can't remember who it is. One of the supporting characters, like, asks who he is because they don't know who he is. And he, like... for a very brief moment, looks super pissed off before going back to smiling. And it's like, dude, what was that reaction? He looks super pissed off that they don't know who he is, and then he goes right back to smiling and introduces himself like nothing happened. So, they don't acknowledge that. We don't know why he did that, but maybe that's the mythical temper. Who knows? Oh yeah, it is widely agreed upon that his master's voice is probably the best fit for him. He's had many different voice roles. Like, different people have voiced him, and they all sound slightly different. But a lot of people agree that the voice he has in Masters EX is probably the best one. Just because he doesn't have an odd accent like in the anime, and his voice isn't super deep like it is in the trailer. I don't know why it's so deep in the trailer. It's kind of jarring, because it doesn't look like his voice should be super deep. It doesn't look like it'd be super high either, but like... I don't know, the area that Masters EX fell into, like, is kind of like the best area, I think. I mean, like, you could probably assume some, what's the word? I don't want to say narcissist, but like, he seems to very much like himself, because all of his machines are named after himself. You know. Self-centered, there you go. He does seem to be a very self-centered character, which you can interpret or like infer just from like small things you find out about him. But yeah, he does have smug aura. It is kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Moving the tag-along to general vibe, which the smug aura kind of fits into. I don't actually remember what my slides are, so that I might repeat stuff that shows up on the literal next slide, because I forget what I put it here. But, I'm gonna be real, I just kind of figured I'd ramble about Colress and it would just work out somehow. The PowerPoint is a guide, but not a rule set, I guess. I'm just gonna kind of yap about whatever. And hopefully it keeps me somewhat on target. Hopefully. Maybe. But yeah, general vibe. In the games, he is kind of... He does have that self-centered, like, that vibe to him. He seems to be... I'm not, like, he's such an interesting character because it's kind of hard to explain his personality. I don't know how I would go about explaining it without either underselling it or overselling it. Because he is a very intelligent character. He's probably one of the most intelligent characters in the entire series. And I only say that because, again, he's not locked in on anything ever. He says that his whole study is what brings out the potential of Pokemon. Meanwhile, he's over here designing an entire coat that can help him stay cold in the tropical environment of Alola instead of just dressing down. He just built a whole fucking coat. He made an invisibility device to stick into the coat so he can turn invisible at any point. He developed technology to forcefully remove people from a universe that aren't supposed to be there, presumably back into their own universe. We don't actually know if it works, though, because we don't see what ends up happening to the person when they come out the other end. We see what happens on our end when he banishes someone. We don't know if they survive that. He says it's a success. We don't know that for sure, though. We don't know if he's lying to us or if he even knows, but he's doing so much random shit that is unrelated to Pokemon potential. This is why I say he's never locked in, because what does any of that have to do with potential? Why did he invent a device that counts how many times a Pokemon calls for help? Why did he do that? Like, it's a gimmick in the game, but why did he actually do that? Like, within lore reasons. Was that for potential? Did he think that maybe Pokemon relying on Pokemon had something to do with potential? Sometimes the Pokemon that call for help get eaten by the Pokemon they call for help from. Who knows? I don't know. What does it mean? There's another thing he invented. It's like, I'm kind of drawing a blank on it. He did something else, though. What was it? Oh, he forcefully fuses Pokemon sometimes. He does that. That might have something to do with potential. Who knows? He's just a very weirdly intelligent character who uses that intellect for entirely questionable things. Like, why? Why does he do the things that he does? He's like... He's very... almost sociable, I guess? Like, he isn't shy to talk to people. He'll just kind of walk up to people and start saying shit. He has a lot of confidence. He just walks up to people, introduces himself, his life goal, everything, like, and he'll just kind of go. He'll just keep talking to you. Like, he doesn't have an issue with that. He's a wizard from Adventure Time. Oh my god. Maybe. You might be onto something. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe his personality without, like, underselling or overselling it. Because he's just a weirdly interesting, weird character. He, even for Pokemon terms, he's just kind of weird. Like, he's a villain, but he's also... He's pleasant. He's not like... Well, the game version's not homicidal, but some of his other iterations do walk that line. Some of them aren't even walking the line, they're over the line, but, you know. Explicit sadness. Yeah, from what we understand of game Colress, at least, he doesn't seem too sad, honestly. He's more so cheerful. In every interaction you have with him, he's usually cheerful. Sometimes he might seem angry. Not very often. It's not very often. Sometimes he might seem angry. He's usually cheerful. I think the closest you can get to saying he's ever been sad that we've seen in the games is when he questions if maybe he had believed in his Pokemon more, that would have allowed them to win the fight in the post-game battle with him, but I don't know if that's sadness, it just kind of seems like he's a little bit shaken on his beliefs, or like, I don't know, he's a very like look towards the future type character. He doesn't really get waylaid by slip-ups. Like, he's just kind of got the vibe of a character who sees any type of mess up, like if an invention doesn't work or what have you, it's kind of like a building block for getting it right the next time. That's kind of the type of character he is, which is interesting that he's also morally corrupt. He's very... that's just kind of his vibe. He's very friendly seeming with almost like... it's like... he's morally bankrupt, yeah. Morally bankrupt, cheerful character who doesn't care what happens to people as long as he gets results. I think a lot of people tend to overlook the fact that he just straight up mentioned in his monologue right before you fight him, in the end game, not in the post game, but the end game of Black and White 2, he has a little monologue where he says he doesn't care if the entire world gets destroyed, so be it. He wants his, he just wants to find out the answers. He doesn't really care if a lot of people die in the process. He's interesting. I don't know how to describe that, really. Cheerful character, morally bankrupt. Very intelligent character, morally bankrupt. If he wasn't morally bankrupt, then maybe... I don't know, we probably would have world peace at this point. Like, the Pokemon universe could be thriving if he were putting any of his, like... any of whatever he's doing towards, like, an actually good goal. Maybe they would, like... They probably wouldn't have that many problems in the Pokemon world. He could have been a professor, and instead he's out here blowing up cities. I don't know what kind of character you would put that down as, but like that's him. That's what he's doing. Yeah, I will touch on that whole thing slightly later. I have a slide dedicated to the fandom, the woobification. At your request, the woobification will be talked about. Oh, but first we gotta talk about his team. Because unlike the other iterations, Game Colress actually has a full team. You saw it slightly earlier. That was his team. I found a bunch of... I found these, the Clink line. I think these things are neat, so I put them in here. Yeah, his team. I will cover more about his Pokemon in its own slide, but his team are interesting, to say the least. He is considered a Steel-type specialist. I don't care if they're not good, I'm using them anyway. Any chance I get, I'm using them. But, I think, from what I understand, Klinklang is his, like, his ace, I think, is what you'd call it. It's like his signature Pokemon. From what I understand, his design is meant to call to mind the Clink line. His little hair swoop is meant to be the outer ring of the Klinklang. That's why that's like that, from what I understand. So, yeah. Klinklang is kind of tied to his character. He's kind of got the color palette of one if you squint, which is interesting. The shiny form of Klinklang, this is unrelated, has the color palette of Getsus in Black and White 2. Sure, that doesn't mean anything, but it is something that I noticed a while back, and I don't know where else to mention it at. His team is pretty cool. A lot of them are steel types, and that's kind of his whole gimmick, but the other thing is that they are all, for the most part, with the exception of Behem and Rotom, are, I guess, fusion Pokemon? Pokemon that are made up of Pokemon that are, like, put together. Like, Clink is 2 Clinks. Clang is more gears. Clang is more gears. Same with Magnemite. Magneton, more Magnemites. Magnezone, I don't know how the fuck that thing works, but that is a thing. That's a thing. Metagross, I didn't know this until I looked at its Pokedex entry. That thing is also built of Beldum. They just build on each other. All his Pokemon, with the exception of Behem and Rotom, they build upon each other. His whole deal is fusing Pokemon. That's just a thing. His team has that. It's also a themed team, as you guys probably noticed earlier, or if you've just been a fan of him, you probably noticed this. A lot of his Pokemon are object-based, with the only real exception being Behem, which is an alien, which I guess you could, if you squint, consider that object-based. It's not from this world, I don't know, but that's kinda... Oh, right! Rotom fusing to devices is an honorable mention, yeah. Okay, maybe they all do, except for Behem. What? Behem just stands out a lot. Behem is, like, very... I like Behem. I just don't know how it really fits in here, unless you want to, like, go into headcanon territory on how Behem fits. I would say Behem kind of resembles Colress. Forehead, mainly. But also his Alola coat, I'd say, has some similarities to how Behem looks, which might just be their workaround for the fact that they didn't include Behem on his team in Alola. So I won't be covering his Alola team because I honestly don't remember it off the top of my head the way I do his black and white team. I know he has a Muck, an Alolan Muck. He's got Voltorb, Porygon, or not Porygon, but like Porygon Z. Whatever comes before Porygon Z. It's just kind of... He's got like a theme of object-based Pokemon, which is pretty cool. I feel like that fits his character pretty well. Porygon 2, there you go. He's got a Porygon 2 in the Alola games. It's one of the Pokemon he can throw out in the battle tree. He's usually stuck an Eevee-Light to it, so that's cool. He also, I'm gonna cover this more later, he puts items on his Pokemon, like, pretty much every time, except for, I think the first 2 times you ever battle him in Black and White 2, he won't be using items, but he will start using items from then on. It just kind of makes him a little bit of a tougher challenge. Yeah, a lot of his Pokemon do seem to be machine-based. It fits with his character. He likes to invent things, apparently. Whatever the hell he's doing in Alola. All of that. It can be assumed he helped with the Kyurem canon as well. I have no idea, generic. I have no idea how good any of these actual items are. Yeah! Oh, a really cool thing about Colress and the way he battles, I have a slide for this later, but I'm gonna talk about it now. A really cool thing about how he battles is I feel like when the developers were designing his team, they were actually taking into account how people in the competitive scene actually use Pokemon and their items. And like different items to like... Because he'll put like, you know, like Klingklang's got a major ground weakness. He puts air balloons on it to negate it. It's not a perfect fix for it, but if you don't know that his Klinklang has air balloons, you might try to attack it with the ground type move. You know. He's got an EVLA on his Magneton. I don't remember what item he put on his Behem. He's got, let's see. I'm pretty sure one of his Pokemon has leftovers, or I might just be thinking of something in the battle tree. Forgot what Metagross has. Rotom has a Life Orb, which is interesting. I don't remember what Magnezone has. Oops. I probably should have double checked that before, like, I mean, I guess I still could. You guys wouldn't know if I just had my phone out, but yeah, I'm going off the top of my head for the most part. But he does seem to use some, like, strategy when actually designing how his team is structured. You could... Oh, another thing about his team. I'm just gonna, like, completely... I'm gonna completely derail myself, but another thing with his team. Shoot, what was it? Shit, what was it? Ah! Oh god, what was it? What was it? It's like something with his Black and White 2 team specifically. What are they doing? What are they doing? Yeah! What was it? So I talked about the fusion thing, talked about the typing thing, talked about... what was it? Dang it, what was it? I forgot! Oh! Ah! I don't know if this part was gonna come up later or not. Shoot. Something with his team, it's a gimmick. I was thinking about... Oh jeez, I just saw Sockman's comment. Just wait till we get to the manga! What was it about his team that I was gonna bring up? I forgot. Dang it. I don't remember. It might come back to me later. It might come back to me later. I can't remember it right now. It was something that a lot of his team has, which I noticed. Forgot what it was though, so we're just gonna end up moving on. So away from his team for now. That's gonna bug me for a bit, but it might come up later. Again, I do have an entire slide dedicated to his Pokemon and how they fight. Yeah. Oh, I just remembered it! I just remembered it because you started talking about the, generic talking about the competitive viability. All of his Pokemon are slow. All of his Pokemon move kinda slow. They're not very fast, but they do hit pretty hard. That is a gimmick with his team. This will contribute to the to another slide that'll come up later. It would have come up later. Okay. All of his Pokemon have very slow moving. They're just very slow moving. It'll contribute to a panel later. Don't worry about it. Moving on though. We're finally progressing. The manga's favorite fruitcake. We are finally in the manga territory. Everyone rejoice. This dude, he is the most creative interpretation, I'd say. He strays quite a bit from the game canon, but that's kind of par for the course for the manga in general. If you know anything about the Pokemon manga, you know it can get kind of wild. Colress and his interpretation in this fucking manga, it is no exception. I have so many things of the manga. I went and bought all 4 volumes of the manga just to understand the sheer insanity that is the Black and White 2 arc. Oh god. But yeah, Colress is the main villain of the Black and White 2 arc. I actually wasn't sure if I should put main villain because Getsus is still in play, but I'd argue Colress is like more present than Getsus is for a little bit longer than Getsus is. They're still both kind of equally important, but I'd say Colress is like the main villain of the manga. He is the one that the protagonist like directly has to take down. So I'd say he's probably the main villain. He is very, very interesting though. I was surprised they didn't kill him. I am very surprised. The manga started back in, from what I understand, 2013. I kind of figured they were setting him up as the really flamboyant character that would die at the end because they made him too flamboyant. They made him a little bit too flirty with the guys. So I figured they were gonna kill him. I figured that's what they were setting him up for. Like, obviously spoilers going forward. Spoilers for the games, like we're a bit past the game part, but spoilers for like everything involving Horus, just spoilers. But in the manga, I thought they were setting up to kill him, because in the second volume, when fighting Zinzalin, Zinzalin has control of Kirim, the third dragon legendary. Oh, there's the music again. Where'd that come from? Okay. His battle theme just kicked on in my headset. Okay, cool. I don't know if that's been playing consistently for y'all, but it hasn't for me, so... Actually, I'm just gonna go ahead and, like, mute that for me again. I don't need to hear it, but that is kind of scary that his battle theme kicked in. Why do I hear boss music? Okay. Oh god. I hear boss music. So... I kind of figured they were setting up to kill him. I keep repeating that, but, in the fight he has with Zinzalin in the second volume, he specifically states that because Kirim is being controlled by Zinzalin, it can't kill him. If Kirim were not being controlled by Zinzalin, he directly implies that it would have probably been able to kill him and his Clink Clang. Also, I just feel the need to, like, tell you guys, for anyone who doesn't know what happens in the manga, he regularly just kind of surfs around on his Pokemon. He's, like, just kind of floating around on his Clink Clang constantly. It is really funny. Especially considering Clink Clang are actually very tiny, he should not be able to stand on them. But he does, which either implies that his Clink Clang is, like, an alpha or something, like maybe it's just bigger than normal, or Colress is tiny for some reason. But yeah, I doubt that he's tiny. He's probably like one of the tallest characters so far. He is one of the tallest characters. But yeah, so in this fight with Zinzalin, he directly implies that he isn't dead because Zinzalin just sucks as a trainer. That is what he's implying, which sounds like foreshadowing, especially considering how they end up dealing with him. Also, he has a fake-out death. He has a fake-out death in, like, I can't remember if it's volume 3 or 4, but while fighting Blake, the male protagonist of the Gen 2, not Gen 2, of the Black and White 2 games, in the manga, Blake is a Interpol agent in disguise. Like, he's 12 years old within this continuity. He's 12 years old, but he was raised to be an Interpol agent, like international police secret agent. He's like very high up the chain. It's kind of crazy. But he, for Blake, his I don't like calling him Blake, but the other name to call him by is Lactu, like Black2, but you cut off the B, so it's Lactu. I like to say that one more, but that's not a person's name. But yeah, Lactu, he caught Keldeo, which is I think that's a mythical. I don't think you could actually catch it in the games for a really long time, but he caught a Keldeo, and the Keldeo has beef with Colress specifically, because the other Swords of Justice, I think is what they're called, they got frozen and dropped into the ocean in the previous manga, in the Black and White 1 arc, and Keldeo is like traumatized by that. He doesn't know which person was responsible for that. It was Colress, though. That was his fault. It was his Genesec's fault, technically, but, Keldeo decides to take one for the team and stab Colress. So he fucking stabs him, like, straight up stabs him. He's aiming for the heart. And it's like a fake-out death moment, where Colress reacts like he took damage, which honestly he probably did, because he still got stabbed technically, but it's a fake out death because it's revealed that Colress actually didn't get hit by it at all because he had I think it's called the reversal or reveal glass, the thing that controls the other forms of the genie Pokemon. I forget what they're called. I never learned their group name, but that was controlling those. It's a long story. It's a long story told in 4 volumes. So it hit the reveal glass instead, and that broke, which means that the genie Pokemon are no longer under Plasma's control, which is oops for the Shadow Triad, who all proceed to get wiped out. Oops. Yeah! So, like, he gets stabbed, it's a fake out death. And it's like, okay, so the next time he ends up, like, you know, he doesn't die from the fake stabbing. It doesn't actually stab him, it broke the glass, but I argue that probably still cut him because it's fucking glass and it shattered. And it was under his shirt. Like, he probably still took damage for that. Then he gets knocked off his Genesect, he free falls, somehow catches himself on his Kling Klang, which probably would have dislocated his shoulder, because he seems to have done it one-handed. That probably would have, yeah, not good. Then he gets hit by a Victini, using a fire-type move. He doesn't die from that, but it does fuck up his hair a little bit. Not his hair swoop, that's fine, but his hair's kind of like falling out of the slicked back hairstyle he has. And like, then Kyurem comes in, and point blank, sheer colds him in the face, yeah. So you would think that's what the foreshadowing would be. He said that because Zinzalin was in the way, Kyurem couldn't kill him. Zinzalin's not in the way anymore. Kyurem should have killed him, especially because, as mentioned, it was Victini boosted, and it was point blank sheer cold to the face. He should be dead. He should have died, but they didn't kill him. And that was really surprising to me, because I figured that's what they were setting up for. He had a fake out death. Why would you have another fake out death in the same fucking volume? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I figured they were going to kill him. I think they were going to kill him, if not for the 7-year hiatus that they got stuck in. 7-year hiatus hell. Oh my god, finding out about this was like a doozy. I remember way back when I was in the Pokemon fandom, even back then, Gen 5, yeah. Black and White 2 had come out, and that was really cool. I played through the games one whole time. I retained none of that information, because even as a 12-year-old, I couldn't fucking read. Oops, that's like on the back of the box that you need to be able to read in order to enjoy the game, but I didn't read it because I couldn't read! So, oops. But yeah, I didn't really retain any of that, but I did hear about the manga adaptation. Around that time, I started getting really into, like, the Pokemon fandom in other medias. Like, I already watched the anime somewhat, I kind of fell off on that though. The manga seemed promising, but I couldn't find anywhere to read it. And I didn't have money, so couldn't buy it. I bought them now though. I have some money now. But yes, the 7-year hiatus I heard about, because around the time I found out about the mangas, it actually was not immediately after Black and White 2 had come out. It was, let's see, probably, I think around 2016, whatever you call that. I had gotten into the Submass fandom, which is the Subway Masters, aka Ingo and Emmett. You guys who know the channel know that Xenon and Zinc are directly influenced by the Subway Masters. And yeah, but that left an imprint on us, and we just kinda wanted to know more about the characters, experience the characters more. We like watched the anime a lot. Found out about the manga that way. That's how we found out about the manga. Looked into it. found out Ingo and Emmett showed up in the Black and White 1 edition, like the thing that happened before the Black and White 2 arc. And from there, we like kind of scrounged for crumbs. They showed up quite a bit, honestly, in the manga, which is cool. But we didn't end up looking into it further because we found out Black and White 2's adaptation was stuck in hiatus hell, and it had been for a while. So I think by that point, 2016, if it did actually start in 2013, then at least 3 years potentially had gone by where it was in hiatus hell, and it ended on a cliffhanger where the protagonist of Black and White 1 is potentially not dead, but like in suspended animation. So it's a cliffhanger for sure. And they had like maybe 1 volume out of Black and White 2 before they put it on hiatus, and then they just didn't go back to it. So for the longest time, we don't really know what the plan there was. So I think things changed. Things definitely changed. There was probably a plot in place for Black and White 2. But what went wrong was that they can only have 1 slot in the magazine that they post the manga in at a time. So there will only ever be 1 Pokemon manga adaptation running in that magazine that they publish in at a time. They can't have 2. So because Black and White 2 was unexpected, and they didn't really think that, you know, they were going to have a sequel, they figured they'd have a definitive edition, which is what all the other games had done. But no, Black and White 2 was a direct sequel. They weren't expecting that, so they had to kind of change the ending to lead into another iteration, basically. But in doing so, that caused the Black and White 1 manga to run overtime. It went a little bit longer than it was supposed to, which cut into the time that the Black and White 2 manga would have had in that magazine spot. So it got a late start, and then got fucking kneecapped by the fact that X and Y released 6 months after Black and White 2, from what I understand. So then they had to start working on the X and Y manga. Because the way that they want it to work is that the manga runs parallel to the games. Whatever game is new, they will be running the manga alongside it. So because X and Y came out so soon after Black and White 2, and because the Black and White 1 manga had run overtime, that gave very little time for Black and White 2's manga adaptation to be in the magazine before it had to be removed to have X and Y's manga in that magazine spot. So it got stuck in hiatus hell for 7 years. It took them 7 years, like, of sporadically trying to get volumes out whenever they could to actually get this story, like, told. That's why there's only 4 volumes, and that's why the 4th volume is so tiny compared to the rest of them. They had to cram whatever story they were working on into a bite-sized thing that you could, like, just get over with. They just needed it to be done. They couldn't leave it open-ended. They maybe could have gotten away with it if not for the fact that Colress showed up in Gen 7. He showed up in Alola. If he hadn't done that, they may have actually gotten away with just leaving it in hiatus hell forever. But no, now they had to explain why Colress is in Alola. So that caused some issues. And I think is also why Colress wasn't killed. Because they didn't know if he was going to keep showing up in other games. They can't kill him if they don't know if he's gonna show up in other games. But also, this might be a hot take. I think they should have just killed him. I think they should have just killed him. Like, it would have sucked, especially because they did lean into him being kind of flirty with guys. That is more of a interpretation on my part, though. You could argue that he is not flirty with the guys, but he did have a weird interaction with Zinzolin where there's just a random heart when talking to him, so I don't know. But, like, it would kind of have the vibe of the, oops, we had to kill the, like, one flamboyant character off, but I don't know, because like way back when, 2013, that was kind of how they did it back then. If you had a character like that, you had to kill them because the bury your gaze trope. It was unfortunate, but that's kind of what I expected to happen. I kind of thought that's what they were leading into, but because the thing it got stretched out for so long, I kind of figured, yeah, that kind of saved him too. The fact that he keeps showing up in other games, and the fact that we don't have to be homophobic anymore. I kind of figured that saved him. But also, I do think they maybe should have just killed him. Like, not because he could have been gay, but because that's just what they had implied was going to happen. It's just weird that he got 2 fake out deaths, a lot of foreshadowing for it, and then he survives. But honestly, arguably, manga Colress would have deserved it. He's kind of an awful person. Like, objectively an awful person. He just kind of would have deserved it. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know how closely the manga is tied to the games. I don't think it's tied closely at all, honestly. I think they find out whenever. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. They can't kill a character just in case they come back, which is also what we saw happen with Colress. I think if the manga had released as it was going to, Colress may have died. He may have died. But they also may have left it ambiguous so they could potentially bring him back later. But I think they may have killed him. Had the story been told the way it was meant to and not crammed into 4 volumes with a lot of cut content, I think maybe Colress would have died. But, you know, I don't know. That's just that is like a biased thought from my point of view, is I think they were setting up for him to die. I'm kind of surprised he didn't. I think the 7-year hiatus saved him. But the main reason I think that he should have died is they didn't even bring him back. The character of Colress in Gen 7's manga is not Colress. That is Lactu pretending to be him. So if you were going to do that anyway, why did you even keep him alive? You could have killed him and it would have been fine. Any future iteration of Colress would have just been Lactu, which would have been annoying, but you could have... I don't get it. Like, I don't think Colress is really going to show up again in the manga's universe unless it's a cameo in the background. Like, if Interpol ever gets shown again, like the headquarters, he might show up in the background somewhere. But I don't think he'd ever, like, outright show up again, even if he did make another appearance in another game. Unless he was working with Interpol, which would be something that they'd have to work into the universe. I'm sure they could find a way. The manga has a completely different continuity than the games, so they don't have to follow it one for one. They kind of just straight up don't. Black and White 2 was entirely creative liberties. Pretty much none of that was in line with the game, but you know, that's what made it kind of fun. But yeah, I don't know what else is on this slide. Oh, it's just pictures. Here's some more examples of manga Colress and his Colressness in the manga. He's an interesting one. He's definitely a different take on the character than the game's iteration of him. He's more smiley. He looks cheerful, whereas the game version of Colress is more like, he's got like a smile, but it kind of doesn't reach his eyes. Like, he's smiling, but he kind of looks dead inside. There's almost no thoughts behind his eyes, but you know there's a lot of thoughts behind his eyes. That's the confusing part. This version of Colress, he's smiling constantly, and I think I've described it before as he's gleefully homicidal. Because he's always, like, He's always smiling, but he immediately will follow it up without fail with a really fucked up sentence. He's just kind of like that, and it's interesting. I thought about adding the speech bubble heart one, but I didn't know where to put it. Also, I couldn't find like a scan of it. I could have used like the picture I had from my version of the manga, but my lighting is really bad. And it wouldn't really fit in with the others because they're all scans. I did think about it though. Oh god. Did it get stuck? Did something freeze? No, there it goes. Okay. We're again. Okay. It's just taking its time. Oh, thank you. I might have to like take you up on that offer at some point because I can't find the scanned. I just have to go off of what other people have posted online. I can't find the scans. I have my own that I can take from the like physical manga I've got, but they look kind of grainy and sometimes the colors are really blown out. Especially if there's heavy shading. They just get completely blown out, but you know. Moving on, we've got Hoodman. That is a manga-specific alter ego for Colress that he for some reason seems to prefer over his lab coat. He is wearing the Hoodman cloak more than he wears his lab coat. I think he wears the lab coat for Volume 2 and a little bit of Volume 1. At the very end of Volume 1, he has his lab coat. He wears it for most of the Zinzalin interaction in Volume 2, and then he proceeds to never wear his lab coat ever again. But he does wear the Hoodman cloak a handful of times more after that. So it's just kinda... I have no idea what the thought process behind Hoodman was, other than it's a disguise he wears at the end of the Black and White 1 volumes, like at the very end of that arc. They're holding the Pokemon tournament thing for the Elite Four something. Colress infiltrates it as Hoodman. He doesn't even give an actual name, he's just Hoodman. And he keeps the disguise on. It covers pretty much his whole body. So you can't really tell who it is until he reveals it in this panel right here where he takes the mask off and you just realize, oh, it's that guy. Cool. I feel like I might be wrong, but I feel like manga Colress had a different interpretation originally. Like, he seemed a lot calmer in, like, Black and White 1's manga. Like, he didn't show up for very long. He just seemed a little bit calmer. I don't know if that's just me. He seemed kind of calm. But from then on out in Black and White 2's manga, he was just kind of... He was something. He sure was. But yeah, that's Hoodman. I don't know what the fuck this is about. If this is a reference to something or what exactly that is, but moving on. The next slide. Not slide. Next point. Different ideals. I don't really know how to elaborate that. God, I'm struggling to talk now. I don't know how to really elaborate that point other than manga Colress has a different ideology than game Colress, and I'd say it's even different from the anime's version of Colress, because this one is fully aware that friendship brings out strength in Pokemon. He just doesn't think it's good enough. He thinks that machines will be the only way to bring out the full potential of Pokemon. So he basically uses the Colress machines to mind control Pokemon and utilize their power for his own. So that's something. It's definitely a spin on the character. That's not what he's doing in the games, but that is what he's doing in the anime as well. But mind control is just a weird thing that comes up frequently with this character, but not in the games. to my knowledge. Not in the games, but it is a frequent thing in the manga and in the anime. The idea of mind-controlling Pokemon to bring out their potential. Why does he do that? I don't know. I don't think the writers know. I think they just don't really know what it means to bring out potential, so they're just kind of throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. Not great. Not great, but it is something. So Colress kind of has the mentality of, well, friendship is insufficient. Let's just use mind control. From the power of these machines that I created, the genius of myself will bring out the potential in Pokemon. By the way, manga Colress is very vain. Like, it can be inferred. It can be inferred from the, from how he is in the games, naming everything after Colress machine and whatever, like, after himself. It's just front and center in the manga. It is just front and center. I think, hold on. I need to take a small break. The phlegm is trying to kill me. You guys might be hearing, I'm struggling to talk a little bit. The phlegm is trying to kill me. Hold on. Stare at Hoodman Colress for a little bit. I gotta fix this. Hold on. Sorry. I will be right back. I'm not gonna switch the screen over to the waiting screen. You guys can just stare at Hoodman Colress for a little bit. It shouldn't take me too long to get the phlegm out. Okay, I'm alive again. Oh god. That took a little bit longer than I thought it would. At least you guys managed to stay entertained through the communications between y'all self. Yeehaw! Oh boy. I tried to like stand up and walk across the room and I almost tripped on the beanbag. Hello, hello. Oh boy. I don't remember where I was on the whole Colress ramble. I see y'all are making pizza. Let's see. Twitch. This is true. Where was I? Different ideals. I think I like ran into a wall when talking about the different ideals of manga Colress. Something Hoodman, yeah. Different ideals in manga Colress. I think I already covered the point. I'm not really sure, I don't remember. I'm really bad at remembering things. Oh boy. 2-hour long PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so we're kind of covering... Okay. So we got the comic relief, but also just kind of... He's definitely meant to be a type of comic relief character. More so in the... I think they had to make him kind of zany, just... I think they had to make him kind of zany to, you know, make his general bloodlust less of an issue. Because he's just kind of like very excitable about the prospect of destroying property or potentially maiming people. Like, here in this panel, this directly follows him telling Getsus to fire the Kirim cannon at a city. He could have said the ocean or something. He said to fire it, I'm pretty sure at Undella Town. He didn't have to do that. He directly wanted it to fire on a town or a city. Like, they didn't have to do that. And then he's like, you can see him celebrating it because the entire city got iced over. And he's like really just hyped about the idea of like freezing more people. A fun little gimmick with the manga is that for some reason Colress and Getsus refer to each other almost exclusively as friend or my friend. I'm pretty sure it's a bit, but that is just how they decide to refer to each other. I'm pretty sure the frequency of it is meant to be called into question, like, are they actually friends? Not even in a gay way, just like, do they even like each other? Are they actually friends? Like, I think that's the vibe it's supposed to have, but some people have just interpreted it as, like, friends, quote unquote. But also, yes, I would argue, is also the fan service character. Like, a lot of... From what I understand, a lot of the mangas seem to have at least one character that is kind of the fan service character in some way. I would argue it's Colress for this one. The amount of times he's framed where, like, he's either posing or the aforementioned slut panel where he just has... He's drawn with his legs spread, and that is kind of the focus point. He's stepping on Zinzalin's face. Like, the entire manga kind of calls a lot of attention to his legs for some reason. They just want you to look there. I would argue he is probably also the fan service character. There is also, I didn't include it, but there is a panel where he's like hyperventilating. It's from volume 1. He's hyperventilating, and he is specifically drawn panting a lot. Like, the context is that his invention, his Colress machine, got called a lemon by Lactu, Like, Lack 2 is implying that it's just really faulty. And it's just not good. And Colress freaks out about it because, again, he is very not composed compared to either the game iteration or the anime iteration. He is, like, way more unstable. Like, his mood jumps very quickly. He can be angry to happy to back to angry again. He jumps around pretty quickly with his emotions. But in this instance, he just started hyperventilating. It's the only time he does that. And the framing of it specifically cuts off his eyes. You can only really see his mouth and the panting noises, and it's like, I don't know why it was drawn that way. Why was it drawn that way? Like, a lot of people look at it and they're like, what is happening here? Why is it a side profile also? Like, why? This is true though, he is a stick man. He is very skinny in the... I think most of his iterations are pretty skinny. I think maybe you could make the exception with his... whatchamacallit, the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon design. I guess Sun and Moon too. Like the Alolan coat design, he looks a little bit more bulky, but not by much. He is kind of built like a twig. He does have an hourglass figure, which I think is kind of funny. Because why did they do that? His waist is kind of inconsistent in how it's drawn. Even with the games though, he's got a small waist, which is interesting. But also, why? Why did they design him this way? He has a tiny waist for men to grab, yeah. And yeah, I think they just leaned into it with the manga. Like, he's kind of drawn, again, with his legs shown off, but also he's very covered up, which is an interesting part, so they had to kind of work around it. I think that's why there's a lot of emphasis on the legs, and also that, you know, the obvious crotch shot right there. There are some moments where he's just, like, reclining. And there's a scene where he's talking to Getsus using, like, he's on the... Oh, I didn't even explain what the frigate is to you guys. It's a boat that can fly that Team Plasma made their hideout. Neoplasma specifically. They have a boat that can fly. It's called the frigate. Yeah, it can fly. The main control room is where Colress normally is in the game and in the manga. I don't know if it's the pilot's chair or what, but he's just kind of there, like at the main control. And there's a gigantic monitor in front of him, and he very frequently just, like, puts his legs over it. Like, he crosses his legs over it. Which is fine, until you realize half the time he is video calling with Getsus, so the only thing Getsus would be able to see is either his ass or his legs, or nothing at all because the fabric probably just makes the screen really dark. And it's like, dude. Dude, can you sit normally for like 1 second? Sit normally for 1 whole second. He's fidgeting constantly. But that is kind of the crux of manga Colress. Of course, Getsus tolerates it. They're friends. Getsus, like, tolerates so much shit from manga Colress. It's it's kind of funny. Like, their dynamic. I don't have a segment for, like, their dynamic. I do have a shipping thing later on, but it's literally only just so I can include this really funny gif that didn't even load correctly, so it's more of a static image. You guys can't even see the gif, but yeah, that's something that'll come later. The dynamic between manga Colress and Getsus is interesting because we don't know how these two actually interact in the game. they genuinely never show up in the same room together in Black and White 2. The only time they're ever in the same room together in the game universe is in the Rainbow Rocket episode of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that's not even the correct Getsus. That's a Getsus from a different universe. So we still don't really know how they interact with each other, because those are two different characters from two different universes. So the manga just kind of did whatever when they had to decide how they interact, because we don't know how they interact. So they went with the idea that they just, every time they see each other, they just say friend or my friend. That's how they address each other. At the start of Volume 3, it's really noticeable, because that's the aforementioned scene where Colress just has his legs over the monitor, and they're having a conversation. And I thought that maybe the video call had ended already, but like a couple panels later, when Colress is sitting normally, you see Getsus' face on the monitor that he just had his legs over, so it's like, alright, never mind, they were video calling that whole time. Alright. Because they were having a conversation. They're not both in the same room. Kirim is going to the chasm, and they're following it in the frigate. So, there's just a really noticeable moment where they... I don't know how to describe it, and I don't really remember... I can go get the manga, hold on. I can read the dialogue off. It's just odd. Of course it's buried on the bottom, because why wouldn't it be? Is it the third volume? It might not be the third volume. Thought it was. Let's see. Maybe I had it wrong. I thought it was at the start. Maybe it's not. Okay. Is it at the end? Did I have it backwards? I don't know, can you like hear me turning the... No, the mic isn't reacting to it. Damn. Okay, well it is in the third volume somewhere, at least, because they're at the chasm now at the end. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Page 167. Maybe. Where am I? I should have maybe like... Yeah, I think actually... Wait, I think you got it. Yeah, that is it. Yeah. That is it. So, the dialogue reads in the... I think this is the Viz translation, yeah. So, Kirim in its fused form, in its fused black form, is flying towards the chasm, and they don't know why it's doing that. Getsus is just kind of standing on it. It looks really funny. It's just going, he's following, and you can see the frigate following in the background. And the dialogue reads like this. So Getsus says, "What do you mean, my friend Colress?" And Colress responds, "Like I said, my friend Getsus, I don't know why Kirim is heading for the giant chasm." They just have to stick the word "my friend" in there, like every time. They can't just talk like normal people. Do they even know how friends talk to each other? I don't think they do. I think that's the joke. I think the joke is they just don't know how friends talk. It's like, what the fuck is that? The reason I thought it happened at the start of Volume 3 is because I thought that's how they opened up the scene. Like, I figured that's just how they did it. But no, that's like kind of a ways into Volume 3. Like, what the... Why is the dialogue written like that? It's so stilted. That might just be a translation issue, honestly, but I don't know what else it could have been written like. So, that's their dynamic in the manga, which is interesting. You could interpret it so many ways. Like, the way I interpret it is they're not actually friends, they don't like each other, they're both using each other, but that's just the way I read it. There actually isn't much indication other than Colress betrays Team Plasma at the end. it's less of a betrayal and more just he kind of just decide, you know what? Team Plasma isn't getting me anywhere. I'm leaving. Fuck it, I'm leaving. Bye, guys. And he looks so cheerful as he leaves. But the only thing that implies he doesn't like Getsus in that scene is just that he says he doesn't care if Getsus gets arrested. So like, that's kind of the only indication. I don't think Getsus mentions anything about Colress after that point, so that's accurate to the games, at least, kinda. They don't talk in the games. They really don't. We don't know how they talk in the games. Colress says that he hates Getsus. He despises Getsus in the games. That's the best we got. We don't know how Getsus feels, just that Colress despises Getsus. That's all we got. He says it like in every iteration he's in, except for the anime and the manga, but the manga, you could interpret it that way. Well, yeah, manga Colress. Moving on from that whole tangent. I don't know how to segue these things, but now we have reached limited screen time edition. We are at the anime. Right off the bat, the anime is regarded as the worst iteration of Colress specifically, but the Unova arc is kind of, in general, not the best it could have been. Mr. Low Res, I put that in there because the PNG is really low resolution. It's kind of pixelated, but this is his key art, I think, for the anime. This is their reference for him. He, I think, has his hand in his pocket. He does that a lot. That's pretty cool. I like when characters that have pockets actually use their pockets, especially when they've got gigantic pockets like that. It just makes sense they would use it. I don't know if he's keeping anything in there. I think he pulls something out in the anime, but I don't know what else he would keep in there other than like a Colress machine. But yes, the anime version of him is regarded as the worst iteration. Although I do think that his personality is mostly accurate to the game. Mostly. I don't think any of his actions are accurate to the game, but I mean, some of them are, but like, personality-wise, I only got to watch the anime part where he's in kind of recently, but I did see some of the episodes growing up. I do remember seeing him at some point in the anime. I remember being surprised that he was in the anime, but I didn't stick around to watch that scene. I think it was like the episode right before Ash and Co go to the weird forest mist place where N gets to lay in a pond for a while. I think it was like the episode right before that I saw Colress in, so that may have been the one where they're blowing up a city. I don't actually remember, but that probably wasn't that one. I think they were in a forest, but I do think personality-wise, if anime Colress emoted less, I think he'd be pretty accurate. He just makes too many expressions with his face. I don't think he should do that. He should really stop doing that. As some people have said, anime Colress is like the least photogenic of any of them, which is kind of saying something. But he's also the one we have the most gifs of, just by virtue of him being animated. So he kind of emotes way too much with his face in particular. I think if he didn't do that, it'd be alright, but, you know. His personality, I think, does actually kind of fit, at least. He's not prone to anger. When one of his machines gets busted up, he's just kind of like, oh, okay, time to make a new one. Like, he just kind of looks at it like, okay, we can work with that. He never really seems mad when something goes wrong. He's more so interested whenever something is, like, not to what he expected. Like, when there's an outlier, he's more fascinated by it than anything else, which I think is pretty in character. I could see that for the game Colress, too. He's just kind of explicitly more evil. Like, I think he does the evil villain laugh at some point. Like the mad scientist evil laugh. He's just kind of, as a lot of people put it, a generic evil scientist, which is, I think, the goal there, just because situations got rough with the Unova anime. I guess the cut content. I don't remember if I have a thing following up for why the content was cut, but we do know that the Team Plasma arc was going to be a lot more extensive than it ended up being. In the anime, Team Plasma was supposed to appear way sooner. They were going to be constantly fighting against Team Rocket. They were going to kind of have a power struggle against them. So the arcs were going to be very different. From what I understand, a lot of how the X and Y anime went was pulled from the scrapped version of the Unova plotline, which is kind of why that went the way it did, which makes me really sad, because the X and Y anime was pretty good. So we could have had that for Unova, if not for the fact they got hit with a really bad earthquake around that time, which I'm pretty sure caused a tsunami, which then caused a nuclear meltdown at one of the power plants. So everything went wrong, and they had to delay the Team Plasma episodes until, like, they kept pushing it back until it just couldn't work anymore, so they had to scrap the entire plotline because the timing was missed. And that's kind of why the new Team Plasma arc gets shoved into the very end of the season. There's like 6 or so episodes that cover the Team Plasma arc, and they have to kind of adapt it really quickly. So none of anything that was touched on in the games happens. Nothing even really overlaps. Like, Colress is there from the start. I feel like that's an oddity in itself. I'm kind of surprised he even showed up at all, but he shows up. And he's there. He's definitely not the leader, but he is there. I don't know if he even really commands anyone. He's just here to do science and laugh evilly, I guess. I'm staring at his coat. Why does it look like that in the back? Why does his coat look like that in the back? It's kind of bugging me now. Oh god. But yeah, so a lot of things just went wrong around the time, which led to the entire Plasma arc having to get cut. And the unfortunate fallout was that Colress kind of, you know, Colress as well as the entirety of Team Plasma did not get, like, the adaptation that they probably maybe deserved. I don't know, Team Plasma, they're pretty bad, but it would have been cool to see them, like, in a competent, like, setting, you know? Like, they were kind of terrifying in the games, so imagine that in the anime. That would have been so cool. But we only get to just dream now. I'm pretty sure Colress would have ended up pretty different if the content hadn't been cut. But alas. I didn't reorganize any of these, so they're all in a random order, but the anime lens flare, yeah. The anime lens flare is like his... It's kind of a gimmick in the anime with any character that has glasses, but I feel like Colress in particular does it way too much. He constantly has the... You can't see his eyes. His glasses are lit the fuck up. And it's usually whenever it doesn't really make any sense for that to be happening, but, you know, close enough. It's just, he'll be talking and he'll, like, shift his head slightly and, like, his lenses light up. And it's so noticeable. I have an image for this. It's not going to show up until the end of this, but, like, Oh my god, does it happen quite a bit? It's kind of funny if you just imagine he's doing it on purpose, but if he's not doing it on purpose, I have no idea how he sees anything. He doesn't seem bothered by it, but still. Why? He just does it a lot. And I think it's kind of why people, you know, attribute the just generic evil scientist thing to him, is because he does it so frequently. He does that gimmick so frequently. Like, a lot of characters in the anime with glasses do it, but Colress only shows up for a handful of episodes, and he does it once, at least, in every episode he shows up in. Good luck preheating the oven. Alright, see you later, Asdazzy. Thank you for stopping by! The PowerPoint will continue. Oh god, it's 1 in the morning. Oh. God, we're like halfway through. I gotta like hurry up. I gotta hurry up with this presentation or else everyone's gonna fall asleep. Oh god. Another thing about anime Colress is that he just does not have any Pokemon. At least, he isn't shown to have any Pokemon, so we don't know if he does or not. I'm assuming he doesn't, because he never seems to have any. For the most part, he only ever... We're ahead of schedule. This is true. I will yap forever. Forever and a half. I just realized the community center, the community game is modded. I forgot about that. They made it so you had to mod them in order to keep it as an extension. Well, I mean, it's a PowerPoint stream. We don't know how long this is gonna go. I kind of figured it might go on for a while because I don't have any particular train of thought that's ever not dual track drifting, so, you know, I'm doing my best. I can only hope that people are entertained by this. Welcome back! Haven't missed much. We didn't really get that far off of this topic. Okay. That's self-explanatory. Yes, from what I understand, Anime Colress does not have any Pokemon of his own. He does take control of people's Pokemon quite a bit with the mind control, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. He does mind control Pokemon, that's kind of his whole gimmick. From what I understand, Anime Colress believes that the true potential of Pokemon is brought about through anger, and the best way to piss Pokemon off is to take control of their brain and piss them off manually, I guess. That's what he does, pretty much. He just kind of does that. I don't... It doesn't go very well. Like, the machine keeps exploding. It's always really bulky, too. Like, it's never small, like the actual game Colress machines. They're always very big and bulky, and you kind of have to stand on them. Hydrate. Imposter chick. Very strange iteration of him, honestly. I would argue this is probably the least intelligent version of him. I don't really have much to base that off of. He just kind of seems like he's a step behind the other iterations. I don't know if that makes sense. He just kind of has the vibe that he's behind the others. Not by a lot, but compared to what we see like game Colress do, I don't think anime Colress could do any of that. It's just kind of the vibe I get. Again, I don't know that for sure, but I mean, I don't know if I would say he's not as crazy. I don't think he cares about people the same way the others don't. I do recommend finding time to watch anime Colress. He is kind of entertaining. He doesn't like get a lot of screen time, but he sure does say some shit sometimes, and he always says it with like a smile or a weird smirk. So it's like, I don't know what the tone that he's speaking in is. I can't really get a good grasp on him. He's like, I feel like, I think he's mostly accurate personality-wise. He's just, they lean too hard into the evil part without anything else to like make up for it. Like he's not as charismatic as Game Chorus, and he's not as like comic relief as Manga Chorus is, so like he kind of doesn't have anything interesting going for him. True, he doesn't seem to have. He did blow up a city. They have all done that canonically. They've all blown up a city. Anime Chorus also blew up a city. He was like directly involved with that shit too. All the other ones were also like directly involved, but he just did that shit. Like, he took control of someone's like Garchomp, I think it was, and he had that shit wreck an entire city. He took control of it and it just started wrecking shit, and he was like, yep, this is great. I don't even know what he was aiming for there. The problem with Anime Chorus is he doesn't seem to have a goal. Like, this is like a prime example of what the fuck does potential mean? What are you looking for here? Because a Garchomp rampaging in a city, what does that prove? Is it strong? Is that its true potential for destroying a city? I mean, I'm pretty sure any Pokemon could do that if they just tried hard enough. Like, not even if they tried hard enough. Some Pokemon could probably do it on accident. Like, I don't think that proves anything towards his goal. He doesn't have he has like less of a goal than the other two somehow, and I don't really understand that part. I think that's where he trips up as an adaptation. Like, I feel like the writers didn't have enough time to figure out what the fuck potential meant in this situation, and also they had 6 whole episodes, maybe 7, to actually figure out how to write him. So like, they just kind of said, fuck it, we're not gonna try. So he doesn't have any of the nuance that like Game Chorus has. He is just evil. There's not really any ambiguity there either. Like, Manga Chorus is also just evil. Both of them are just evil, which is kind of interesting that Game Chorus is meant to be neutral, because his other 2 iterations are just straight up evil. There is a fine line you have to walk to be neutral, and these 2 are not walking it, they are tripping on it. Like, like, I have no idea what Anime Chorus, I don't know what the fuck they could have done about that, but he's interesting in his own way. I just don't understand what the idea was. That leads into the different ideals. I kind of went over it already. I don't really know what his goal is. I don't think he knows what his goal is. Loyalty to Plasma, that leads into it. Also, here's the lens flare, by the way. He looks like this, like 65% of the time. He can't see shit. The lighting, I don't know why it's doing that. He just does that. He does that, and we just have to live with it, I guess. He just looks like that constantly. But, yeah. Another difference with the anime version of Chorus is that he is slightly more loyal to Team Plasma than the other iterations are. The other iterations will jump ship if something's not going their way. In Game Chorus's, like, in Game Chorus's situation, he was never loyal to Plasma anyway. Like, he makes that pretty clear that he does not agree with them, and he doesn't even really care about what they're doing. He's only there so he can get to study Kyurem and probably get funding for his projects, because it actually takes quite a bit to get funding when you're a scientist. So I mean, if you have to work for someone evil, that just sounds like it's par for the course, honestly. So you know, that's not too surprising. He's not loyal to them, so it's not surprising that Chorus, like, abandoned them whenever they stopped Like, whenever he got the answer he was looking for, he just left. He disbanded Team Plasma and left. He did not care. Manga Chorus stopped being loyal, quote-unquote loyal, as soon as he realized that he was kind of wasting his time. Team Plasma wasn't able to help him do whatever he was trying to do, so he kind of throws a tantrum and then, like, bails. He still gets arrested, but he did attempt to just leave. And he threw everyone else under the bus, too. So he was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go. So he is definitely not loyal either. Anime Chorus, on the other hand, had the option to leave. He had the option to join Team Rocket, but he didn't take it. He's, like, specifically turned down the idea because he just thinks that Team Plasma will be able to help him more. What does that mean? We don't know. They never actually go over that. But he does remain somewhat loyal to Plasma. Because even when he has the option to leave, he doesn't. He sticks with them. So that is interesting. I wonder if that would have come up in the original plotline for Team Rocket versus... It probably would have. I think if they had followed the original plotline, Colress probably would have jumped ship. But he doesn't because they don't have time to flesh that out. And also, they probably didn't know if he was coming back or not, so... he doesn't come back in the anime, by the way. He remains so loyal to Team Plasma that he gets fucking arrested. So, that's something. He also... He gets arrested, it's, like, less of a show, like... It's, like, less of a situation than it was in the manga. Like, Manga Colress was, like, actively trying to kill Lactu while running. Like, it was a whole thing. Anime Colress just kind of gets entombed in ice. That seems to be a trend. And then it, like, hard cuts to all of Team Plasma... quote-unquote all of Team Plasma. All the important characters of Plasma, which was like 4 people, in the back of a police cruiser. Not a police cruiser, it was like a van. Police van. Back of a police van, and Chorus is like... He's like disappointed for 2 seconds before he perks up immediately and is like, I'm going to build a Pokemon communication device. And then it, like, we never see him ever again. So who knows if he managed to do that. He's going to prison, so my best guess is no. He probably couldn't invent anything while in prison. But, you know, it would have been interesting if he'd shown up in the Alola iteration, like, with Interpol or something. Like, maybe that communication device impressed someone at Interpol. Now he's just with them. That would have been interesting, but no. You don't get to see that part. The anime is just kind of disappointing for reasons outside of their control. But it is kind of disappointing. I feel like this is like the wasted potential version of Chorus. It could have been so cool. He could have been, like, really cool. And we'll never get to live in that reality where he's cool. He's just forever the evil lens flare scientist dude. He's just... like, I don't know. Something's wrong with this one. Something's wrong with this one. He's low resolution. Though we do... It's not technically the anime, but we have the Generations iteration of Chorus as well. Which... The Generations, it was like a little mini special type deal where it specifically took moments from the games and animated them. And one of the episodes centered around the freezing of Opalucid City, which was a Chorus-specific episode. Zinzalin was there too, though. I'd also argue it was, like, kind of that whole hierarchy of Black and White 2. Those two are probably almost interchangeable when it came to leadership of Neo Team Plasma, but, you know. So, we got Generations Chorus. This is like the best gif I could find. Again, he's also doing the lens flare here. I realized his battle sprite in Black and White 2 is also doing a lens flare where he turns to look or like, when he first shows up in the battle sprite, he's doing a lens flare. And then when he turns to look at you, the lens flare goes away. So that's always just been part of his character, but, you know, he's doing it here. This is the best gif I could find of Generations that wasn't a meme. So, it gets to show you a little bit more of what happened when Opelucid City got frozen in the game. Because, by the way, there was a terrorist attack on Opelucid City where Team Plasma flew the frigate over them and fired the Kyurem cannon, which is basically a cannon powered by the legendary Pokemon Kyurem. Oh, it's cut off. Dang it. I knew something was probably gonna get got. Dang it. It just says not technically the anime, but... pretty much that, yeah. So, the Generations episode basically, if you want to take it as canon, it's meant to be a little bit more of a faithful animated version of game events, more so than anything the anime ever did. So, in this, we learn that Colress was the one who gave the order to fire the Kyurem cannon. Before, you could assume that it was Ghetsis. Like, they never explicitly say in the game who fired the cannon. You could assume, but it was never confirmed who fired the cannon. Until the Generations episode, where you just straight up see him walk into the room, into the control room. He gives the command to fire the cannon onto Opelucid City. So it fires onto Opelucid City, which fucks some shit up. And then he walks closer to the little control panel thingy, that thing that Manga Colress kept putting his legs over. He walks up to that. There's a button on it. And he's like monologuing about how he wants to bring out the full potential of Kyurem. Because as the name implies, the Kyurem cannon is fueled by Kyurem. They have that thing stuck in a tube, and they are siphoning power from it. It is in pain, by the way. It is in active pain every time they siphon energy from it, from the looks of it. He presses the button, and it starts draining energy from Kyurem again. He's saying that he's gonna bring out its full potential, its full strength, and he fucking fires the cannon at the city again! So if you wanted to argue that he didn't fire, like, he didn't technically fire the cannon, he gave the command to, but maybe he got commanded by Ghetsis to fire the cannon. That seems like a roundabout way of explaining it, but, like, some people argue that. No. He did it! He gave the command and then he pressed the button to fire it himself. Like, he just did that. He does have a kill count. You can't say people didn't die in the Generations version of this. People definitely died. So yes, Game Colress did in fact nuke a city. You can't argue he didn't. He probably killed people. Probably. Which does lead us into the next thing. Let's talk about his crimes in the games. Unethical testing of Pokemon. That's kind of a given. When you first encounter him in Black and White 2, I would argue it can just straight up be assumed he probably does testing on Pokemon that does not quantify as ethical. The Kyurem cannon being like the main thing, like, that's probably not ethical. Using a cannon to fire at people, probably that's also unethical, but the Crystal, that's more of an assumption on our part, that the Crystal maybe they're out of energy for a reason, presumably. I'm guessing that the Colress machine, it can energize, it can probably unenergize, so probably zap their strength to intentionally make a roadblock, since later on in the game you'll see that Neoplasma was using Crystal to block the entrance to their hideout. So you can just kind of assume that that is just how they do it. You can connect the dots there. You could also argue they're not connected at all. The Crystal blocking the way, I think, were put there on purpose by Team Plasma. I don't know if it... like, I don't know what the purpose was. maybe as a test, Colress just kinda went a bit overboard with testing the Colress machine, maybe. Drained a lot of Pokemon's energy, and then later on gave the energy back. So, like, I don't know. Like, that is very much an assumption. There is no concrete evidence of that, but I would also argue that could maybe be unethical. I think in general, a lot of the tests he does are probably not ethical. Like, let's be real here. The DNA splicers, fusing Kyurem, any of the tests he did on Kyurem, those are not ethical. The fact that he's making the player character face Getsus just for his own science is probably also not ethical. You know? But there's also bribery. This one is... I don't know if this would be an interpretation, but bribery is in the way that every time you encounter him, he will give the player character something. He always presents himself as very kind and, like, kind of friendly. And then he'll give you something. So every time you see him, you kind of start to expect he's probably going to give you something cool. And he will. Every time. I think the reason he does that is to build, like, a friendly relationship with the player character so that he can better manipulate them into doing what he wants later. Yeah, Pavloving. I think that's why he does it. I think he gives you things and he's kind to you so that you're more willing to let it slide when you find out, oh, he's with Team Plasma. Also, the way he talks about Team Plasma, he's never, like, advocating for it. He's always against it. Even when he's on the frigate and you're finding out that he's part of them, he doesn't tell you that he's part of it. Like, he tells you he's part of it. He doesn't tell you he's the leader of it. He doesn't tell you how close he actually is to it. He mentions Getsus not even by name. He only says that an acquaintance asked him to work on something for them. So you could even argue that he's saying he's not even really that involved. You don't know how involved he is. He's just this kind guy who's been giving you a lot of stuff. And then later on, because again, you don't ever find out he fired the Kyurem cannon. The only reason we know that from Generations is because it's in his point of view. We get to see, not from his point of view, but like, in the same room as him. We're in the room with him, basically. The player character, you see the world through their eyes. You don't get to see who fired the cannon because the player character wasn't on the cannon. They wouldn't know that. We might know these things, but the player character has no reason to ever suspect that he is either bribing us or manipulating us. Like, no reason to expect that, because he's always showed himself to be very kind, gives you things that are pretty helpful, and also discredits Team Plasma at every turn. And also, the very last time you, like, the last time he ever gives you something is in the post-game. After you fight him in the rematch, the one that you can't turn down, he will... That's when he'll start telling you that he despised Getsus from the start. Actually, he doesn't like the guy he was working for. He doesn't like them after all, actually. He hates them. So you have that in common. Also, here's a Master Ball, by the way. The second Master Ball of the game. It's yours. Just don't turn him into authorities, you know? Like, that's the vibe I get. That might be an interpretation, but that is the vibe I get for why he does these things. That's also why I think he is not nice to you if you don't agree to battle him in subsequent matches. I think you are useful to him when he needs you to be, but if you stop going along with it, he's not going to be nice to you, because why would he? Also, I'm pretty sure I spelled bribery wrong. There's no autocorrect on this, so I just kind of had to go with it. Pretty sure I spelled bribery wrong, so that's fun. Also, leading a cult. That is a thing he did in the games. Also in the manga, but we're not talking about the manga. Colress just straight up is leading a cult. Oh, it is correct, okay. Okay, it just doesn't look right. That doesn't look like how you spell that. But yes, leading a cult. That is another thing. He may not be taking an active role, but he's still part of it. He's still the acting leader. Like, he has authority in what is basically a cult. And he just kind of rolls with it. It's convenient for him to use. Like, it's a convenient resource. He's gonna use it. He doesn't really care if people get hurt. Because that's not what this is about. He's only here to find out the potential of Pokemon. He does not care what else is happening. Like, they blew up a city. They iced a city. People are probably dead. He does not care. That is just part of his research. Harnessing the power of a legendary Pokemon to freeze a city. I kind of already went over that, yeah. That's pretty fucked up. That's pretty fucked up. He only cares about science, yes. Only about science. That is all that matters. Probable murder as a result of the freezing incident. Yeah, I already went over that. Fusing unwilling Pokemon participants. He does this, like, twice. He does it in Black and White 2. And then he does it again in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. It can be assumed that he had a direct result of that. Either way, he built an invention that will let you do it, like, on command, so either way, he's still on that shit. Stalking! This one was more of a joke inclusion. Stalking is in the Rainbow Rocket episode. He's invisible for that entire thing. Like, the player character is going around basically doing a boss rush. That is what Rainbow Rocket episode basically was. It was a boss rush of all the previous evil antagonists throughout the series. Colress was following the player character around during that whole thing while invisible. That's how you find out that he built an invisibility thing. Is because he was just kind of wandering around after the player character, watching them struggle against, like, grown-ass adults who have done whatever the hell they've done in their respective universes. They're all evil. And Colress is just kind of taking a back seat to that. He's just like, yep, okay. He's here, he's just kind of watching for potential, question mark. He's, yeah, this one, kind of a joke inclusion, but also just kind of a, that is technically what he was doing. He could have helped at any point and he just didn't. He does step in when Getsus is involved, but that's probably just because Getsus was involved. I don't know if he would have stepped in otherwise. It can be assumed he might have, but we don't know for sure. Potentially more crimes that he has maybe committed throughout the series. It really just depends on how you look at a lot of them. A lot of these, I did mention at the start, there's probably going to be some bias to some of these. Some of these you could squint at and be like, yeah, no. Some of these are a little bit of a stretch, like the stalking thing. I don't know. I don't think that could, like, legitimately be considered a crime that he's done, but the invisible part's still kind of weird. Which leads us into the woobification. What even is that? We're on the woobification now. This was one that Spoopy said I should include. Oh boy, the phlegm is fighting back, but woobification. So, woobification, what is that? That is basically a fandom thing when a character, usually a villain or a morally gray character, is kind of softened from their actual portrayal. Their actions are explained away. Like, if they've killed someone, it gets explained away as like, oh, they're traumatized. They didn't mean to. They're actually just a guy. They're just a small little dude. They're not actually that bad. Actually, also, they're really sad. They're so, like, wet cat and pathetic. They're actually, like, not that bad. Not that bad. Instead of, like, you know. Poor little meow meow, yeah. This is something I have noticed with some interpretations of Colress. Where the severity of his actions are often softened or, I guess, downplayed. Like, he froze a city. Some people will argue, no, he didn't. He didn't do that part. Generations implied it, but, like, he didn't actually do it in the game. You can't prove he did it in the game. We didn't see it. Therefore, actually, he didn't actually do anything that bad. The freezing of the city was probably one of the worst things he did. So if you just don't acknowledge the part that he probably played in that, then, you know, he's not that bad, actually. He didn't do anything that bad. Also, he's not that involved in Neoplasma. Every time he talks about it, he's discrediting them. He's actually not that closely tied to them, because he says he doesn't like them, even though he is working for them and is the leader of them and is probably doing research for them, because he keeps his position despite all the shit he says about them. Like, downplaying his involvement, just kind of assuming that he's not really doing anything with Neo Team Plasma, when he probably is. I guarantee you, he probably had a hand in the cure of Cannon. He's probably part of the reason the frigate can fly. He probably did do a lot more than we think he did. So this is more just the assumption that he didn't do that much for Neoplasma. Yeah, you can hate your job but still be part of the problem. It's kind of that whole, like, well, what he did wasn't that bad. He didn't actually, you know, like, he didn't hurt anyone on screen, so you can't say that he did hurt anyone. He wasn't that involved with Neo Team Plasma, the known cult. He didn't do that part. Which leads into the removing of his agency from any of his actions. I have seen some takes where people assume that he didn't want to do any of the things that he did. So if you do assume that he fired the cannon, then some people might argue he was forced. He didn't want to tell people to fire the cannon. Getsus made him. He didn't have any choice. He was being forced by Team Plasma, of which he has a high-ranking position in. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. I do not get the vibe that he was being forced. I have seen some people say he didn't want to, he was unwilling, he was being, like, coerced or forced to do it. He didn't actually want to hurt anyone. He just, you know, Team Plasma is a cult, you know? They're really bad. They made him do it. He didn't want to. Where's the part where he said that? Just don't look at that. We didn't read the dialogue anyway. Yeah, the game, you can argue a little bit about the game, but everywhere else, no. Manga Chorus, if you tried to tell me Manga Chorus was being forced to do any of that shit, honestly, how did you get that it's a picture book. How did you get that interpretation? Like, how? They had to make it, like, as clear as possible, because the age rating is for 8-year-olds. They had to make it very, very clear. You could argue with the game. You could argue, but I do not believe he was being forced in the games either to do any of the things that he did that were on the worst scale. This is another one. Portraying him as overly remorseful, which is, like, the main thing of Woobification, where they just want the character to be really sad and really remorseful, I've seen like a few portrayals of him where he's like super torn up about his past with T Plasma and his evil ex Getsus, and how he's like, he's just like really torn up about it. He didn't want to do any of that stuff. He really regrets it, actually. He wishes he could take it all back and not ever do any fucked up experimentation ever again. And I think the reason some people interpret things this way is because some people think that in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon, he was redeemed. Some people interpret his actions of helping the good guys as him helping because he had a change of heart. But I don't think that's right. I think that is more of a... Because again, he helps the Ultra Recon Squad not because they're trying to subdue a rampant struggling Pokemon that's in agony. He doesn't help them because it's the right thing to do. He helps them, as he states several times, because it is interesting. It sounds interesting. That's why he's helping. He's not helping because he feels bad about the situation. He's helping just because it sounds interesting. It sounds like a fun side project. He doesn't really ever show remorse for his actions. He doesn't even really go over them. He does bring them up a little bit in, like, once he gives over the things that confuse legendaries, he just kinda... he just kinda glosses over that part. You do genuinely think he's not doing fucked up stuff to try and build up a good reputation again? I do think he might be helping just because it would make him look better. I could see that. Oh god, I clicked to the next one. I could see that. I think that runs along the idea that the game version of him got caught. I don't think there's any definitive evidence one way or the other over if he ever, like, got caught by the police. Like, did he ever have jail time? Did he ever go to trial for the things he did? I was always under the impression that he got away. Like, he did not... very few characters seem to even know he exists in the Black and White 2 arc, so I was kind of under the impression that his involvement is just not known. So him getting away, he wouldn't really have to do anything to hide his past, just because no one really knows what he even did. But that's not how a lot of other continuities run. Like, he either did get arrested, or in the case of Master ZX, he is known as a criminal. So, yeah. I do agree. I think it is people just not wanting to like a character who is evil and did bad things, or like, not even evil, just they do bad things. They don't want to... They think it's like... What is it called? Either justifying it, or agreeing with it, or siding with it, when that doesn't have to be the case at all. Like, sometimes characters in fiction are just bad people who do bad things, and there's not anything wrong with liking these characters, because again, they are fictional. They don't reflect your actual morals. Just because a character does something bad does not mean that you would also do that bad thing. Like, I'm pretty sure the majority of Colress fans would not nuke a city. I would hope. I would hope. But yeah, I do think that is part of it. Going off of the game one, it's kind of... I don't know. It's just interesting. I've got phlegm in my throat again. I wish this weren't happening. I want to yap at full capacity. Struggling to breathe a little bit. Sure, it's fine. I don't know if you guys can hear it in my voice. My throat is like blocked. I can't get the phlegm out. I don't know what to do about that. Oh well. I think the final point of this slide is the he's not actually a villain argument. Which is one that I think you can actually argue, depending on how you do it. Colress probably does not think of himself as a villain. A lot of his actions are probably those of a villain, but he's not really doing it for explicitly evil purposes. Like, he doesn't have any kind of motivation like Getsus, where he just wants to take over the region. Like, I think with Colress, it's more of a people might die, and he's okay with that. But people also might not die, and he's also okay with that. Like, he doesn't really have a standpoint on wanting to hurt people. Like, it might happen, and he's okay with that, but he's not seeking it out. Manga Colress sure was. Game Colress, not so much. Like, people might get hurt. He's okay with that. But he... safety is kind of not his main priority. So, yeah, everything is for his own gain, regardless of any consequence. I feel like you could argue Colress is not a villain. He is classified as one by the series, but you could argue that he is not entirely villainous. He just kind of does fucked up shit sometimes. I think that's what makes him interesting, though. Like, if he were just one way or the other, if he were entirely a villain or entirely a good guy, or was a villain but became a good guy, that'd be kind of boring, because we see that a lot. But Colress is more what he's intended for. He's meant to be kind of in the middle. He isn't a good person, but he's not a horrible person either. He doesn't do good things, but he doesn't do entirely bad things either. He is very much a selfish character. But that's the cool part. He's a selfish character doing what he wants just for his own curiosity, pretty much. He doesn't seek to hurt people. That just might be a side effect. He doesn't seek to really help people. That might just be a side effect. He's really kind of neutral in that sense. He is interesting. He's very interesting. Oh, jeez. But yes. I did want to include this, that these portrayals aren't a bad thing. They're just different takes on his character. People can headcanon whatever they want. I don't really want to police that. The only thing that kind of would get on my nerves is if people insist that he is a good character, like, he's a good person. He's, like, canonically a good person. That's the only part where I'm like, nah. Like, if it's just your headcanon that he is actually remorseful, then, like, yeah, go for it. Like, but when people insist that he canonically is, like, really torn up about his past, and he actually, like, regrets all of it, and he wouldn't do it again, like, that's the only part where I'm kind of like, huh? But, yeah, these portrayals aren't a bad thing. They are just fun spins on the character sometimes, because sometimes you just want to, like, wump the character, you know? You want them to, like, go through it. Like, that's perfectly understandable. You just want them to go through agony sometimes. Sometimes you just want them to suffer. And sometimes that takes shape as in, like, woomification a little bit. But I think the only time it can get a little bit frustrating is just where people will insist that he is canonically, like, a good person, and he never did anything wrong. When, like, no, he actually did several things wrong, but, Yeah, I think the idea of a redeemed Colress could be interesting. It's just not something I personally see happening or would prefer to happen, but I know that, like, the last slide, the crimes list, probably makes it sound like I think he is irredeemable, but that's not really how I see it. I do like the idea of him being neutral, where he's not horribly evil, irredeemably evil. He's not a really good person. He's just kind of doing whatever he wants. He's just like that. That's just how he is. He's not a horrible, horrible person. He's not a great person, but he is somewhere in the center. He's just doing what he wants. He's just doing his own thing. I think that's the really neat part. I think I already went over that. If he were just one or the other, it would be kind of boring. But he's not. He's in the neutral area almost. He's just doing his own thing. He does a lot of it for selfish reasons, but he is just kind of like that, and that's the fun part. Yeah. I can agree about the lacking a moral compass thing. It does kind of seem that way. The next slide, is he a villain or just morally gray? I kind of covered that already. Short answer, a little bit of both. He does fall into the villain category. He's kind of morally gray. It just, you have to stretch more, like, morally gray a little bit. So, the long answer is a little bit of a flashbang gif, but allow me to over-explain. I kind of already did over-explain my answer on this, but I do think he's kind of... He's just doing his own thing. He's not trying to hurt people, he's not trying to save people. He's doing science, and whatever that science happens to bring is just kind of oops if it ends up hurting someone. He did have that whole monologue where it's the Soviet monologue where he's just naming off a bunch of things that could potentially go wrong and just capping it off with Soviet. Which is kind of funny because the last thing he mentions is if the entire world has to be destroyed, Soviet. And it's just like, alright, damn dude, okay. But I think that kind of encapsulates it. He's not doing it with the intent to hurt people. He wants to know what happens. Which you could argue makes him a bad person. But that's the fun part. You could also argue that doesn't make him a bad person. It really depends on how you want to view it personally, which is interesting. Very neat. Yeah, you could write an essay on this character. I am really bad at putting it into words, but my thought process is kind of just what I've been struggling with this entire time to, like, explain, but he... morally gray, maybe. It kind of just depends. I've heard some people say he fits more of a neutral evil type character. He's doing things for his own gain. And that's not bad or good, but it kind of depends on whatever he's doing. Like, if you break it down what he's actually done, I would say, yeah, he's a villain, because he nuked a city. He did that. Like, that alone would make him a villain for whatever reason. Like, unless he were forced to do it. But even then, he still pressed the button. He still did that. There's still some blood on his hands, even in that instance, but it's just kind of... It really depends on how you want to look at him. He is one of the more interesting Pokemon characters. And I don't even know if they intended for that to be the case, because again, I don't know if the writers even know what the fuck potential means when they talk about bringing it out in Pokemon. Because when you actually stop to think about what his whole study is, like, it kind of sounds stupid, but at the same time, not stupid. It really just, you have to, like, squint at it slightly. So he wants to bring out the full potential in Pokemon, and he's not sure the best way to go about it. From years of playing the Pokemon series, you could probably be like, yeah, it is friendship. Of course, why wouldn't it be? Like, that's obvious, but what if it isn't? Because there are some people that play the game the way I do, where you just kind of use one Pokemon and everything else on your team is along for the ride. And if the mainstay Pokemon, the strong one, usually the starter, if that one starts taking damage, you swap in another one to tank the hit and probably go down in the process in order to heal up the strong one. Like, I would argue that's not compassion or friendship, but that is the way I play the game. At least for Gen 5, because I'm really bad at it. So I just brute force everything with the starter Pokemon. It's the 5-year-old way of playing. So, like, I would say, like, that strategy works, but that's not friendship. That is definitely not friendship. That is using sandbags to heal up the good one. Like, that's not friendship. So the fact that even in the game course is like, wow, potential and friendship. I'm just there like, no, dude, I think I'm doing a bit worse than Getsus's, actually. Like, if anything, I might be proving the opposite theory true. But that's the thing. You don't know until you actually try it. So it does sound kind of weird to even be testing that. Like, of course, it's an obvious answer. Friendship wins, but they don't really know that in Universe. There could be so many different, like, avenues that people just aren't trying because it's not ethical. Like, torturing Pokemon's not very ethical, but, like, someone's gotta do it to find out, in his mind. Like, someone's gotta do it. And he might as well. Because he doesn't seem to value morals all that much, so, you know what? Why not? So I think that's kind of, like, when you really stop to think about it, like, it sounds kind of dumb at first. Like, yes, friendship is obviously the superior choice, but there are some people that do not play the game like that. Some people don't bond with their Pokemon, and who's to say that they aren't strong? Like, you won't know until you test it. So he's in the neutral area of, like, wanting to figure that out. It's just how he goes about it that kind of puts him in the villain territory. Like, you can only do so much unethical testing before you just violate the Geneva Convention, so yay, I guess. I wonder if they even have that. Is that even something they have to worry about? I have no idea. I have no idea. Probably. The Pokemon world seems to go to war a lot. Maybe Colress would thrive in a wartime environment. We're not entirely sure. That would be a game. Wait, so that is my long answer. I feel like a lot of things were a long answer. Oh god. We're almost done though. Fan interpretation. These are just kind of a, let's draft this guy. I mean, he already has his Metagross explode constantly in the battle tree, so why not? Adding on. Fan interpretation, I've just kind of gathered a very broad, general, like, idea of different things I've seen people kind of come to the conclusion on. The first one goes back to the woobification of Colress didn't do anything wrong. Objectively, that is wrong. He did do a couple things wrong, but I also think this is more of a joke sentence. I think a lot of people who say this also say it, like, ironically. Like, yes, he did do several things wrong. Colress himself is just a mistake. Oops. I forgot I could do that. I forgot the scroll wheel. The other thing I've seen is Colress is just as bad as Getsus, which is actually a take I have had in the past. I, at one point, did think it was more so Colress has the potential to be as bad as Getsus. Is he actually as bad as Getsus? No, absolutely not. But I think he has the potential to. If for some reason Colress needed to have, like, if he needed to acquire children to use for his experiments, I think he would do it. I don't think he'd have any qualms about that. I think he would do it. He would do what Getsus did. I think a lot of the things that Getsus did are not, like, off the table for Colress. I think the reason Colress doesn't like Getsus is because they're too similar. That's a thing that can happen. If you're too similar to someone, you won't get along. So I think that might be part of it, but also I don't think Chorus is actually as bad as Getsus, just based on what he's actually done. Getsus has done way worse. But also Chorus could potentially be as bad as Getsus, because I don't think he wouldn't do any of the things Getsus did. There's probably something, but I'm just not thinking of it. The next one is Chorus adds nothing to the plot. I have seen people say this one. And I do think it's true to an extent, but I think that could be the case for a lot of characters. Like, if you removed Chorus, does anything change? You don't get a second Master Ball. But also, I mean, like, you just kind of lose that element of the game. Like, Chorus adds a really cool battle theme, and also he adds the whole... He's meant to parallel N. So if you take him out, there's no longer a parallel to N. So, yeah. This is also him being underutilized. I do agree. He is not utilized enough. Like, he could have shown up more, could have done a little bit more, but I think that was on purpose. Because again, he parallels N. N shows up constantly throughout the game. At least in Black and White 1. He shows up constantly. He also tells the player character that he is involved directly with Team Plasma. Chorus does not do that. Chorus waits until the literal end of the game to reveal he's part of Team Plasma, and even then he doesn't say that he's the leader. You find that out later. In like the literal next conversation with Getsus, but they kind of like... They kind of just, you know, like, I think they were trying to utilize that aspect where N showed up frequently. He also, like, put everything out on the table. He didn't really hide anything. He was very open. Colress, meanwhile, tells you pretty much nothing, shows up sporadically, doesn't tell you shit. Is just kind of there, but he... I mean, he, like, I think that may have been the intent. I don't know how well it worked, but I do think that may have been part of it. I would have loved to see the parallels between Chorus, Getsus, and N explored more, but they don't interact. Chorus literally does not interact with either Getsus or N in fucking Black and White 2. Chorus talks about both of them technically. He talks about Getsus, and he mentions N, but not N, if that makes sense. He talks about how if only there were a person who could understand and communicate with Pokemon, but a person like that doesn't exist. That could be an ironic line, or it could be a serious line. It really depends on how you want to look at it. He might be saying that just to see what the player character knows. I think it's more of a nod to the person playing the game, like, oh, we know a person like that. If you played the first game, at least. You do know there is a person that exists like that. And then it just kind of sucks that you don't get to see Chorus and N interact, which I think is why they did get to interact very briefly in Master GX. Or EX, whatever the fuck that's called. So, I do think that might have something to do with it, but... Yay! Chorus was an interesting villain. I have seen this take a lot. Is this really a take? It's more just an opinion. I've seen this opinion a lot, and I do agree with it. I think Chorus is one of the more interesting villains. I don't think he's the best villain, because again, he got underutilized to hell and back, but he is interesting. He has a very interesting motivation and purpose in the plot when he's doing something with the plot. He is pretty interesting. I do think that if we got to see more of him, he'd be even more interesting. Probably. That's a very, very biased. I made a whole PowerPoint on him. But, I do think, as a villain, he's not the best villain. Just because, like, Getsus exists. I'm pretty sure Getsus is, like, top-tier villain. He is very hateable. He does his job as the villain very well. In comparison, Chorus is, like, more of an antagonist. He's there, he's doing some evil shit, but he's not like super hateable. I feel like there are things you could hate about him, but I don't think it would be on the same level as like hating Getsus because he's just a horrible person. Like with Colress, it's more of just you might personally find him annoying or just hate him. So like, that one is just kind of interesting too. I've said that word so much. I'm running out of words. Hydrate. Oh god. Watch your check. Next one. Colress isn't a memorable antagonist. I think this one kind of goes hand in hand with people saying he didn't add anything to the plot. Because I also kind of forgot about him, but at the same time, I just forgot that he was an antagonist slash villain in general. I did not forget Colress as a character. I still remembered him, because he stands out. His hairstyle stands out. That was kind of the most I remembered about him. His battle theme and his hairstyle, they stick out. Also, he is very memeable. He has so many memes that are like specific to him. It's kind of amazing. There are probably other characters that have similar like meme history, but Colress just seems to have like a lot. He, maybe as an antagonist, is not memorable, but I think as a character he is. Which does lead us to the obligatory meme mentions. His main three. I just let these all tab in. Oh jeez. Yeah, Gen 5 also didn't sell well. A lot of people did not play Black and White 2. Yeah. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I think that's also why more people might be familiar with him from the anime specifically. And if your only interpretation of his character is from the anime, yeah, it's no wonder people probably don't like him. Like, if that's all you have to go on, it's kind of like... He has a very... I don't know, like, he just doesn't stand out. He doesn't do anything interesting. Like, his personality in the anime I thought was alright, but he's not doing anything to really, you know, stand out with it, so it just kind of all blends together. So if the anime is your only thing to go off of, because I doubt people are only exposed to Pokemon through the manga. Really doubt it. There's probably someone, but I don't know who that would be. Like, I do think... So that's not fully cut off, great. I do think whatever I was saying, I kind of forgot. Oh god, 4 hour PowerPoint. Oh no. I need to talk faster or something. We're almost done though, there's like only a few more slides after this. We're almost done with the PowerPoint. I don't know how good of a PowerPoint it actually was, but we're almost done. Almost through. We got the obligatory meme mentions. His first one came from the trailer, the However I Disagree. That one, you can see it up in the top right. That's the frame it is, that's not the quote, but I thought that one was funny, so I put that one in instead. Very dramatic line read in the trailer specifically. It just kind of caught on as a meme for a while. I even see it nowadays somewhat, especially in regards to his character. Like, I still see it quite a bit. It kind of lived on, which is kind of amazing, considering the longevity of like a lot of character-specific memes. The other one is the Internet Explorer thing. This one I also see, specifically in any Colress fan space. He just kind of looks like Internet Explorer. And also the slow Pokemon thing, that's how this tied back. That's how I probably would have remembered that. All of his Pokemon are slow. His hairstyle kind of resembles Internet Explorer, which is known and notoriously slow. So like, That just kind of, you have to wonder if that was intentional, especially because his beta design had his colors inverted. So his hair swoop was yellow and his eyes were blue, which would have better fit with that logo. But they inverted it, which I'm glad they inverted it because it stands out more, but also the hair swoop being just yellow, I mean, it would have looked more like a halo at least, but you know, I think I just prefer the blue one. I just prefer the blue one. The Wanted for War Crimes in Unova kind of came about from Alola specifically. We don't really see it too often anymore, but it was pretty frequent for a while. You kind of want to see it? Do you mean the inverted colors, or? I can probably find the beta sprites somewhere. I need to like go looking for them. They were revealed in that mega leak way back when. We just got to see the beta design for Colress. It looks pretty similar. Like, the only thing that changed really was some of his colors. He just kind of had a different color palette. I'm assuming that one was probably way further along in development. There may have been like a beta Colress, where he's like even more different. Who knows what that one could have looked like. But it seems like for the most part they had this general idea for a while. And that's what they ran with. They just kind of moved the colors around. If you could find it, that'd be great. Like an alpha. Oh no. I mean, Colress is pretty tall. He's pretty tall. That's usually what denotes an alpha Pokemon. I kinda lost the plot a while back, but yeah. Beta Chorus would have probably looked a bit weird. I can't even imagine what that would have looked like, just because they seem to have kept his design so consistent throughout it. What would that have even looked like? I remember they also had like a beta Getsus design in there, so he also looked different. I don't know what you mean. I have like a 5-second memory right now. Everything I say is being immediately forgotten. I can't even tell you why. It might be the phlegm. I think part of the phlegm is like draining my ability to be coherent right now, which is really unfortunate because I wanted to be really coherent for the Colress PowerPoint. How am I supposed to present anything to you guys if I can't present anything? Ah! Oh well, I tried. Oh jeez, moving on. Moving back to Pokemon. Yay, this is it! I mentioned this way earlier. Like right at the start of the PowerPoint, we're finally talking about his Pokemon team. Finally, we made it through the trenches. Back to Pokemon. I really like his Pokemon, they're really cool. As mentioned before, he does have a themed team. They all seem to be object-based. All kind of slow-moving. They've got that gimmick of a lot of them are fused together. With the exception of Behem, I don't know what that's about. They've also... what do they have? They're all just kind of mechanical looking. Steel types, for the most part. They just fit a theme, which is pretty cool. Because unless a trainer is specifically meant to be a specific type, like, a lot of... from what I've noticed, a lot of important NPC characters don't really have a theme to their teams. Or at least if they do, I haven't noticed them. Like, I probably would if I focused on a different character. I'd probably be able to tell you a lot about their team, but for the most part, we're focused on Colress, so we've got Colress. Alas, I wonder how many times have I said Colress's name throughout this stream. I wish I could, like, give more interesting information, but my brain is drawing a blank right now. This is so unfortunate. I was so hyped about this. I'm still hyped about this, but... the phlegm. The phlegm is killing me. Oh jeez, I'm having to divert power into not choking on it. I can't get it out. Unfortunate. But yes. Oh god, yeah. I think there's probably way more Pokemon trainers than there are Pokemon at this point. There has to be a lot. Oh, you found it! Oh shit! Where did I put my phone at? Oh god! I don't even know where that's at. Alright. Well. Oh, there it is! It fell off the couch. If you could just send it to me on Tumblr, I'd be able to hopefully pull it up on screen real quick. That'd be something. Oh, wow. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. He is very blonde. He is super blonde. Whoa. Whoa. Hold on, I gotta like send it to myself real quick. There's probably a way easier way to do this, I'm just not doing it. Okay. Let me go, see if I can't pull that up without breaking something else in the process. Okay, did that break anything? Doesn't look like it. Oops. Oops. Where am I? Save. There we go. Okay. I know I have like a slide later for specifically the design elements, but I'm just gonna like pull this in now so I can show you guys. I can show you guys very blonde Colress. Let's see, where is it at? There it is. Open! Oh hey, it's actually kind of tiny. This is right here. Was Beta Colress. Very blonde. Very blonde, very... like, not a lot changed about his sprite. That's pretty much his normal sprite. Just blonde. He is very blonde, that's kind of... why? I can understand why they changed it. Oh hey, I can kind of breathe again. Oh shit, never mind. Welcome back, we found Beta Colress. The very blonde edition. Very blonde Beta Colress. I feel like with this, it does kind of look like a sun hat. With this one, it does resemble a halo, right? Whenever... oh, there... I was gonna save this for the design portion, but like, we can just jump out of order. The hair swoop being blue and kind of circling the head the way it does kind of resembles a halo. I've heard some people say it resembles a broken halo, which I do agree with. When it is just fully blonde, it just looks like a halo. Like, I don't really know what shape this is, but it has more of the halo vibe. Whenever it is just straight up yellow. And like, the reason people might say it looks like a halo is, you know, the general cult vibes that Team Plasma has. Having a character masquerading as an angel kind of makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. You don't really recognize it as hair. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I don't know what I would assume this is, if not for the fact that it's normally blue. What would you... like, it does kind of look like a sun hat from behind, so maybe you could assume it's a hat, and then he turns around and it's like, oh, what is that? What are you doing? This one does kind of read more as, like, a messed up haircut than anything else. I know people joke about it with his normal hair swoop, but that looks intentional. Like, that he did that on purpose. If that's not natural, and it doesn't just grow that way, he did that on purpose at the very least. With this, it just does look a bit like an accident. Like, it's not supposed to stick up the way it does. It just... Especially that side profile. Oh. It's interesting. It's way too yellow. Way too yellow. Way too yellow. I'm trying to, like, formulate my thoughts about it a little bit better. It's kind of... like... I've heard the whole reason Colress has blue as an accent is because, you know, like, it's one of the other colors that lightning can be. And Team Plasma's whole lightning gimmick. So... yeah, like the blue for the lightning, it's always kind of been part of the logo. So when you just have him entirely yellow, like, yeah, it still fits the lightning, but it looks a bit too... like, it's going too hard on it. I would not assume he's part of Team Plasma, though, at the very least. I would not think, yeah, Plasma. I have to wonder why his hair swoop is blue, though. Like, it's because of Team Plasma, but did he do that because of Team Plasma, or was it already like that? And it just happened to correlate with Team Plasma's blue logo. Which came first, the hair swoop or the logo? I think I've asked this question before. What came first? Yeah. It does look better when it's, like, more spread out through the palette. Like, I know his eyes are meant to be blue here. I think he's supposed to have blue eyes. But I feel like that's still too far down. It doesn't quite fit. Gets us forcing his ranks to have stupid haircuts. Everyone, if Getsus has to have the weird three-pronged haircut, everyone else has to have weird gravity-defying hair as well. That's just how it has to be. Honestly, I could see that. Why does N's hair look like that? Actually, now that I'm thinking, is it naturally occurring like that, or did it get styled like that on purpose? Because if he's not actually blood related to Getsus, then what the fuck is going on there? What is going on with the hair genes in Unova? What's going on? Yeah, I agree. Yellow eyes do give more of a piercing look. I don't think I would like his design nearly as much if he had blue eyes. I'm gonna be so real. That is such an overplayed design. Like, blonde hair, blue eyes, okay. Okay. This is like character number 502 in the Pokemon series with blonde hair, blue eyes. Alright. I like his eyes being yellow. It's way cooler. It stands out more, too. I know yellow is not a unique eye color in the Pokemon universe, but the fact that he's also blonde with yellow eyes is pretty neat. Because again, they could have, like, they could have swapped it. But they didn't. I am also now wondering, what would happen if his, like, base hair color were blue and the hair swoop were blonde? What then? What eye color would he have? But I'm assuming still blue? That would... oh god. So imagine Colress with yellow eyes, like blue hair, but the hair swoop is blonde. That is just... oh no, that's just Internet Explorer. Uh-oh. That one just is Internet Explorer at that point. Whoops. Okay, so maybe don't do that part. Maybe don't do that part. But if that were how it worked, do you think there's like a beta Colress that had that design? Where they were trying to flip the colors around to make it like more cohesive, and they ended up making his base hair blue. I think I've seen fan art like that, where he has natural blue hair and he just bleaches it. So the hair swoop is the natural color. He just dyes the rest of his hair blonde. All scientists in the Pokemon universe are blonde. Yeehaw! It's just the law. It's how it works. The science gene is stored in the blonde. I was thinking about that a while back, how like, there are so many important scientist characters that just are blonde. Clement is like the main one that comes to mind, Lusamine. There's Colress, obviously. There's probably more, but I'm drawing a blank right now. I should have eaten more of the floor tacos. I should have eaten more of the floor tacos. Oh well. Oh, please. Yeah, I do think his hair is just like that. I was never under the impression that he was doing anything to his hair other than slicking it back. I kind of thought the hair swoop just did that. But a lot of people don't think that it's like, it doesn't grow like that. Which is interesting. I'm not sure if Bianca counts. She's like a Pokemon professor assistant, I think? I mean, I guess that kinda counts. It just depends on what you want to quantify as a scientist, which honestly in this universe could be anything. A lot of scientists in this universe aren't even really doing science, they're just fucking around, so... Oh god. Oh man, if the beta sprite was just his natural appearance and he just shifts it slightly, like he wears contacts for some fucking reason while still wearing glasses. He wears color-changing contacts, but still glasses. He dyes his hair swoop. We live in such an unmagical reality right now. Oh no. Beta Chorus. I'm glad we didn't end up with that design. Like, I'm sure he'd still have the same personality, and the only thing different would be the hairstyle, or the hair color and the eye color. And that's pretty much the only difference. Like, his outfit looks like it isn't changed. It looks... that's just his outfit. So, like... that's the only part that changes is his hair. They had to get it right, because it's such a standout part of his design. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chorus that we know today. Way too blonde to be colorless. Horrified to find out your significant other is just like naturally all entirely blonde. That is a really funny idea, actually. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get this curse thing out of here now. It's been on screen a little bit too much long. Too much long? Yep, we're getting to that point where I've been talking too much long, yep. Oh yeah, speculation on the theme. This was the part where I was gonna like go a little bit more in depth on what I think, because I had 3 different ideas for, I guess, just the theme of his team, but also how he might treat his team. Which isn't really an important thing to bring up when it comes to his character, but his whole thing is like finding out that friendship is like the ideal way to bring out potential, so I figure he probably treats his Pokemon team some way. But it kind of tied into... There are 3 main interpretations I feel like you can take from the fact that the majority of his Pokemon team are based on objects, specifically more so mechanical. They look like inorganic, but they are still sentient, so the bulk of his team is kind of based on almost machinery, with like Behia being the exception. But I feel like you could interpret that as, like, you could read into why that might be the case. Like, why did he pick Pokemon like this? Why did he structure his team like that? Because it could just be that they're strong, but then you've got Klinklang and Behem on there. And those are like his main 2 Pokemon, so it's like, okay, so it's probably not a power thing. It's not a strength thing. So, is it because he views Pokemon as objects? Is it because he sees them like tools to help him with his science? Is that why they're all object-based? Or is it because he just happens to like machinery? So that's why the majority of his Pokemon are object-based. Is it because he really likes object-based Pokemon? Or is it just because he views them as tools? Is it a mixture of both, maybe? I don't remember what the third idea was. It was, don't remember what the third idea was. I couldn't figure out how Behem fit into this. Other than... that's like the... that's just the stand-in for himself. The humanoid who is an alien. Doesn't quite fit in. Is still intelligent, though. God, could you imagine if Colress had psychic powers? That'd be terrible. That would be awful. But I couldn't figure out really how Behem fits into the team. Really? Yeah. I think so as well. He probably just likes the way that they look. And that they're useful. They can help him. Like, it's been shown in some... like in Pokemon... no. Pokepark 2. The whole Kling Klang line are used to keep a door open. Like, they're part of the machinery. They help with the machinery. And I'm pretty sure even in the Pokemon universe, some Pokemon, mainly electric types, but also like the Kling Klang line specifically, can be utilized to help like with everyday stuff. They're just useful to have around for machinery. So I feel like Colress would like the convenience of that. But also I think he would just like how they look. Like, they have an aesthetic to them that I feel like he would like. I don't know how close he would be to them, like, before the whole friendship revelation. I still feel like, maybe the, I don't remember where I was going with that train of thought. Oops. I saw the word Behem and just started, like, zoning out. Oops. Where is I going with that? Maybe he just likes machinery. Oh, we don't really know how he treats his Pokemon. It can be assumed that once he learns the friendship thing, that he treats them like friends, maybe? We don't know how he treats them before that. We also don't know for sure that he's treating them like friends. Because it's one thing to say this is how you do it, this is the way to bring out their potential, and it's another thing entirely to actually, like, follow through on that. Because you can think you're following through on it and then, like, be failing entirely. That's always a possibility, and we won't know, because we don't really get to see that much into his character, like, just existing with his Pokemon. I kind of do wish we got to see more trainers just exist with their Pokemon. That's kind of what I think the appeal of Pokemon Masters was, but that... I don't know. Colress doesn't really look at his Kling Klang very often, like, it just follows behind him, but that's how most Pokemon are in the game. Like, I feel like Colress interacts with his Kling Klang even less than other people interact with their Pokemon in that game, which is kind of sad. I want him to, like, acknowledge his Kling Klang. It follows him around. Man. But yeah, we don't really know too much on that. Though, I will say, in the manga continuity specifically, he does seem to have a good bond with his Pokemon. He acknowledges that they are strong when shown friendship. Like, his Pokemon clearly care about him, and he puts a lot of trust into them. In the manga universe specifically. Because again, he likes to ride around on them. He just straight up surfs on them sometimes. Like, that requires a lot of trust. On his part and the Pokemon's part. So clearly, at least in the manga continuity, he does understand at least trust in his Pokemon. Maybe friendship. I don't know, that's kind of like... Manga Colress is weird because I don't think he understands friendship, honestly. But I do think he understands how to care for his Pokemon. Because that's like a whole plot point with his Genesects. that's actually his. It obeys him, and it, like, it's under his control without it being under mind control. Even though he does mind control it sometimes, it is still his Pokemon. He's still bonded with it. It still trusts him to some extent. Like, so that's like, you know. Oh, jeez. I don't know if he does know how friendship works. That is something I wonder about a lot. I'm doing the posture check first. I do wonder if he knows how friendship works, because it's one thing to know that this is how you get results, and it's another thing to know how that works, like, in actuality. Colress is just an interesting character to think about. I keep saying that, but it's just, like, the best way I can think to describe him. He's got so many things you could just, like, interpret about him. That's where the, like, fun with this character comes from, is you can interpret a lot just from the, like, little details we get about him. It's fascinating, really. There are probably other characters that, like, work the same way, but I haven't really looked into them as much as I've looked into Colress. Yeah, I also don't think he mistreats his Pokemon. I don't see that working out too well, but I do think that he'd probably experiment on his Pokemon. Like, we do know in the battle tree, one of his, like, battle AIs, like, things that it likes to do is blow up one of his Metagross. Specifically the one that can't Mega Evolve. Blow that one up. That happens a lot, apparently. So... oh, hey, there's a Porygon 2 in chat. It can be assumed he probably does experiment on them. I don't think he would go out of his way to hurt them, though. Also, a lot of his Pokemon, I don't know how you would hurt a Steel type. Unless you take a Blowtorch to him. That seems really counterproductive, though. Like, why would you do that? So it kind of falls into the realm of, I don't think he'd do that because it's not practical. What do you gain from that? I don't know what you gain from that. So, like, I feel like he probably does not mistreat his Pokemon, but I do think he probably would use them for experimentations that might sometimes hurt them, because it's for the results. But again, there's probably a reason he was looking for the Pokebeans in the Gen 7 games. It's probably because they can raise friendship really fast, and he probably wants to look into that, because maybe it has something to do with the fact he keeps exploding one of his Pokemon. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. But... I think, other than that, I think his Pokemon probably... I think it's been stated that Pokemon will follow people even if their, like, trainer... Hey, I got the Porygon too! Even if the trainer is a bad person, the Pokemon will follow them and care for them. Assuming that the conditions aren't horrible. Like, you can push a Pokemon to hate you. You can absolutely do that. Ghetsis' Hydreigon is like a prime example of that. But I think... I think Colress's Pokemon probably... They're probably loyal to him. That or they're neutral on him. They're either neutral or loyal. It's one or the other. I don't think they hate him. Like... there'd be little he could do if his Metagross decided to explode a little bit too close to him, you know? Then again, people in the Pokemon universe are really hard to kill. So, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, the other thing I was gonna talk about is his battle encounters. I kinda went over this way earlier in the stream. Black and White 2. The first time you'll encounter him in battle is right before Route 4. Well, you'll actually battle him on Route 4, but you'll encounter him, like, right before that. He just kinda asks you to battle. I think I don't know if you can say no to that, but he'll ask you to battle and then go up to Route 4 where he'll wait for you. Then you battle him on Route 4 where he will only have a Magnemite and a Clink. Those are his only 2 Pokemon, and I think they're like level 23, level 25 at most. They're pretty basic. They're not too difficult to take out. You might be fighting them in a sandstorm though, depending on the version of the game you're playing. So that's something. Yeah, I do agree on the Behem and Kling thing. Those are like his 2 main Pokemon. I'm pretty sure I even have a thing up there, his fandom faves. These are like the 2 that get associated with him the most. Welcome back, Spoopy. The brain rot continues. These are like his 2 go-tos. I'm pretty sure Behem being such like a prominent like fixture, even though it's really not seen with him too much outside of the manga, is probably entirely just because of the manga. It's like his go-to Pokemon in the manga, other than Kling and Genesect, but those are like his only Pokemon there, but yeah, his poor Metagross. He's got 2 of them apparently. At least in the battle tree, if you want to count those as different Pokemon. I think some people do just only count 1 version of it, and then but they've got different natures, so that's where it's like, is it the same Pokemon, or does he just have multiple of the same Pokemon? Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, Behem. I think Behem gets a lot of relevance on his team from the manga specifically, just because of how often he utilizes it, and it just kind of seems to be his little buddy. That's like his buddy Pokemon. He puts so much faith in Behem, it's insane. Like, Behem in the manga is capable of operating the Colress machines, and he trusts his Behem to operate the Colress machine without him being around to monitor it. Like, he puts an insane amount of trust in his Pokemon in the manga specifically, which is pretty cool. But don't really know about the games too much, but I do think Behem and the popularity it has as his Pokemon is probably stemming from the manga. And something I have noticed is it also might be because it's a humanoid Pokemon. I think a lot of people associate the 2 because Behem's just the easiest to put emotion onto. The other ones are all based on objects, so it's like, how do you get emotion out of that? Which is kind of unfortunate, because I feel like, I don't think Colress wouldn't bond with his Behem, but I do think he would still also bond with his other Pokemon too. Like, if that's the route he's going down, he's probably not prioritizing one just because it looks more humanoid. But I do get the vibe that a lot of people only pick Behem out of his team because it's his most humanoid one, and it's easier to put emotion onto when having it interact with him over the others, which either don't have mouths or like... Actually, I think a lot of them don't have mouths. Like, the bulk of his team don't have mouths. I don't even think Behem has a mouth, but it has like a more humanoid body. It's like, I'm not really sure, but that was my thought process for that. I kind of figured Behem gets a little bit more fan favoritism on his team specifically, because it's just the easiest one to like interpret. Which is a little bit unfortunate, because again, Colress does have a team almost entirely comprised of like object-based Pokemon, so I feel like his preference is probably more mechanical, but yeah. I feel that Kling is hard to draw, but even in like the written format, I've still seen more people like, it's a tag on AO3. Colress's Behem is a tag on AO3. That's how much it comes up. Like, I think his Kling also might have a tag, but it definitely shows up less than his Behem. Like, that might, I have no idea how that came about, but I get the vibe that people just have an easier time. Cause I'm gonna be real, I love Kling Klang, but I don't know how the fuck it would move. If you were to describe it moving, what is it doing? Is it rotating? How much is it rotate? What is it doing? I don't know. It doesn't have a mouth. I don't know how you would really describe the movement of a Kling Klang. To be fair, it is easier to figure out how BHM moves around. It's easier to figure out how BHM is emoting. We also know its little hand lights. That's how it can communicate. It's got like one. It's got like one. One mouth. Does that one even open? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, does Kling Klang's mouth open? Does any of the Kling Klang's mouth open? Like, actually, now that I'm looking at it, the tiny gear has like an open mouth perpetually, but does it ever close? Is that even a mouth? Is that where you feed it? How do you feed these things? I want to get these things in Pokemon and me just so I can figure out how the fuck they eat. I had a Magnezone. That thing eats from its eye. I don't... How do these things eat? How does he feed any of them? What? These are probably questions he had, and that's why he got them in the first place, because he wanted to figure these things out. How do they eat? Do they eat? Do they need to eat? Oh, jeez. I had a fanfic idea in mind that did involve his Kling Klang, but I am so slow at writing, I don't know if I'd ever actually be able to publish it anywhere. But I wanted like to utilize Kling Klang specifically just cause it doesn't come up as often. It's not really a fluffy moment, but it is kind of... Kling Klang is like, I feel like probably it's his ace Pokemon, like the one that he's mostly associated with in like canon material. I feel like that's the one that feels the closest to him. He might not feel the bond back, we don't really know, but I feel like Kling Klang probably is close to him. Like that's his like most loyal Pokemon, probably next to BHM. Probably not Metagross, that thing keeps blowing up, but that is the one that can Mega Evolve. So, you know, this wouldn't be the case if they just gave Kling Klang a Mega Evolution. Put Kling Klang in another game, Game Freak, you cowards! Put him in another game! Yeah. You gotta... That is a good point. I don't think Kling Klang would let Colress stand on it in the manga if it didn't like him. It's also... I think it's confirmed Kling Klang isn't under control. Like that, it just does that. Kling Klang is just kinda like that. Colress can stand on it and it's fine. And also, I thought... I'm getting so sidetracked. I'm still technically talking about his Pokemon, at least. In the manga, specifically, I did think it was neat that when fighting Zinzalin, Colress specifically mentions that Zinzalin can't kill him or Kling Klang. Like, he includes Kling Klang in that statement when he didn't need to. But I thought it was sweet. Like, he still gives credit to his Pokemon's maneuverability. Like, he still acknowledges his Kling Klang, which I think is neat. Like, he probably could have just said, "You can't kill me," but no, he also tacked on his Kling Klang as well. Can't kill his Kling Klang either. I love Kling Klang. It's such a goofy Pokemon. I didn't know how to feel about it when it first came out and I was first playing the games. I was like, that's a weird one. But nowadays, it is partly due to how often it shows up with Colress, but I think it's really cute. It's got a really goofy expression. I think the two gears are sentient. Also, like, the small gear and the big gear in the back, I think they're sentient. Like, separate from each other. They're both sentient. At least according to the Mystery Dungeon series, they are independent from each other, but they can't separate or they die. Which is kind of fucked up. That's how a lot of Pokemon lore is. They can't separate or they die. Thinking about it, a lot of Colress's Pokemon probably have, like, there's probably multiple personalities at, like, play with them. Like his Magneton, that's 3 Magnemites stuck together. His Magnezone, who even knows how that thing functions? His Klinklang is probably at least 2 sentient gears stuck together. Do they have different personalities? Probably not. They're probably not like Zweilous. Probably. Not too sure. But yeah, that was that tangent. Back onto the encounters. So I already went over his first one. The next time you fight him, I'm pretty sure it's in the Pokemon World Tournament, where he will then have a... Well, he still has his Klink, he still, I think actually has evolved his Magnemite into a Magneton, and now he has an Elgyem on his team. The Elgyem has the funniest moveset. Not funny as in, like, why does it have that? It's just kind of like a... It really does just feel like he put this thing on his team just because he needed 3 Pokemon to be in the tournament. Like, Elgyem probably wasn't even doing battles before this. And he's like, alright, here you go. I need 3 Pokemon, here you go. So Elgyem just, it feels like a weird choice, just looking at its moveset. But they also don't have any items on them. He starts doing that in his next encounter, which is aboard the frigate in the end game. When you find out he's part of Team Plasma, he will then be running a team that's not a full team yet, but he has... Let's see, he's got his Klinklang, he's got Behem, got a Magneton, he's got a Magnezone, he's got Metang. And that's it. That's his team. And then he starts running items on them, so now you've got to watch out for that. It does feel a bit like you're fighting a competitive player, someone who knows the meta, which is interesting. You also get to hear his battle theme for the first time. The first 2 times you fight him, he will not have his battle music. But when you fight him on the frigate, he gets his battle music, and then he keeps his battle music from then on, which is great, because it's a banger of a theme. I'm pretty sure it's still playing in the background, unless something broke. I haven't been able to hear it in a while. So, there's that. And then there's the post-game fights, where you'll be fighting him at, like... Oh god, I think his team's, like, level 72, in that range. He adds his Wash Rotom to the team to add some, like, variety, I guess. It still fits with his theming. It is just an interesting choice. We could have, like, a drinking game based on how many times I say interesting, but... His BEM 74! Oh, I was like, why did he buff up his BEM? Oh god, Klinklang. That makes a bit more sense. I'm pretty sure, like, Klinklang is his ace, I'm pretty sure? I'm not sure why. Oh god. I don't remember what I said that prompted that response. Oh jeez. Well yeah, that's his team encounters. Wash Rotom gets added in the post-game, which is... try not to say interesting. It's... I think about that a lot. Why did he add a Rotom in the post-game and not to his... Why didn't he add that sooner? Did he just not have it, or... Also, is it a nod to Team Plasma since Rotom's body is made out of plasma? Is that why he has it, other than it being an object Pokemon? Is it just a joke? Is it a pun? You think Colress makes jokes? He probably doesn't. That'd probably be in his dialogue if he did. Oh, okay, yeah, I would probably end up with the kill count. Oops. Oh no! I say interesting so often. I have such a limited variety of words. Oh no! Wash Rotom because it's blue! Everything is like... Everything is color-coded with these fuckers, man. He's got a theme and he's sticking to it. It's very orange, but it does have that blue hue to it. Man, where did he even find that thing? I've got like a personal headcanon of where he got it from, but it's not based on anything. It's just an idea. But I have no idea where he even got it from. Why? Do you think he wasn't allowed to use it in Alola? Because it's not on his Battle Tree team anymore. They just kind of axed Rotom from existence. It's only allowed to be a sentient phone. Why did they do that? Why did they remove a Pokemon? It would have been cool if Colress still kept his, you know? Or maybe like he could have utilized it in his, like, probably not on the console, but in something. Just have his Rotom and have it be a nod to how he has a Rotom at least. I still think it'd be cool if you could see some of his Pokemon follow him around in the overworld. Like, his BHM could have been accompanying him in the Alola region. I think that would have been neat. Especially because I think his coat looks a lot like his BHM. So like, you know... Put it on his Rotom phone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Galar probably exists. Galar probably exists. We just don't know about it yet. He was ahead of the curve. He had a phone that doesn't even exist yet. I mean, he would. He would have a phone that doesn't exist yet. He's got that weird tablet, flip phone screen, computer thing. I don't know what the fuck that is. I really want to know what the notes on the concept art say, because what is that thing? Is it a Colress machine? We know he has at least 4. By the time of, like, Black and White 2, he has at least 4 Colress machines. Is that one of them? What about the prior 3? Where'd those go? We don't know. We're never gonna know. I'm so curious, though. But yeah. Battle Tree time, I think. Battle Tree. That's when you can fight him next outside of Black and White 2. He just kinda shows up. There's no reason for him to be there in Sun and Moon unless you run with the theory that he is evading the police. So maybe he's there for vacation and research on who knows what. Who knows? Yeah, it is implied that he has like 1,000 of them. There is a 2-year gap. Going off of like Grimsley's concept art for the Alola games, there is a 2-year gap between when we last saw them and like the Alola games. So what was he doing in that 2-year time span that prompted 1,000 Colress machines? How did he do that? Is that even possible? He'd probably have to be doing something new every day. Like, multiple things every day. I remember seeing someone think that they were all prototypes, but I'm pretty sure they're all different things. I think all of his Colress machines do different things, he just labels them with numbers. Because, like, Colress machine number 4, he gave you the prototype version. And kept the actual working version. So there are 2 Colress machine number 4s. One of them just exploded. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe the frigate counts. It could be multiple. Like the Curum cannon, that might be a Colress machine. We don't know. It's probably a collective effort. I don't know if you can label that if multiple people worked on it. Maybe. Who knows? I don't really know how to talk about the battle tree. I never encountered him in the battle tree. I was kind of scared to encounter him in the battle tree because I heard about his exploding Metagross and I didn't want to deal with that. I've seen people like who team up with him because you can double battle with him. Like have him as your partner. Assuming his Metagross does not blow up, he might have the one that can Mega Evolve. And if it Mega Evolves, you might not even get to have a turn. It just kills everything. It doesn't even have to explode, it's just hyper competent all on its own. And it's like, dude, what the hell? You don't even have to do anything. Colress will just win the fight for you. That's insane. I'm scared to fight him. I don't want to fight him knowing that his Pokemon are powerhouses like that. That's really scary. This guy is like unhinged half the time and his Pokemon are like murder machines. That's awful. Could you imagine if Manga Colress had his Metagross? Could you imagine? That would have killed everyone. Everyone would be dead in the manga universe. They had to nerf him by giving him like his arguably weakest Pokemon to hold on to. Like they're still cool and they stand out, but like they're probably not destroying a city. Well, Behem might have killed Zinzolin. I don't know what happened to Zinzolin. I really can't. Did they just leave him to die? Did Zinzolin just die? I can't actually figure that out. I can't find any reference of what happened to him. Because the frigate exploded. And that was like the last location that I knew of that he was in. So like, did they just kill Zinzolin? I know he got brain scrambled by Behem, but still. Come on. Then he got a shoe thrown at him. Well, I think he got the shoe thrown at him and then his brain got scrambled by Behem, but still. Behem has a kill count. Man. Why didn't they just do that to the protagonist? Like, Behem can teleport. Why didn't Colress just have Behem teleport behind the protagonist and brain scramble him? They kind of had to nerf Manga Colress's intelligence, I swear, in order for anything to work at all. Oh god. Moving on, the battle items. I've already mentioned these way earlier, I think. He does tend to use battle items a little bit more than was common back then, at least in Black and White 2. There were some trainers that did use them, but Colress utilized them quite a bit. Like, almost every Pokemon on his team would have one. And they all were kind of, like, competitively structured. Like, there was thought put into why they'd be on any of his Pokemon. Like the aforementioned air balloons on his Klinklang. I can't breathe out of my nose anymore. The aforementioned air balloons on the Klinklang to negate the ground weakness. He's got a lot of thought going on with that. Oh god, the battle tree. I knew the battle tree was on here somewhere, I just didn't remember where. Battle tree. I don't know how to talk about it other than it's scary. And it is a tree, and I don't know how high that thing goes. Doesn't his Alola coat kind of look like a Mega Evolution though? Like, he kind of Mega Evolved with it. Like, he looks a little bit bulkier. That might just be the suit, or like the coat. Doesn't it kind of look like he Mega Evolved with it though? Like, even his hair swoop looks kind of thicker. And his glasses got a thicker rim. He's just kind of bulkier. He Mega Evolved. Yeah, his glasses! You guys can see the vision, he just Mega Evolved. And he can also Mega Evolve. I just cut myself off in the middle of that sentence. He can also mega evolve his Metagross, which I've mentioned a handful of times now. Posture check. That kind of does have some implications. Who let him do that? Also, which, like, canon are we going with for the Mega Evolution here? Is the Metagross in pain? Or is it, like, fine? They changed how Mega Evolution worked from being, like, a not that bad thing, like it's a sign of, like, strong bonds with your Pokemon, to if you do this even with the friendship bond, you're putting them in unexplainable agony. Unspeakable agony. Like, is that what's going on with Metagross? Is it in pain? He blows up one of them and then puts the other one through, like, psychological warfare in a tree. Like, huh? God. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about his glasses. I kind of, in general, don't really like his Alola design. Like, it's not awful. I don't hate it. But if I were to draw him, I would not draw him in the Alola coat, which, you know. I just kind of don't like how it looks. Like, I just kind of don't like how it looks. Yeah, they had to make the design kind of like bulk up with the gloves being the way they are, because they are very poofy. But not because they're like that. They look a bit like a sausage link, because there's a computer shoved into them. So they kind of had to make the design puff out more. So it's like, huh, okay. Yeah. Like, it is a funny concept. He built a whole water-cooled coat instead of just, like, dressing for a tropical environment. I think... Well, actually, no, I think even his original design probably wouldn't have fared too well. I was gonna say if he just wore the coat, like, his lab coat over, like a Hawaiian shirt or something, maybe. Because, like, black absorbs heat, so he'd have to change his undershirt, at least. And his pants, but... He could probably swap that and keep the coat, but I think the long sleeve would probably kill him in the end, so maybe not. So the water-cooled coat, he's somehow even more covered up. I don't know how he manages that, but, like, he's doing it somehow. It is kind of funny that we don't know what the undersuit shirt situation looks like for this design. Like, we got to see on his concept art for Black and White 2 that without his coat on, we get to know what his shirt looks like underneath that, but we don't get to know what's underneath his, like, water-cooled coat. What's under the console? Why don't we get to know that? We get to know 4 different expressions he can make that are only slightly different from each other, but we don't get to know, like, is he wearing a bodysuit? Is he wearing shorts? Not shorts, like, a shirt with long sleeves and pants? Or, like, what's going on with that? People are just making up their own ideas because we don't know, but, like, it's interesting. God damn it. Anyone doing the drinking game is gonna die. We don't get to know what it looks like, but we do for Black and White 2. Like, I just think it's curious. Very peculiar. Well, yeah, Mega Evolution Battle Tree. He can have a Porygon 2 and a Porygon Z. I do think it's funny that in the entry for Porygon Z, in the Alola game specifically, it mentions that it is fucked up because a scientist tried to make it go into space or something. Like, a scientist tried to equip Porygon Z for going into another dimension, basically, and that fucked it up. And it's just, you know, like, you can interpret something from that they gave it to Colress, who does some dimension warping shit in that game specifically. Like, you know. Yeah, he's definitely wearing a turtleneck. Could not be me, I hate turtlenecks, but like, you can only see like some of what he's wearing underneath, and you can assume it's a turtleneck. Might be long sleeve, might not be long sleeve. You really can't tell. And he's got pants. He's got pants, and they may or may not connect to his shoes. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes. It's probably insulation, now that I'm thinking about it, because if you have just like a water-cooled anything up against your like bare skin, you'd probably take damage somehow. You probably don't want that directly touching you, so he's probably all the way covered up underneath too. Why is he like this? Why is he like this? What? It's just these character details that you can build off of, but you're never going to know the actual reason behind it. But you can assume, you can guess, and you can theorize, but you're never gonna know for sure, because the Pokemon Company didn't really think that hard about it. We're just looking into things because we're looking into things. Moving on from that. Rapid fire fun facts prone to bias, as if this entire thing hadn't already been prone to bias. I was trying to keep it objective, but I think I lost the plot at some point. Name variations. This is something I kind of covered near the start. A lot of places he's just named Achroma, which is short for achromatic, which is color pun. Colress itself is a color pun. It's just a... They took out some letters of colorless and ran with it. It fits with the general naming scheme for the 7 sages of Team Plasma, even though Chorus, to my knowledge, is not a sage. It never was one. But a lot of them also had color-based names. I don't think that carried over into the English version, though. At least, if they're supposed to be color puns, I never picked up on it. The fuck? How is Zinzalin purple? What does that mean? I know his name in the Japanese version is Vio, so that's something, but... Zinzalin. That might be purple and I'm just illiterate somehow. Or maybe it's a different language. Who knows? I don't get purple from that though. So that... I don't get purple from that. So Chorus with the colorless name is meant to fit in with that, but because the English names really didn't carry that trend over, it's more of a okay moment. There was that whole thing with the, a while back I noticed that achromatic is a music term as well. It basically means to have no accidentals, or... There's another thing with it too, I can't remember what it is. I think changes in tone. So it's kind of like a song played perfectly. With no abrupt tone changes. And Getsus, his name is also a music-based thing. It is quite literally taken from the G note and the C sharp note, which are things that make up his battle theme. Specifically, they form a tritone, which is also... It's called something specific, but it's a tritone. Something something devil. That has a lot of changes in tone to it. So that could be another comparison between Chorus and Getsus if that was meant to be intentional and not just something that is coincidental. It doesn't carry over in the English version because Chorus, obviously, the name changed, but it's something I was thinking about. It could be a way of, like, looking at it. Zinzalin is a reddish-purple color. I don't think the average child knows that. That's such... You should have just kept the name as Vio. Just keep the name as Vio. Why'd they change it? Zinzalin! Zinzalin is a fun name to say, though. Very fun name to say. Oh wait, did he... I think he didn't used to be, like, really purple in the, In Black and White 1, he wasn't, like, entirely purple. I think he did have, like, a red tone to him. Naturals are also a music thing. Oh! Yeah, there could... we might be onto something! We might be onto something. I'm just not smart enough or awake enough to figure out what that is. Oh, jeez. So, something like that. The other name variations... I don't know how to say it, but in French, only in French, his name is like Nikolai, I think? Which basically just means no color. So, his name pretty much always means the same thing, no matter what language. But it is just kinda... it's a pun. It's a pun. I do know in the fandom a lot of people will like set his Japanese name as his last name, so his name will read as Colress Akrama, or Chroma. Which just means that in this situation his parents named him Colorless twice, and I think that is really funny. So I think more people should do that, actually. Because it's just a really funny thing to think about, and it's totally something that would happen in the Pokemon universe. It would happen in the Pokemon universe. So they should just do that. They should just make that canon. In the Japanese version, they should just have Colress be his last name. It probably won't roll together right, but like, it would just be funny. Just use a different localization of the name as the last name. Without color twice. God, no wonder he ended up fucked up. Do you think his parents were like beige parents? Everything has to be lacking in color. Beige mob. God, I don't even know if those existed way back when. I think those are kind of like a new thing, but they probably always had some variation around. But yes, moving on. Shiny Genesect. This kinda came up sporadically in the manga. Colress has a shiny Genesect. He is the only non-dex holder, like someone who doesn't have a Pokedex. One of the main characters, basically. He's like the only one as of now to have a shiny Pokemon in the manga. That's something. We got that going. I feel like I spelled Genesect wrong. I feel like I spelt it wrong, or maybe I'm just staring too hard at it. Oops. But he's got a shiny Genesect. It's pretty neat. It apparently obeys him, like without the mind control, so that's just his Pokemon. I wonder what happened to it at the end of the manga. I'm not actually sure. I'm not entirely convinced it's not dead after blowing up the way it did. Because that was a concern earlier in the manga where Lactu had his own Genesect, which isn't shiny. Apparently you can see through the covers of the Pokeball what's going on inside the Pokeball. And Colress commented like, "Are you sure you want to send Genesect out? The Pokeball looks really smoky and might explode." And so Lactu was gonna do it, but can't ever remember the pronunciation of the name. I think Whitley, the female protagonist of the manga and the Lactu game, she like stops him. Like the only reason Lactu didn't blow up his Genesect is because Whitley was there to stop him. But that makes me wonder, is shiny Genesect dead because it blew up? Is it dead, or... Because I know the manga isn't above killing Pokemon. So, like, is his Genesect just dead? Or did they, like, take that into police custody? I don't think we'll ever get to know for sure. Just like we might not get to know for sure if Zinzalin or the Shadow Triad are actually dead. But yeah, name dropped in Gen 6. Colress is randomly mentioned by a backpacker on Route 10. For some reason. He gets name dropped specifically. It's the X and Y games. Around Geosinge Town, I think. There's just a backpacker who will mention a scientist named Colress who was a weird guy who info dumped a lot about these weird rocks. And that was a weird situation. And that's kind of all that gets brought up. He gets mentioned in Gen 6. One time for some reason. So the only thing we can really do with that information is just know that he was in Kalos at some point. Some people have tried to stitch the timeline together and have, like, placed the X and Y games happening concurrently with Black and White 2, which would mean Colress had to have been in Kalos before the events of Black and White 2, but that's not an official timeline, so we can't really say for sure when he was in Kalos. It could have been after Black and White 2. Like, maybe he went there after the events of Black and White 2, after he kind of didn't know what to do anymore. Like, maybe he just went traveling. He probably did go somewhere before Alola, we just don't know about it. He probably went somewhere. We just won't know, because he might not ever show up in the series ever again, which is kind of sad to think about. Oh god, the Rainbow Rocket appearance. There's a lot to this one. So, Rainbow Rocket. I almost touched upon it earlier. The main crux of that. It's a kind of like a post-game situation in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. He just kind of shows up midway through it. The whole goal of it is for the player character to try and save Lusamine, I think, after Rainbow Team Rocket, come in from an alternate universe where Team Rocket won, and they start pulling in, like, all of the bosses from the other games from timelines that have also won. Hello, welcome in. Still on the PowerPoint rant. Not too late. Well, actually, we are kind of close to the end of the... we are kind of close to the end of the PowerPoint. But knowing me, I might be yapping for, like, quite a while after this. So it's anyone's guess, really, at what point this PowerPoint is actually over. I think there are 3 more slides after this. I think. We're almost at the end. I think there are 3 more slides after this. I didn't think it would actually... I didn't think we would actually be taking this long, but knowing me, I should have maybe expected that. I get really easily distracted. But, yeah. In the Rainbow Rocket episode, you're basically doing a boss rush against all of the previous Evil Team bosses. So, you have to, like, take down, let's see, 4 of them before you ever get to Getsis, which is when Colress shows up. So you have to take down, let's see, Archie, Maxie, Cyrus, Lysander, and then you get access to the... I don't even know what room to really call that. It's like a bedroom with a teleporter in it. It's Lusamine's mansion, which got taken over by Team Rocket and warped horribly into a weird castle type thing. It's like in another dimension, but not in another dimension. It's kind of odd. So, once you do that, Getsis appears, you fight Getsis. Getsis refuses to back down, so he takes Lily hostage. He takes Lily hostage! And he threatens to kill her, basically, if you don't, like, throw aside your Pokemon. Oh, jeez. I haven't made a PowerPoint in so long, so that's why it's, like, all over the place. I had to remember how to make a PowerPoint presentation and how to present a PowerPoint presentation. I don't think I would have gotten a good grade for this one considering how long it's been going for. I don't even think classes last this long. We're probably gonna be doing this for longer than an entire, like, school day. Oops. But yeah. So, Colress shows up to save Lily. This is when you find out about the invisibility thing. He shows up behind Getsus and then kind of like goes invisible again after Getsus turns around, I think. Just to indicate that he's there. I think the first thing he says, I'm pretty sure is, it got quoted in Pokemon Masters, because of course it did. It was something like, you're still so committed to your goals? Or something? 5-hour classes! Oh damn. Could you imagine if I had to do this in 15 minutes? Oh no, we would never get through it. I hope this is at least interesting for you guys. Oh, there's the word again. I hope this is like somewhat engaging. I don't feel like I'm explaining all my points very well. But to be fair, I don't know what points I'm even trying to make half the time. Oh, I think I would also stay for a 5-hour Colress class. It's like... This is true, you guys are still here. I have to be doing something right, at least. Competitive Pokemon PowerPoint would be pretty interesting. I don't really understand the competitive Pokemon scene very well. I do know that the new Pokemon, or it's not like the new Pokemon game, Pokemon Champions, I think? It's a Switch game, Switch 2 game. That one has a lot of like competitive basis to it, from what I understand. I haven't played it. Oh, I didn't know it was on mobile. You know, that makes sense. Apparently, Pokemon Masters and the trading card version aren't doing too well, so it makes more sense to try to bring other Pokemon games over. They're trying to save it somehow. I get the feeling Pokemon Masters might not be around for much longer, because if sales are dropping for it, I kind of don't have much hope it's gonna last forever. I'm gonna be really sad if we lose it though. I don't play it a lot, but like, it still was like a neat little character game. It was kind of the most we ever got for the it's kind of the most we ever got for it. Yeah. I wonder if they probably haven't added Colress to the TCG mobile game, have they? Probably not. I played it like when it came out for a little bit. I kind of learned how to play the game, but I didn't really stick around for it because a lot of the Pokemon in there are not Pokemon that I'm like super attached to. It's all like Pikachus and Charizard. I did try to pull for Raichu. I did manage to get Raichu and I was hyped as hell about that. That was about it. If he's in the card game one, that'd be pretty cool. Oh, the Pokemon Masters, yeah. Pokemon Masters needs to give him his like Alola coat. I don't even like that thing, but like, give us Alolan coat Colress. We need that. I don't even really like the coat, but we need it. I don't know what Pokemon they'd give him. I do think it looks like a Behem, but I don't think that makes sense for the Alolan design specifically, since he didn't have Behem on his team in the Alola games. But I want that to be in the game. Why can't they put that in the game? I don't think we're getting it. I don't think we're getting it. Maybe if we just like... Maybe if we give up, that's when they'll give it to us, maybe. Maybe when we lose all hope, that's when they'll give us Alolan Colress. They don't even gotta try that hard, just say that he invented it. You don't even gotta like... do any time warping shenanigans. Just say he invented the coat randomly. Or he was talking to like Mulaney or some shit, I don't know. Just do something! Do something, bring the coat in. Give him shiny Genesect. Give him shiny Genesect. I have been saving gems in that game specifically in case they add another Colress unit, which I don't have a lot of faith for, but maybe. It's been quite a while. I think they added like his base unit into the game when like that was like 2021, right? So it's been a couple years. Handful of years. Man. Yeah, that's the thing! Grimsley got his Gen 7 outfit. Why though? Why? 2022. That was close. I think I stopped playing the game around like... Colress was not in the game when I started playing. I was holding out for Ingo and Emmett back then, and then they got added into the game like I think 3 months after I stopped playing, which kind of sucked because I didn't even know they were there, but oops. So I didn't know when Colress showed up either. I kind of figured he would have got added at some point. Went and checked for him once the fixation kicked in, and then he was there. And I had to try to pull for him. And the cool thing is I actually got him twice. That was crazy luck, because I wasn't pulling in the Unova banner specifically. I was just hoping whatever random gotcha thing I was pulling in currently would just give it to him. And it worked. He showed up. Then he showed up again in the actual Unova one. So I got 2 of them. Which helps to power up his unit at least, but I don't know what to do with 2 of them. For a little bit, my banner on there was just him on fire, so... so that was something. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think mine is, like, too far along. Like, it's almost maxed out. Not at 200, though. Like, midway. Midway! If I ever open the game again, maybe I can work on it some more. I probably won't open the game again. ADHD kills me every time. Every time. I haven't finished explaining the Rainbow Rocket appearance. Anyone who watches this VOD back is gonna be like, damn. Because you guys can't see the chat, I'm assuming, so like, you guys have no idea what I'm even talking about half the time. When the actual chat goes away. I was gonna try to find a way to have the chat visible, but I forgot about that part. But yeah, the Rainbow Rocket appearance. He quotes some shit about Getsus being like stuck on his desires or whatever. And then he turns invisible and takes Lily with him. A lot of people thought that this meant Colress could now teleport, because the transition from him being behind Getsus to in front of Getsus happened really quick. But that is not what was happening there, I don't think, at least. I don't think there's anything saying he didn't teleport, but also, I don't think he did. He just turned invisible and then went, like, visible again at some point. But I don't know, he crossed the room really quickly, especially with Lily. Like, he had a whole other person with him. They didn't really explain that too well. But, so that's kind of how he gets involved in the scene. Getsus does recognize him. And the interesting part about this, oops, there's the word again. Getsus recognizes him, but it's specifically the Getsus from the Black and White 1 game. It's a universe in which Getsus was victorious in Black and White 1. So... Jeez. He does have a running animation in the files apparently that just didn't get utilized, but he probably didn't run, especially not with another person. I don't know how the fuck he would have teleported, but I guess it's not outside the realm of possibility just because the Shadow Triad exists and they could teleport without any like magic, or actually that might be magic. They don't explain the Shadow Triad and why they can do any of the shit they can do. But yeah. So let's see. Rainbow Rocket encounter. Getsus does seem to recognize Chorus, even though it's the black and white 1 version of Getsus. So that does imply that at least that Getsus knew about Chorus, or knew of Chorus, or has known Chorus for a while. It's interesting. I really hope no one's actually doing a drinking game along to this. Oops. So, let's see. Well, yeah. I don't remember where I was going, or what I was talking about. This happens a lot. Oops. We would not survive 15 minutes. 15-minute limit on the PowerPoint presentation. Anyway, Getsus seems to recognize Chorus. Chorus kind of, like, monologues a little bit. I don't remember entirely what about at this current point. This is where he drops the whole, like, I've always despised you thing. And then he, like, types a little bit on his ARM computers on his console. And then he, like, just kind of puts his right hand out and gets, like, yoinked into another dimension. And honestly, he may have died. We don't know for sure that it worked correctly, or that that's even what happened. If Chorus just was straight up killing people and just saying he put them back in the correct universe, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, gotta hydrate real quick. But yeah. So that's the thing. After that, he kind of has... It's one of those instances where he's just kind of saying questionable things in a weird way. Like, why is there another Vanillish here? Or was there a Vanillite earlier? I'm not sure. I'm losing my train of thought so bad right now. So, Chorus is just kind of talking about how he's been following the player character and Lily around while invisible, because he was tasked by Wick, who is a character in the Aether Foundation, who kind of... I think she became the new branch chief after Faba kind of had to get demoted. The entire Rainbow Rocket thing is kind of Faba's fault, so understandable demotion. But basically Wick tasked Chorus to, like, follow after the 11-year-olds and make sure they don't die. And Chorus decides, I'll do that while invisible. That's what he does. He follows everyone around while invisible and just lets them deal with all the criminals and shit. So he only steps in to stop Getsus, and it can be assumed that's because of personal vendetta. Yeah. Another interpretation is that Getsus directly implied knowing Chorus, so Chorus is like, well, shit, okay. I have to get rid of him. And that's why he loudly declared that he hated Getsus, but, you know, interpretations. So, after that, Chorus will just kind of comment about how the whole situation is just really... I think he does use the word interesting, but then he, like, backtracks and says that it's a pain. Like, he kind of forgets that he's not supposed to be, like, excited about the situation, because he thinks that the whole reality warping thing is really cool. But obviously that's not the right reaction he's supposed to be having, so he kind of backtracks whenever he does let it slip how he's actually feeling. Because he's not really that concerned about the situation. So whenever you talk to him after the cutscene, he kind of slips up and lets it know... He lets it be known that he is actually kind of interested in what's going on, before backtracking and saying, actually, it's a pain. I would be able to use this technology much more efficiently. Which is kind of ominous, but, you know. So he tells you that he can fix what's going on with the mansion if you take down Giovanni, the big boss. So you go and do that, and then presumably after that, Colress fixes everything. How does he fix it? We don't really know. He just kind of shows up, he's still typing on the fucking console and it's making that annoying beeping noise. And then he's just kind of talking about how everything worked out. And he's got some valuable data now. So, and then he goes back to the Tide Song Hotel forever and the battle tree. His whole involvement in the Rainbow Rocket episode is odd until you consider that the entire thing is meant to be like a return of all of the villains who were successful in their timeline. So it's a boss rush against like alternate universe versions of villains who were successful in their own timeline. Colress, you could argue, is a villain who was successful in his timeline. So that would be an explanation for why he shows up in the Rainbow Rocket episode. Also, he was already there, why not? It'd be a little bit strange to have a former villain running around and not show up in the Rainbow Rocket episode. Like, I imagine if Ed were the one who were running around instead, he would probably also get involved. You could argue Ed might not be a villain, but like, you know, it'd be weird if that was happening and he didn't get involved, but I guess you could make the same argument for why Red and Blue also weren't involved with Giovanni, but who knows? Apparently the Rainbow Rocket episode was supposed to be a lot more fleshed out. It was supposed to take place across the entire region instead of just the mansion area. It had to get cut for time constraint because they had to build this game in a year. So they couldn't really do what they wanted to, but that would have been cool if the actual visiting characters played more of a role in what was going on, because they were supposed to. They didn't get to in the end, but they were supposed to. That would have been cool. But, I mean, at least Colress got to do something. And then just kind of scream at his balcony again. That's the thing. Design quirks. We've kind of already touched upon his design a little bit. I feel like that's a thing I've been saying for a lot of these, but his design. We went over the beta design already, how that was like blonde on blonde. As well as his concept art, which was something. I feel like of all of these, we've probably talked about his design a lot. I don't understand the diamonds. I don't know what those are meant to be. He might just like diamonds. I don't really know. None of his Pokemon really have a diamond aesthetic to them either. Not that I can immediately think of anyway. Does Behem have a diamond design on the buttons on front, actually, now that I think about it? Is that... or is it just circles? Because I know Behem's meant to look like a dude in a trench coat, so like... what is... no, they're just circles. That would have been interesting if it was actually the diamonds are from Behem, but no. Probably not. Maybe they're meant to be stars? Probably not. Probably not. I don't know what that would even connect to then. Space, maybe. He's got the rocket theme. He's got the rocket countdown in his theme song. Maybe that could be it. His whole theme is just like... his whole theme is all over the place. I've heard some people say that his like battle music is meant to be chaotic on purpose to like represent being all over the place. But some people have also pointed out that it's like kind of ominous in the like starting half. It's very almost ominous sounding with a lot of electronic noises until it kind of starts to pick up towards the end, which some people have attributed to being maybe he's getting actually into the battle instead of just observing. But then when the song loops, he's kind of reeled himself back in and gone back to the analytical side of things. So that's something. My speech is becoming a little bit more stilted because I can no longer breathe out of my nose. I'm trying my best though. It might be shape language. I just wonder why they're everywhere. Because he carried that design element over to his Alolan coat too. Maybe he just likes the shape. Who knows? We probably won't ever know why they did that. It probably is also the shape language thing though. They are pointy, so that you know he is dangerous. Pointy and dangerous. Oh, the speaking quirk! This is something I noticed, I think from Pokemon Masters, where... ignore the blue chorus. But, he will say, like, it's great, extremely great. So he'll kind of, like, repeat. He's toxic and should not be touched. Oh, yeah, that's true. The bright yellow. Oh wow, he kind of has the blue ring octopus colors on him, don't he? Got the yellow and then the blue. Damn. I guess he's poisonous and or venomous. I don't really want to know. Oh yes, the speaking quirk. I have noticed in pretty much all iterations of his character, there will be at least a few moments where he'll say, like, usually it's an exclamation because he's excited. And he'll just end up repeating the word again. Or like in the manga where he says wonderful, absolutely wonderful. It happens a lot in Pokemon Masters, I think more than it did in like any other iteration. The base games too, like the mainline games, I did notice he said it he had a few instances where he'd do it, but he didn't do it nearly as much as he does in Masters. And that's the only reason I noticed it, is because it happens pretty often in Masters where he'll just repeat exclamations. Ah. God, manga Colress is just something else. We'll resort to force if necessary. He does it at least once in the English dub of the anime. I don't remember what he says, but he does do it at least once. It might be something along the lines of fantastic, and then another word, and then fantastic again. He is just very excited. I think that's neat, because I will do something similar where I'll just repeat when I'm like happy or something. I gotta repeat it. Because I don't know how else to get it across. But yeah, speaking quirk. It's one of those neat character details that I like, where it makes every character feel more unique when they've got a little thing that they do specifically that not many others do. The only thing I can think that would be similar to this, I'm sure other characters might do it as well, but Ingo specifically, like, sometimes will just say Super Bravo, which kind of has the same vibe, almost. Something to think about. I really like when characters have a very unique way of speaking. So you kind of know it's them without actually seeing who's talking immediately. So I guess in Colress's case, he would specifically have to be excited for the quirk to come out. You might not notice it otherwise, because I don't think he really does it in any other instance. Well yeah, moving on from that. Brief TCG mention. I don't know if Generic is still here. I don't think so, but we got the beloved bagel card. Everyone's favorite bagel sandwich card. I put this in just to show it off. I think it's funny. There's a lot you can interpret from this card and how it's laid out. Which I like these little glimpses into the characters, like, in their downtime. Yeah, Emmett does also have a speaking quirk. I'm having a speaking quirk at this point. Oh, jeez. It is a very good one. This is like a lot of people's favorite Colress card just from the art alone. I don't know if this card is any good, but the art for it is just one of those... It's kind of like a slice of life moment where you get to just see a character just kind of existing. There aren't really any Pokemon around, but you kind of get to see more into how cluttered his workspace is. Whatever the fuck this is. Maybe this is DoorDash. He's got the bagel sandwich. It seems like he's reaching for his tablet thing. He's got a heavy ball right here. I feel like this is maybe a bad idea, but I don't know. He's got a potion here? For some reason? Who knows? I do think the heavy ball being here specifically is, like, cool. Because a lot of his Pokemon are pretty heavy. So it would make sense he'd need a ball specifically for them. I have also heard that a lot of Colress's cards were really good. I think Generic mentioned it at some point, that this specific card that's coming up next, I think, from what I understand, the Kyurem card was meant to counteract a specific Colress card. I think it was, I think it was Colress's Tenacity, I think? That one's like the least good card. It's either like the best one or the worst one, I can't remember. But the Kyurem card was meant to cancel it out. So this Kyurem card is also apparently pretty good. But it's if your opponent has any card in their discard pile that have Colress in the name, this Pokemon can use the Trifrost attack pretty much instantly. Which I've always wondered if that was a nod specifically to this. Probably not. Maybe this is a reference to this. The manga may have come after. The manga probably came after, so the Kyurem freezing Colress may have something to do... It may have been inspired by the card, or maybe vice versa. Honestly, there's a pretty high chance they're not connected at all. It's just a funny thing that keeps happening. Kyurem specifically has beef with Colress, and it is like the funniest thing ever, because, dude, how did you... Well, we know how he pissed it off, but like, dude... Why? Man. This is also the part where Colress probably should have died, but didn't. I think, yeah, there's a note that he survived this somehow. How did he do that? We don't know. We don't know. He just did. Oh god. He was the only Plasma member who had a named card at the time. So I guess this would have been mentioned if he had a card then. Oh god. Maybe. That might be it. It'd be funny if it just mentioned both of them. That'd be pretty fitting, but I feel like that might become OP then, because if it could target, like, 2 different types of cards. That might be OP, but it would be funny. It would be pretty funny, but it would be a little bit overpowered. More so than it already was, from what I understood. It was trying to hard counter Colress, which is just really funny. Fuck that one guy in particular. The bonus shipping slide. I included this just to show off my favorite GIF. Oh, jeez. Honestly, I figure the fast recovery time probably did help in the manga situation, just because Lac2, I think, called it in immediately after Colress got frozen. He, like, radioed to Looker, who immediately sent for medics. So maybe if Looker hadn't immediately sent medics to the location, they may have lost him. But, you know. Looker did mention that they don't know if he's alive or dead. And it's a blink and you'll miss it moment that confirms he's alive. I do wonder if the reason... I kind of wish I had, like... I kind of wish I had put in a slide that was the, Oh, hey, Ray! Welcome to the PowerPoint that's, reaching its end. We've got 2 more slides, I think. Or maybe just 1 more slide. I do kind of wish I'd included the one where, like, you get to see Colress just kind of, like... It looks like overkill. They have him restrained to a chair. He's in a straitjacket. He's got a muzzle on. Like, it looks very overkill, but I do have to wonder if maybe he's also restrained that way just to keep him warm. Because maybe his body temperature was just really low after getting frozen alive. So maybe they have him restrained that way also to keep him warm. So he doesn't go into shock and fucking die. But who knows? I mean, the muzzle is still overkill. They still muzzled him. That I can only assume because he talks a lot. Maybe he was just like shouting random shit at them every time they walked into the room. Yep. But yeah. I included this slide just because I wanted to show off a gift that I think is really funny. Colress ships in general aren't very common. There aren't too many. I don't... Honestly, maybe. Maybe that is a fan service panel. The muzzle is a bit excessive, but also it's not very detailed. I feel like you could argue if it were a super detailed muzzle, then maybe. But because it's kind of like hard to even tell what's on his face half the time, so... Oh, jeez. Interesting idea, Ray. No, I'm just thinking, how could they have made the fan, like, how could they have made that situation any more fan servicey? Is the muscle fan service? Sure it is for someone. Well, yeah, Colress ships aren't very common. I can list a few, but I feel like you'd have to kind of go looking for them. Pokemon has that interesting naming gimmick. Oops, there goes the word again. Has that interesting naming... Fuck. Naming convention where they will kind of take a descriptive word for the 2 characters involved and then slap the word shipping on the end of it. So you get some creative names a lot of the time, but so they get more nonsensical as time goes on, just by virtue of there being more and more characters. So, you know how it goes. I forgot that was it. Okay. Even though Colress ships are not very common, the ones he does get involved in do somewhat contribute to the woobification. Woobification Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Sometimes you like... I don't know, it really just depends on who he's being paired with, but if his history ever comes up, sometimes they'll use it as like a... kind of a plot device to make... I guess it's like a hurt comfort type thing. Woobification. It's when a character who is either like a villain or a morally gray character or just kind of a closed off type character, not very emotional, is portrayed by the fandom as being more of a emotional wreck who's very sad. Everything bad happens to them, but actually they're not really that bad, even though, you know, they might be canonically evil. Actually, sometimes it's just their trauma. They have trauma, by the way. That may or may not be canon. And that's why they do the things they do, and actually they're very sad, and they're a wet cat, and they're like, you know, stuff like that. So sometimes that, like, seeps into the shipping scene, but honestly, it's not that bad. Yeah! You have to do, like, research to figure out if a ship name is, like, already being used by a different ship in the fandom. Because a lot of times, like, all of the common words tend to get snapped up really quick. So, wet cats can still be evil, this is true, but that's how they get you. That's how they get you. So, I have noticed in a handful of Colress ships, sometimes he is kind of, like, portrayed as, like, the sad, torn up one about his past, and actually, he's really remorseful for his actions, guys. He didn't mean to blow up that city that one time. Also, no one can ever love him because he is just an awful person, but there will be one person who shows up to prove that actually he is worth love, but sometimes it gets kind of weird. Depending on, like, what's going on, I have noticed, like, in the fanfiction scene specifically, sometimes Colress, like, whoever he's paired up with doesn't actually seem to like him, but we're just supposed to accept that they're together and that it actually is romantic, but the other person he's paired with is being, like, an asshole. And, like, normally if Colress were, like, in character, that'd be fine, because Colress is also an asshole, but, like, whenever a character is specifically made to be, like, the, like, really, like, I guess depressed one, like, where they're really sad and emotional and a little bit unstable because of it, whenever the love interest is disproportionately mean to them, and we're just supposed to be like, yeah, they're in love, actually. It's kinda questionable. I've noticed it happens a handful of times with Colress ships, but I wonder about that, because again, Colress ships aren't very common by virtue of the fact Colress really doesn't talk to that many people, so shipping him with anyone is a little bit of a crack ship. Just because, like, who does he talk to? Does he have friends? Do we have any idea who he talks to that isn't the player character? Like, I'd prefer not to ship him with the player characters, because I'm pretty sure Colress is an adult, and the player characters are very much usually not. So, like, I'd rather not, but who does he even talk to? We don't even know if he talks to his coworkers. Can't even confirm. Sometimes, a lot of the times actually, in the games at least, if we find out he's interacted with someone, it's because he mentions talking to them, or someone mentions talking to him, but we never get to really see it, so we have no idea who the fuck he talks to. Who do we ship him with if we just have to make shit up, which is honestly par for the course of the fandom. Like, a lot of people will just kind of make up their own ships, which is perfectly fine. Actually, I'm all for that, because you get to see a lot of dynamics that you normally wouldn't. Like, I'm pretty sure I've seen someone ship Colress with, like, Berg, like the bug gym leader from Gen 5. Like, that's an interesting one. I would not have thought about that. But someone's doing it, and I'm all for it. Because, like, why not? He doesn't talk to anyone anyway. We gotta make up our own interactions. He does have his Pokemon. I would hope he wouldn't think about dating his Pokemon, though. I would really hope that's not what he's doing. Probably not. Most definitely not, but that is probably the closest thing to friendship he does have. Friendship-wise, yeah. Personal ships. This was the GIF. It didn't load. I had to just take a still image of it, but this GIF is my favorite GIF. There is nothing really that funny about it. It's just a bedazzled scene of the anime where they're both in the back of a police van. I just think it's really funny. It's the gif. It's my favorite gif. Oh god. I think I've also seen more people ship OCs with him than I have like canon characters. Oh jeez, this is my favorite gif. It's just, there's nothing really going on with it that makes it like super cool or anything. I just think it's really funny. The idea that they're getting married in the back of a police van is really funny. Oh. This is a ship. Again, they don't interact in the games, like, at all. And also, Colress might hate Getsus, but it's an interesting concept. It's called anti-gravity shipping. Apparently it's called that because of their hair. I always assumed it was because they have the frigate, which is an anti-gravity defying ship. You know? But maybe it's their hair, which I feel like could apply to a lot of characters, honestly. Here we got another hydrate. Damn, 4 in the morning. Okay. Pasta check. I cannot believe the PowerPoint is still going. There's like one more slide after this, but still. But yeah. Personal ships. Honestly, I'll ship Colress with pretty much anyone. As long as it's not like a minor character, I'll pretty much ship him with anyone. It can be like a character he's never even talked to, a character from a game he's not even in. Like, he talks to so few people, we have to just hallucinate our own, like, scenarios for him to either be romantically involved with someone or just to talk to someone. Like, as a friend. Or maybe not even as a friend, just as another person to talk to. They don't even have to be friends, just have him talk to someone. But Jesus Christ, man. He just shouts shit off of his balcony. You would think Pokemon Masters would, like, have him interact with more people. Like, it kinda does, but at the same time... it's kinda limited with who he talks to. It's still really limited on who he talks to. We're kinda, like, stuck with either evil people or... Yep. Ship names are kind of funny. Anti-gravity shipping is one. They get kind of absurd as you go along. Like, there's a core ship called Research Ethics Shipping, which is him and Faba. They're both scientists. And they're both in Alola. And they're both blonde. That's something. There's also... let's see... there's also... what's it called? The ship between him and Grimsley. What's that one called? False Pretense Shipping. The names get really long sometimes. You gotta just kinda... again, because all of the easy words get taken really early on, so you gotta, like, cram describing words together a lot of the time. I don't know what the false pretense is for Colress and Grimsley. Yep. Oh, funny you mentioned that. The Japanese side of the fandom uses that naming, or uses that, like, scheme for how they have ship names. They do just mash the character names together, but because the character names are usually different from the ones in English, it kinda gets confusing, so... yeah, unless you know the translations between the names, you're gonna have a hell of a time figuring out who's who, but... so you got... and they're both in Alola. Yeah, I do think that's why they're paired together. They don't interact in the... in Black and White 1? Oh, I think the false pretense part might be that they supposedly are both running from the law. There's a popular fan theory that Grimsley is in Alola because he's running from, what are they called, creditors? Because he has a gambling addiction. Like, Seth pretty much just canon. He gambles a lot. He probably made some bad bets and now he has to run away. That is the common accepted fan theory for why he's in Alola and why his hair is going gray. After only 2 years. So, hiding their identities, I think, is the reasoning behind the name. I might be completely wrong, but that's one. Are there any others I could think of? I like mainly know the names of those three. What other core ships are there? There really aren't that many. Are they even allowed to arrest the Elite Four? I don't know. I don't even know what they can do. I think the main concern there would be he'd be getting assassinated instead of arrested, but I might be wrong. I don't really know how creditors work. You owe people money and then they kill you, I think. Like how the IRS does it. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on other Colress ships. Like, I can name off other Colress ships, but not what their names are. Oh yeah! He does get shipped with Lucamine sometimes. I can't remember their ship name, though. I don't know if I ever knew their ship name, I just know that they get shipped together. Honestly, not a bad pairing. I could see it? I think? Maybe? Probably. I think about it hard enough to, yeah. Oh god. Oh right, he does get shipped with N. I forgot about that. I don't know how I feel about him being shipped with N. I might just be neutral on that. It's more so I would rather ship Colress with Getsus than ship him with N. But I think that more so falls on the debate of how old do you think Colress is? Because he doesn't have a confirmed age. And people like whatchamacallit? People are not divided on how old Colress is, but it's kind of like, you know, he could be any age, especially in the Pokemon universe. Like, Lucamine is 40, and she doesn't look 40. You could just be any age. So Colress falls into that whole, like, we have no idea how old he is. I do not believe that he is, like, below the age of 25. Like, I've seen some people say he's, like... I've seen some people say he's 21. I do not believe that. I do not believe he is 21. I cannot see that. Oh, jeez. That is N, yeah. I think late 20s... whatchamacallit? Late 20s... early 30s is normally where I see people put him. I would personally put him around, like, mid-30s, but that's just me. He just kind of has that vibe of, like, I can't really pin down where his age makes sense to fall at, because his personality doesn't really give any hints either. If you're going off the manga, I would say, yeah, he's probably younger than mid-30s, but personality doesn't really define age all the time. So who fucking knows? Oh, God. Yeah, N was going through it. I don't think N and Colress would, like, get along in a romantic capacity. I don't even know if they'd get along in a friend capacity. Like, it's, let me think. Would they... I think Chorus is kind of too blasé about, like, you know, unethical testing. Like, he doesn't seem to have the same hang-ups about things that N probably would. Yeah. Chorus probably would want to study N. That's another reason I don't know if they could be friends, because I feel like Chorus would be looking at him more like a science experiment than a person. Which is not what you want when you're coming out of a situation like N. Oh jeez. I do want them to interact. I want them to interact, but I don't know if they'd get along. I think Chorus presents himself like polite enough that he could probably scrape by just not mentioning any of the things that he does tests on. So maybe if Chorus just doesn't mention anything weird, then like N won't suspect anything. But I feel like N probably would not vibe with the kind of person that Chorus is once he finds out more about him. Maybe he's hundreds of years old and has been keeping himself alive with his wizard magic. I did once throw out like the joke idea that maybe Chorus is like really old, like he's older than Getsus by a lot. But because Pokemon blondes just happen to age weird, you wouldn't even know. Oh. It would be kind of a business partner type deal, I guess. I want Chorus and N to interact, just to know. Like, outside of like Pokemon Masters, which gave us like a really bare bones idea of how they might interact, I want to see them like interact in like a canon game. I want to know, did they get along? Did they not get along? Does Chorus just beef with anyone who is green? Is that how this works? I'm curious, I want to know. We don't even really get any answers from the anime or the manga. Like, I'm pretty sure in the manga Chorus is just like, yeah, he'd be interesting to study. Like, Chorus wants to study N. Like, just straight up. But also, he tells Getsus to kill him, so... Like, I don't see any friendship forming there, and I also couldn't see it in the anime. I don't even think they talk in the anime. They just kind of make eye contact a few times. Chorus doesn't even know who N is in the anime. I would argue the personalities in Masters can be kind of hit or miss on if they're canon. Like... Kinda. It really depends on the character. I've heard N is actually really out of character. I can't confirm that because I'm not super familiar with N, but I've heard that he's out of character, so that's something. I'm not sure. I would probably trust the diehard N fans that complain about it on Twitter. Probably. I can only assume they know what they're talking about. Like, being completely unironic, I can only assume that they do know what they're talking about. Because I sure don't. There's a lot of interviews about these games. I really wish I knew I could understand. I wish I knew what they were talking about. Or if I could just find the translations, that'd be good too. The Just Married GIF, yes. Oh, I think the other reason I like the Just Married GIF is because it almost does look like wedding attire. Their colors almost do look like wedding attire. Man, that'd be a fun redraw idea, I guess. This GIF is what made me realize they didn't take away Getsus's cane when they arrested him. Like, I'm pretty sure that's like a weapon, potentially. I don't think he needs that to walk in the anime, so I'm pretty sure that's just a weapon at that point. Like, he just has it over his shoulder. All casual, like, dude. I'm convinced as soon as that door opened again, he probably bludgeoned someone. And all of them just ran into the tree line. God, that's why we never hear anything about him again. They just didn't want to mention that they escaped. That'd be really funny. Moving on though. We've reached the final slide. Where the fixation came from. Surprisingly, I don't think I touched on this that much. But... yeah, that is like... the woobification that happens in anti-grav is unfortunate. Like, I can kinda get why some people would depict it that way, but at the same time... I just don't see it like that. I can't really... I feel like Colress would just, like, poison Getsus at that point, like... If Getsus were trying to mistreat him, I feel like Colress would find a way to kill him and make it look like an accident. I could not see Colress being taken advantage of in a relationship like that. I do think the depiction of them, like, it's basically just a power play where they're trying to, like, one-up the other the entire time. I could see that being the case. Like, I like when the ships have an interesting dynamic, but a lot of the time they just end up sad. Which I guess I can understand why, but like, I don't know, just try to kill each other or something. Maybe that'll fix it. Oh jeez. When two villains are in a relationship that's like dysfunctionally functional, it's always fun. But yeah. Where the fixation came from. It's a bit of a doozy. Like, the story is not really that complicated. I've always remembered Colress, like, vaguely. It's never quite, like... He left an impression. I just didn't really remember anything about him other than his design and his name. That was about it. I first played Black and White 2 when it came out. I played all the way through it, did not retain any information on the end game because I only did it once. The shoe's a bit of a doozy. The entire thing. The entire concept is a bit of a doozy, but you know what? I'm having fun and I hope you guys are too. But way back whenever this game came out, I, again, did not really know how to read, so I missed a lot of the finer details when playing through it the first time. I had a habit of restarting my Pokemon games over a lot, so honestly, I never really formed attachment to any, like, Pokemon on my teams. Like, there are some that I have an attachment to just because of, like, how often I would replay it and just keep picking the same starter Pokemon. But when it came to Black and White 2, I usually never got out of, like, the first area. I'd beat the first two gyms, and then that would kind of be it. But I would usually make it to Castelia Town. Usually, I would make it there, so I would encounter Colress. Every time. I just wouldn't get much further than that, because I didn't like fighting Berg. He was just difficult for me, because I'd always pick Oshawott. So, it would be me just kind of giving up at that point and not getting much further. So I really didn't remember a lot of the game, other than there's a guy who's a scientist, and you first encounter him in the sewer, and then he'll fight you in front of the desert, because I was playing Pokemon White 2. And the desert area might not even be there, depending on the version, but right before Route 4 is when you can encounter him. You have to beat Berg, though, so I usually only ever found him in the sewer, and then that was about it. But that left an impression. So it was kind of a combination of things that led to me remembering him. It was the constant restarting and only really getting far enough to encounter him the first time. And then it was his battle theme. Because while the battle theme itself I didn't really remember too well, the countdown that plays in it I did remember. on account of the fact that when X and Y came out, people were remixing Lysander's theme, and someone ended up remixing Lysander's theme to include the rocket countdown in it, specifically pulling it from Colress's theme. I have no idea how they managed that, but they did it. And it was pretty cool, and that was a remix I used to listen to a lot for like a whole year, because I really like the X and Y games. They're probably the game I replay the most. So I would just have the countdown kind of in the back of my head, like I'd remember it from the remix theme of Lysander. And so that's kind of how that stuck around. And then over time, I stopped listening to that theme. But the thing is, X and Y has a direct mention to Colress. On Route 10, there is the backpacker, who will mention Colress by name. So his name never faded from my mind, because I play X and Y so frequently that his name just stuck. I remember him. The countdown theme combined with the fact he gets name dropped, and the fact he showed up in Generation 7, the literal next generation he showed up, and I was like, oh, it's that guy! I remember that guy. Not very well, but I remember him. I remembered very little about him in hindsight. I never beat Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, so I didn't know how much he actually played a part in the post-game until, like, kinda recently. But years progressed. Didn't really think too much about him, but he was always kind of vaguely there as a Pokemon character I would think about. Kind of like Ingo and Emmett, but unlike Ingo and Emmett, I didn't really have any attachment to Colress. So I was just like, yeah, that weird guy with the hair from Pokemon. And that was kind of how that went for years, up until the start of this year. I came across his theme again. It got recommended to me because I think I had been listening to the soundtrack for Scarlet and Violet, I think? The Professor Battle theme? Colress popped up as a related topic. And I clicked it because I vaguely remembered, oh yeah, the countdown theme. That's where that came from. So I'm listening to it, and I'm like, huh, this is actually really good. So I go into the comment section and see everyone talking about how this guy is from Team Plasma. Not only that, he was Team Plasma's leader, apparently. And in my head I'm just thinking, what do you mean? What? This guy this whole time has been part of Team Plasma? I didn't know that. I don't remember that. When did that happen? He was the leader? When did that happen? What? So at that point, I decided, I need to replay these games. I need to get all the way through them. Because what do you mean? How did I forget that much? I don't remember any of this. So that started me down the rabbit hole of playing through White 2 again, because I still have the game. I managed to lose my copy of Pokemon Black, but I do still have White 2. So there's that at least. We managed to get all the way to the end. We encountered Colress all the times that he shows up. That was a thing. Then, let's see. After that, we moved on to the Ultra games, because we never actually finished those either. So we figured, you know, while we're already on this whole, like, character chasing thing, we might as well try to, like, see how he plays into this game. Because I know he's in this game, and I know he plays more of a, like, role in this game, so we might as well. So we get through that, get through the game. At this point, I'm like, huh, what else about this character is there? So I start looking into the Wikipedias. That's where it starts. You look into the Wikipedia, you learn more about them. You learn all the different instances of, like, when they appear. The games, the character details on their design, all that shit. So I start looking further into it. Find out there's a manga. The manga got completed. I didn't know it got completed. I knew about the hiatus hell it was in. I never knew it completed, though. I thought it was stuck in hiatus hell forever. So when I finally found out, oh, it finished. Also, Colress is actually, like, one of the main villains of the Black and White 2 arc. I was like, what the fuck? Okay. So I start looking into the manga. The manga is its own rabbit hole, apparently. Start looking into the anime. That is also its own rabbit hole. wow, there's a lot to this character that really didn't show up too often. Huh. And next thing I know, I blinked, and I've just been thinking about this character for like half a year now. So that's where the fixation came from. It came from like little bits of remembering this character throughout the years. From childhood into adulthood, remembering this character, finally getting recommended his theme again, seeing people discussing him in the comment section, wanting to know what the fuck that's all about. And then we ended up where we are now. So, will this fixation end at some point? Honestly, I have no idea. My bet's on probably, I just don't know when. So, I tend to fixate on characters specifically for maybe a year. So Colress is like at the midway point. But if I can find a way to keep the fixation going, like through the extended fandom, which I could definitely see happening with Pokemon since it's a gigantic fandom, I could definitely see the fixation lasting for way longer. I think the longest time I ever fixated on one character was like 3 or 4 years. So that's fun. Who knows when the fixation will end, or if it'll end. I could probably just prolong it forever if I just decide to. That'll be something. Just make fan art for all of existence, forever and ever. I'm sure we could make it work. You guys would just spontaneously have to hear me talk about this random fucking scientist from Pokemon. I really wish I'd been able to like make my thoughts a little bit more concrete. I wanted to be more objective when talking about him, as this is kind of like a introductory to anyone who might not know the character, but then I ended up roping in a lot of people who I talk to on Tumblr who do know the character, and that just kind of spiraled, so now it's like very much biased, but you know what? At least it was fun. But yes. All that to say, we should put Colress in a blender. I think that's what we need to do. I think that would also end the fixation maybe. Or that would make it worse. I feel like we need to put this guy in a blender. Look at the smug aura of the manga version. We need to put him in a blender. I feel like everyone agrees. Everyone who is a Colress fan understands what I mean when I say we need to put him in a blender. It is just how things have to be. Everyone understands. Everyone understands. He needs to go in the blender immediately. Colress fans want Colress dead more than anyone else. It is the funniest thing ever. It is. I don't even think this isn't even woobification. We just want him dead. We want him to suffer, but not like. It's not for character development, we just want him in the blender. It's for science. I feel like maybe we could convince him that way. We need to Splatoon 2 blend him, Octo expansion style. Blue raspberry banana smoothie. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. Man, we're gonna find out if he's poisonous, I guess. That'll be one way. We put him in the blender, and then you just find a bunch of Colress fans dead because they drank the blender juice. Turns out it was very poisonous. It was a sign all along. That's fantastic! Same wavelength. He needs to go in a blender. It's just how it has to be. Everyone knows. Everyone knows. Also, I would just like to take the time to point out from what I understand, this is like this drawing down here in the corner was drawn by the official mangaka artist for the Pokemon Adventures manga. So at some point they decided to draw drinking wine ? And also smoking. I think that's a cigar. Whatever this situation, like, what? The longer I look at this, the more I'm like, how did this come about? Like, I know I'm probably just as guilty of like drawing like the weirdest ideas of like just concepts, but what? I want to know the thought process. What does any of this mean? What does this tell us about his character? Is he just getting drunk, like drunk and high potentially? Maybe his no. I don't think so. I think getting crossfaded would have made him more chill, if anything. Probably. I was gonna say, maybe that's why he acts the way he does in the manga, but he may have potentially been more chill in the manga if that were the case. Well, yeah. I'm glad you guys understand. We need to put him in the blender. It's just how it has to be, now that we've reached the end of this PowerPoint. I'm pretty sure when I posted on Tumblr about having the PowerPoint finished, I'm pretty sure the only thing I included of it was the why we should put Colress in a blender thing. That was the only part included. So that was the only thing you really had to go off of for the PowerPoint. Man, aren't you guys glad that you spent 6 hours and 30 minutes listening to my TED Talk about this character who has been living in my brain for like half a year now? Colress is a Tumblr sexy man. I think he does fall into the category. He falls into the category, but I don't know, like... I think I could go backwards through the PowerPoint. I can go backwards through the PowerPoint. We can just do it that way. Oh man. I don't think the 6-7 meme existed back then. You fear the day he gets super mega popular? Oh god. Oh god, do you think that'll happen? Do you think there's like a chance he'll like randomly have a popularity surge? I mean, I guess it happened with Ingo and Emmett. When I was younger and I was like a fan of Ingo and Emmett, it was before the popularity boom. It was like back in 2016. I remember thinking, man, I am so sad that I missed the active fandom that these two characters had around themselves. I wish that they would get a popularity resurgence, even though it isn't very likely. And then they had a popularity resurgence thanks to Pokemon Legends, and it's like, okay, I guess anything's possible, actually. The fandom is very different surrounding the Submass Boss. Submass Boss? Yeah. The Subway Masters than it used to be. But that might be for the best, because the old fandom was like very... 2010s, I guess. I don't know if that's a bad thing, but it just like... I don't think it would have transitioned well. Like, it would have died very, very quickly if that had been what it stayed as. Hydrate. Okay, we're on the Woomification panel. I am sad about the potential that they might not make, like, they might not remake Black and White or Black and White 2. Honestly, I figured they would just make the first game. I figured they would remake only the first game. My hope for that was they'd remake the first game and then have a random Colress cameo somewhere. That was my hope. That was my hope, but apparently they might not even be remaking any of the Pokemon games anymore. I've heard they might not even do anything with Unova in general, so we might not even get a Legends game. Which is... that's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I'm sad. I feel like Game Freak just hates Unova. They said that Blueberry Academy was supposed to be the quote-unquote return to Unova, but from what I understand, you might not even know you're in Unova until like the very end of it. Yeah, for real. For real. God, we're never going back to Unova, are we? I'm sad. A lot of my favorite characters come from Unova. A lot of Pokemon that I like come from Unova. Am I ever gonna get to play with Klinklang again? Man, now that Pokemon Bank is shutting down, I never even had it to begin with, but we had like a whole plan in place. We were gonna get Asteria to catch a Klink and trade it to us so we could have one in our most recent playthrough of X, but now we can't even do that. Well, I guess we still could. We just have to do it before the end of the year. We could still do that. There's still hope for that. This is true. Maybe they're just trying to like... They're trying to give us all this stuff so that we don't think about the fact they're never going back to Unova. They're never going back to Unova, but they're gonna give us all this stuff and hope that it cancels out. Oops, I went the wrong way. I don't know how far forward I need to go. Generations. Oh, we're at the anime. I swear I didn't have that many- I didn't have this many panels! Well, I had like 18. I guess I did have a lot of panels. Yeah. I really hope they put the black and white games on the Switch. Put them on the Switch! I swear to God. Do it. I lost my copy of Pokemon Black. I can't play the game anymore. I can't buy a new copy because they're expensive. Oh, if they release Pokemon, like just Gen 5 in general, both games onto the Switch, I can then stream them. I can have as many Klinklangs. I could have a team of Klinklang. Try to beat the Elite Four with Klinklang. It could be so cool. Also very gimmicky and very stupid, but... Pokemon as a company is very dumb, yeah. I'm still sad that, like... There's so few Gen 5 Pokemon in Pokopia. There's so... not many. Not many at all. Sad. Maybe one day we will see a Colress resurgence. I think one did happen briefly with the manga. I feel like the manga briefly brought the hype back, but I don't think he ever had a full-on resurgence. I don't think. If it did, I probably missed it. I entered the fray very late. I'm very late into this. But it's okay. I get to pick up all the lore really late. The only thing that kind of sucks is there's a lot of content that... or like, just a lot of stuff that used to exist that no longer exists because it either didn't get archived or just got deleted over time. Never gonna get to experience that, so I won't know what the fandom was like at its heyday, but... I get to see the aftermath and the ruins of the Chorus fandom. I feel like the Chorus fandom is being kept alive, like, almost entirely by self-shippers, which is pretty cool. I myself am not a self-shipper, but I admire the hustle. And I'm pretty sure that's the only reason Chorus is relevant nowadays. People who are very fixated on him like me, or people who are just really into him. We have to work together to make him, like, stay relevant. Oh god. Well, yeah. Well, thanks for attending my TED Talk. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I've noticed that too. A lot of people in the chorus, like, in the chorus sphere, like, ride or die with this guy. It's pretty... it's pretty neat, honestly. He has, like... he just generates an interesting aura that, like, attracts people to him. And then he'll just start saying some shit, and you have to listen, because, like, what the fuck is he saying? That's why he has to go in the blender. He has to be blended for his crimes. He says a lot of things I don't understand. But he should get blended for that. Everyone's on the same page with that, which is, it's fine and good. It's great, actually. But, yeah, that was my That was my accidentally 6-hour-long PowerPoint about this character I've been fixated on for half a year. You guys like the red circle I drew so you didn't miss him? He's very easy to miss. He blends in with the white background sometimes. I also blend in with the white background sometimes. Where is Colress? He's gone. Reduced to ashes. I actually was going to include... I was going to include the, whatchamacallit, the anime version of him too. I had like a whole thing set up for that. But I did not get around to it. Just because he looked a bit weird. Because, like, even Manga Chorus up there in the corner looks a bit out of place, but the anime version of him somehow looked even more out of place, so I didn't include him. That's the only reason Anime Chorus is not also involved here. Because otherwise he would be. But honestly, I feel like even then, I don't really pay that much attention to the anime version. I don't know what to do with that one. What do you do with that one? He's there and then he goes to jail. Which you could argue is the same with Manga Chorus, but at least Manga Chorus is doing some shit. He was like a primary antagonist. I don't know what to do with the anime version. What does he even do? He... lens flare. Lens flare. Lens flare. That's kind of all he does. I don't know what to do with him. Yeah! Manga Chorus had like 4 whole volumes. What did Anime Chorus do? He had like 20 collective whole minutes spread between 6 episodes. I would be surprised if it was actually even 20 minutes. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just need to watch the anime more. Maybe then I'd grow a fondness for him, but like, he's just kind of the least interesting of the bunch, unfortunately. I do think he's like still an accurate-ish version of Chorus, like personality-wise at least, but I don't know, I don't really like his voice. He's just kind of generically evil sometimes. Also, I'm kind of just now noticing the official art of Chorus, like the one that's being circled right now, what is he staring at? Like, I know he's looking at his tablet thing, but like, what is on it? What is he looking at? I have no idea how that screen works. It just kinda... Because if it can, like, extend outward, what is it even displaying right now? How does this thing work? I know I've seen it extend before, especially in Pokemon Masters. They actually animated that thing. I don't... What is he looking at? Also, it took me a really long time to figure this out. In that art over there, in the left corner of Alolan Chorus, he's holding a Pokeball. It took me so long to figure out what that thing was. I had no idea. It took me so long to figure out what the hell that was. It's a Pokeball. He's just holding it weird. With the angle, it kind of looks like he's holding it against himself. Like he's keeping it in place just by holding it against his arm. For some reason. I don't know what that's... I don't know about that. Took me so long. I was like, what the fuck is on his arm and why is it red? Why that? Also, what is that hand position in general? I don't know. I really don't. I wish I knew what the name of that tablet thing was that, like, Black and White 2 Chorus has. What? It probably has a name, we just can't read the concept notes. What does it mean? What does it do? I've just been calling it a tablet this whole time. But it's probably, like, way more high-tech than that. I'd assume so. That or it's just a glorified iPad. It's like one of those smartphones that's also a flip phone, but it has 3 screens and it's ahead of its time and also probably a really bad idea. I can only imagine he dropped it and it shattered into pieces. That's why he doesn't have it anymore. Oh, I think my stomach is eating itself. I only ate 2 tacos today, that's all I've eaten. I should probably, like, actually eat food now. Now that I have finished the TED Talk, we could probably transition away from here. Hold on. Here we are, back into the train station. The train station of which Xenon and Zinc inhabit, that I am here on occasion in. Yeehaw! That was fun. Okay. I'm gonna X out of that and hope I don't need it later. The bulk of that was spent with me rambling about whatever. I don't even remember, but I'm glad y'all stuck around for it. I don't know if, like, very much of that made sense. There were some things I wanted to include that I just forgot to include. I know right before the stream I forgot about the trading card games I wanted to, like, include. The trading card cards. I wanted to include those and I forgot about them, so I had to add them in really quick. There were a couple things that I wanted to talk about in more detail that I just didn't end up talking about in more detail because that would have extended everything even longer. Maybe I could talk about them some other time, or I could finally motivate myself to write a Tumblr post. Hopefully. Usually I'm able to ramble a bit more at detail, but the phlegm was trying to kill me throughout most of that. Alas, I persevered through the phlegm. The phlegm could not put me down. It tried. It tried. It very much did. But I persevered, because the brain rot is just that much real. It is just taking over my life at this point. I don't know what to do with it. I don't really know how to make this, like, functional, really. What do I do with the fixation beyond just, like, I don't know, draw fan art? What do I even do? I don't know. Maybe... I'm not sure. Now that I've made the PowerPoint, that was like something that we'd mentioned doing like forever ago. Like back in April, we mentioned making the PowerPoint, and we finally done it! And I don't know what to do now. Like, I guess we can keep playing Pokopia. Keep doing that. But I don't know where the Colress fixation will lead next. Maybe we could make another PowerPoint! I just have to find more stuff to talk about. I'm pretty sure I could do it. I could do it. I'm sure I could. I stare at the ceiling and connect patterns that aren't there all the time. So I'm pretty sure I could do it. I just need to think hard enough about it. Man. I could make another PowerPoint about Transformers. I could do that. I could do that. I'm not gonna do that. I just remembered how hard I had to fight fucking Google Slides. I'm not doing that again. That sucked. That really sucked. It took so many hours. Honestly, I think it took me longer to make the PowerPoint than it took me to present the PowerPoint, which is usually how it goes, but this is already a really long stream. This is a normal length for us, though. We do normally stream this long. That sure is a thing. But I think I'm gonna have to end stream now. My voice is dying. The phlegm is trying to kill me and I need to eat something. Oh, I could use a different PowerPoint software. I just need to find one that I can use. But even then, I don't know if I know enough about Transformers to, like, make a PowerPoint about Transformers, really. I don't really have any character I'm fixated on as much as I am with Colress, so I need to figure that out. Or I could just make another Colress PowerPoint. Maybe I could make one dedicated to his Pokemon. That'd be pretty cool. I still need to make a Tumblr post about that. I'm gonna make, like... Maybe at some point I could try to play through one of the games with his, like, team. I know you can do it in Pokemon Sword and Shield. You can recreate his team there. Like, all of his Pokemon show up, I'm pretty sure. So maybe we could do that at some point. Yay! I'm glad it wasn't boring, at least. I wasn't sure if my analyzations were, like, really hitting their mark this time. I wasn't too sure about that. So I'm glad it, like, somewhat made sense, at least. Yeah. I wish my brain weren't, like, shutting down actively. It turns out when you ignore basic bodily functions, everything starts shutting down on itself. Who would have guessed? I put off food in order to present a PowerPoint instead. It's like almost 5 in the morning, but hey, we got the PowerPoint out of the way. Finally got to cross that off the bucket list. I don't even know if that's on the bucket list. Do we have a bucket list? I feel like we probably tripped on the bucket a while ago. Oops. Library office is free. Let's bloat the windows. Oh, okay. I might have to look into that then. I had to make the other one on the, I had to make the other one on my phone just so I could include the pictures. I probably could have done that manually on, like, my PC as well, but that would have taken a really long time, so did not do it that way. But oh my god, it's super glitchy. Super glitchy, not great. 7-hour PowerPoint stream! Let's go! Oh god, it's been nearly 6 hours since you left stream. Welcome back, the PowerPoint kind of just now wrapped up. Yeah, it's almost 5 in the morning. I know we said last time we'd actually send a raid. Is anyone even, like, online right now? How do we even send a raid? Let me try to find someone to send a raid to. Because I need to go eat food. I don't know, draw Colress. I'll figure something out. Let me, I have no idea what to do with this stream. It's like a slightly unusual stream just by virtue of what it's about. Let's see. Who is online? Who can we send a raid to? It was very cool getting to hang out with everyone. Well, Mega Killer's online. I'm pretty sure we sent the raid to Mega Killer last time we sent a raid too. We could just send another raid to Mega Killer. Oh, jeez. You too. It was nice getting to chat with you. Okay, let me peek it on some streams, see if who's see who's like alive. Anyone? Maybe. Okay. Okay, I stopped talking for a second just to listen in on the other stream to see if they're ending it soon. I don't think they are, but in the time frame of me not saying anything, my throat filled up with phlegm. I think I need to lay down, so we're gonna like hurry and send this to Mega Killer because I don't know who else to send to. Just when in doubt, send to people that you kind of know. I think. Like that. Like that. Like that. Like that, yes. Cool, okay. Yay! Alright. We managed to make it to the end of stream without having a power outage. That's pretty cool. I never know if the internet's gonna hold out or what, so that was also something I was mildly worried about. But it didn't seem to be an issue this time, so... Oh god. Well, actually, I haven't been able to see into my OBS for a long time, so I have no idea if we were having issues at any point. I'm going to assume we weren't, but... I have no idea if we were. I kind of do wish I'd found a way to get the chat, like, visible. Because I want to know what you guys were saying even once the VOD disappears. Alas. But yes, thank you all for sticking around to the end of stream. I had a lot of fun talking with everyone. Talking about the Colress brain rot has been really neat, especially with people, both people who know the character and people who don't. It's been really fun seeing everyone's, like, interpretations of him. It was really fun. But yes, thank you all for attending, making it to the end of stream. We're gonna send the raid to Mega Killer. I think that they are playing, let's see, Pal World. So, please have fun over there as well if you decide to stick around, or take a break, do whatever you need to. I'm gonna eat food and go to sleep, so, please mind the gap when departing! Farewell and goodbye!